While you're taking your seats, make sure you have your registered cards. Let's practice. Can you hold up your cards? Okay, so when I read the moderator's rules shortly, in order to eliminate germs spreading quicker than they would normally spread, we're not going to have you yell for or against whatever. The first round, we're going to ask you to raise your cards. If it's a close call of cards, then we'll count. But I don't want anybody shouting or yelling. We're all wearing masks. I want to thank you for that. So we're going to start with the cards. If it's close, we'll count. And then my counters will help us count. Thank you. So do we have any non-voters in this room now? No. Maybe, I don't know if the fire department in the tent can hear me. Is there anyone in the tent? Oh, he can't hear me. Is there anyone in the tent? No. Thank you. So
no one in the tent.
That means the tent is where we were going to put the maskless people, and we don't have any. So again, thank you very much, all of you residents that are following the rules and wearing masks for safety. You'll notice that the seats are at least 6 feet apart, and the ones in the center line are hopefully the same family or in the same household. I am Bob Harb. I am your moderator, and oh, there it is. I'm calling this deliberative session of 2021 to order. Can you all please rise? The flag is behind me. Please join with me in a pledge to Old Glory. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for the national anthem. Dean? Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you, Dean Zanello, for taking care of putting that. It was shown on cable also. So some of you may have the handouts. We're going to talk about the moderator rules. The MS 737 was handed out. Also the voter guide. And I was trying to find Mr. James Peck. I don't have any notification of any debate of candidates. Mr. Peck, wherever you are, is the library going to do that by Zoom, or are we not doing it this year?
Yes, we are, but we're waiting to see what the venue will be.
Okay, so pay attention, be alert, and I'm sure it'll be posted for the candidates' night, but I don't have any handouts on that yet, because Mr. Peck is in the library is working on that, so I thank him for that. I'm going to ask from my left if the members of the Board of Selectmen And the Budget Committee would introduce themselves. Our town manager is here. He's up on the mezzanine. And lastly, my assistant moderator. So if I could start on my left, just introduce yourself.
All right, Francine Hart, Chair of the Board of Selectmen.
Mike Talon, Vice Chair.
Maxanne Dobson, Chair of the Budget Committee.
Sam Cafiso, Vice Chair, Budget Committee.
Peter Brushy, member of the Budget Committee. Darrell Burton, member of the Budget Committee.
And Septon, member of the Budget Committee.
Norman Major, Assistant Moderator.
Martha Fowler, Town Clerk.
Martha's going to be taking down your name if you make a motion. Remember, all motions must be in writing. Motions must be signed and then submitted to myself so Martha can keep track of it.
On a full
We
piece
need
of paper.
names, addresses.
On a full piece of paper, please.
Martha would like it on a full piece of paper. Hopefully you have one, or you
I
could
have
write
some
on the
if they
back or
don't.
something. Martha has paper if you need it. I know some of you already have some pre-printed motions on 8.5 by 11 paper, so I thank you for that. Next, I'm going to go through my moderator rules. They're the same rules I've had for at least 8 years, except we've made some changes only because of the card voting, initial voting. So we ask you again, thank you for wearing masks in the separate areas out back, and they tell me nobody's in it, so I appreciate that immensely. Please, other than the chairs for the household members and husbands and wives that are together, do not move your chairs. Our health officer, Denise Horax, asked us to maintain good social distancing, so I appreciate that you're not moving your chairs. We are going to follow all the governor's emergency orders as best we can. So my rules, you must treat each other with respect and courtesy. Number 2, no smoking. Please turn off your cell phones or put them on vibrate. If you want to address the meeting, you're going to approach the microphone. We have a splash shield there. That's the microphone in front of me you're going to address. If for some reason somebody's in the tent out back that I think they can still hear me, there's a microphone in the back, and the supervisors of the checklist will let me know if anybody's at the microphone in the back if they come in and are sitting out there. General comments are 2 minutes, 3 at the most, unless this organization of members decides to allow an increase in time. And I'm sure because of COVID, we'd like to keep with that limit, please. Questions to the board or any officer goes through the moderator. Stay at the microphone if you're at the microphone and asking a question. If you desire to speak, you will be given a chance to, and you won't speak twice unless all other persons have had a chance to speak. I will read each motion and amendment, and it has to be acted upon at that time. Makers and seconds, we again need your name, and I'm sure the clerk would appreciate your address. If you have a difficult name to spell, it would be helpful if you could spell it also. Only one amendment to a motion is allowed at one time, not an amendment to an amendment. No amendment to an amendment is allowed. Proposals will be dealt with subsequently. We do have paper and pens. You all were given a pen when you came in, I believe, to write your name. Motions must be made in the affirmative. No negative motions. Secret ballot only by 5 voters in writing and before the vote. Challenges to any voice vote, but we're not going to have voice votes today. We're going to have card votes. 7 or more people after it is announced, because I'm not going to take a voice vote for the sake of the COVID. The budget is limited to 10%. I believe Greg Colby is in another room keeping track of the 10%. Reasonable discussions on both sides. A 2/3 vote is required to call the question. Any amendment to financial amounts must be stated in dollars. Percentages will not be accepted. Upon appeal of any ruling of the moderator, a majority vote will prevail. Robert's rules only as a guide. At any time during the meeting, rules can be altered by you, the voters present. All votes will be taken by a show of your voting cards and not by a voice vote. We will count the cards, as I said, if it looks close. Without objection, I would ask that these be approved for the conduct of this meeting as in the past. I don't hear objection. Thank you very much. Now I'd like a motion to allow non-speakers to speak. I believe Francine Hart has a list of non-voters that she would like to be able to speak. Francine, can you read your list and then make your motion, please?
Right. I would like to put a motion on the floor to allow the following non-Plaistow residents to speak at our deliberative session for 2021. Mark Peterson, Town Manager. Greg Colby, Finance Director and Assistant Town Manager. Doug Mullen, Police Chief. John Cashel, Planning Director. Jim DeBonis, Building Maintenance Supervisor. Peter Blanchett, Building Inspector. And Cab Vinton, Library Director. And I'd like to ask at this time if there is anyone else who wishes to speak that is not on this list.
So that's a motion to allow those non-voting non-residents to speak. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
And a second by Maxine. Any discussion? All those in favor, raise your card. I almost said vote. Raise your card. Any opposed, raise your card. I guess the ayes have it. Thank you very much. Now we move on to the warrant articles. To the inhabitants of the town of Plaistow, New Hampshire, and the county of Rockingham in said state qualified to vote in town affairs, you are hereby notified to meet for the first session of the annual town meeting at the Plaistow Public Works Garage, 144F Main Street in said Plaistow on Saturday, January 30th, 2021 at 9 a.m. in the forenoon to explain, discuss, and amend each article and to determine the form of the question on the ballot, except for warrant articles where wording is prescribed by law. The snow date will be determined by the town moderator if necessary. The final voting on all warrant articles will take place by official ballot at the second session. Therefore, you are hereby notified to meet for the second session of the annual town meeting at the Plaistow Public Works Garage, 144F Main Street, where you are today, in said Plaistow on Tuesday, March 9th, 2021, from 7 a.m. in the forenoon until 8 p.m. in the afternoon to elect officers and to act on the following articles by official ballot voting. The articles beginning with P to differentiate the town articles from the school district articles, and for the town zoning articles which begin with Z. The town zoning articles that begin with Z are non-amendable, so our usual practice is not to discuss them since they're non-amendable and they've had public hearings. Moving on, town elections, Article P-2101. This just sets forth by law, it's unamendable, the offices that you will be voting on March 9th here at this facility. Moving on. Water Service Initiative Program, Article P-21-02. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate $450,000 gross budget as may be needed for establishing an interim fund to provide an assistance program to abutting properties to help incentivize connections to the potable water system by providing zero or low interest loans to the property owners to cover the capital costs needed for fees, installation, and other associated costs, so they may connect to the potable water system. To further authorize the issuance of not more than $450,000 of bonds and notes in accordance with the provisions of the Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33:1 et sequence, and to authorize the Select Board to issue and negotiate such bonds or notes, to determine the rate of interest thereon and the maturity and other terms thereof, and to take any other action the Board deems appropriate to effectuate the sale and the issuance of said bonds, and further, to authorize the Select Board as applicable to apply for, obtain, and accept federal, state, or other aid, grants, or other funds, if any, of which may be available for said work that may reduce the amount to be financed with bonds and notes, and to participate in the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, DWSRF, RSA 486:14, established for this purpose, and/or the Drinking Water and Groundwater Trust Fund, NHDWGTF, F, and to allow the Select Board, as applicable, to expend such monies as they become available and pass any vote relating thereto, and further, to authorize the Select Board to adopt a betterment plan whereby the cost of the improvements to any privately owned service lines or infrastructure will be assessed to and reimbursed by the owners of those water lines and infrastructure that are especially benefited by such improvements, such that the intent is the cost of the program will be paid by the users through betterments and/or user fees. 3/5 ballot vote required. Passage of this article will override the 10% limitation imposed on this appropriation due to the non-recommendation of the Budget Committee. No amount to be raised by new taxation, $0. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 500. The Budget Committee, 360. Do I have a motion to place this warrant article on the ballot as written?
I'd like to put a motion on the floor to put the warrant to ballot as written.
So made by Francine. Do I have a
I'll
second?
second it.
Seconded by Maxine. Discussion. Francine, are you going to speak on this article?
Yes, I am.
When she gets
Yes,
back to
thank you,
her.
Mr. Moderator. This warrant is an incentive program for all of our citizens who wish to hook up to potable water, who may not necessarily have the funds to do so. This is going to allow the citizens to take advantage of our municipal bond bank interest rates, which are usually quite a bit less than any type of bank rates that you may
Don't have
get.
anybody. Got you.
And
Fine.
even though you may not need or want to take advantage of this incentive program, it is a 3/5 vote, so I would respectfully request that even though you may not need it or want it, that you would positively vote for this so that your neighbors and your friends can take advantage of this as well. So I'll take any questions if anyone has any.
If you have a question, approach the microphone, give your name and address, please. And if you're standing in line, please maintain the 6 feet distance between your friends.
Can't hear you.
And when you approach the mic, I know I put it in my rules, please don't touch the mic because it needs to be re-sanitized. There are some wipes there.
Check, testing.
Good.
Could you restart again, Ms. Keisha?
Sure. Barbara Kishka, 1 Mayray, Plaistow, still, are we there? All right, is that, oh, there we are.
Perfect, perfect.
Barbara Kishka, 1 Mayray, Plaistow. Is any part of, so we're making loans. Are taxpayers going to have to pay any money towards this?
Absolutely not. We've said this a number of times. The only people who are allowed or who want to take advantage of this are citizens who want to take advantage of the potable water system. So there is no taxpayer requirement for this. It's strictly voluntary. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ryan LeBrack, 174 Main Street. In regards to this warrant article, the warrant article indicates that it's an incentive program. In the event that people don't hook up in sufficient quantities to the system, what are the running costs to operate the system? And will those operating costs, theoretically, if not enough people connect to it, end up costing the taxpayers dollars?
Francine, do you want to answer that question?
I think I'm going to answer your question. If this bond passes in March, one of the first things that the governing body will do is take a list of people who are interested in taking advantage of this program. And so when we make the application for the bond in July, we will know how many people will want to participate in this program, and we will make allowances for that amount of money for the people to utilize. As far as, quote, costs are concerned, we can't tell you a definitive cost because it really depends on how far you are away from the road and where you want your meter hooked up in your house. So we've estimated potentially that there would be anywhere between a $5,000 and a $9,000 charge. This charge would be spread out over 10 years on quarterly payments on your water bill. So I'm not sure if I've answered your question, but if not, our town manager, Mr. Mark Pearson, can probably fill you in on a little bit more information.
Yeah, all right, right away. Thank you. Everybody hear me?
No.
No, maybe Dean can turn you up.
Dean,
a
do you
little.
have another microphone?
There you go.
Go ahead, that's
Put it
good.
closer to your mouth, Mark.
I'll put it inside my mouth.
There you go. Now we
you
can
go.
hear you.
Mr. LeBrec's question was, would any of the cost be defrayed to the taxpayers? The answer is no.
So if a system costs $500,000 a year to operate, and 30 people connect to it, those 30 people will be charged 500,000 divided by 30, correct?
Going to let Mark answer that?
Well, your question is very specific, Mr. LeBrec, so if we use your math, the answer is yes. But we can make that question even worse and say there's 30 people showing up and the cost of $2 million. But let's get back to reality. It's not going to be 30 people, and it's not going to be 500,000. We've got consultants, and we've worked on a plan that the system is going to operate with the funds in the water department, and it will be financially healthy and sustaining through the rates that are charged to the water users. And it will operate as an enterprise system, and it will be self-funding, and there'll in fact be a little bit of a surplus in the whole water system to be able to put away for future capital expenses. So I think you're tipping the scales to give us worst-case scenario if there's only 30 users and we're going to go underwater financially. That's not realistic. We anticipate that when the system goes online, to have approximately 200 to 300 users. That's a realistic number. That is a projection because we've got that much interest right now. This incentive program would further that number even higher for the people that otherwise couldn't afford to take the money out of their pocket to pay a contractor to connect up. That's the reason why this article is here, is to incentivize the people that can afford it and spread it out over time for them so that they can afford it, and then to increase the amount of users, to your example of how many users. Obviously, the more users, the better and healthier the system will be. But we don't anticipate the system is not going to work financially.
Nobody touched it, so if you just got to get a little closer to the screen, I guess. Doesn't sound like it's on. Dean? You want to push back so Dean can check the mic out?
So if the plan is for, and I don't disagree, I'm sure there's studies that have been done, and obviously we have smart people that are looking into these issues and developing systems that are intended to be sustainable. You know, from my perspective, we both have to look at the best case scenario, the worst case scenario, and maybe the more likely scenario. But it seems like and I'm not against the water system by any means, don't get me wrong. It goes by my house. I may connect to it. I don't know. It seems like there could be a scenario, though, where not enough users connect up, especially initially, and then funding isn't available to continue without.
We lost the mic again, Dean.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Can you hear me now? Perfect.
Yeah, but it won't go on as long. It's got taped down, Dean.
I'll stand right here. So my concern is that the system may not be sustainable for an extended period of time. And I know that there's grants involved that were included to create this system. How long can the system sustain itself with the money in place via the grants prior to taxpayers needing to input?
Thank you for the question. So the number of users is based on, the usage is based on the number of users. It's the number of cubic feet that come into the system that people purchase. So realistically, we're only going to use the amount of water that people are purchasing. There is a wholesale rate that we receive the water at, and there's a retail rate that we charge. So in theory, and I'll go to your 30 customers, if we had 30 customers, we'll only bring in enough water for 30 customers at the wholesale rate, and we'll charge them the retail rate, and it will pay for it. There is no, this is a 10 million, I'm trying to think of the exact number. I think it's a $10,112,202 grant that I worked on for 4 years to bring that money to the town to do this whole water system and bring potable water to Plaistow at no expense to the taxpayers. In fact, no expense to the water users. We had an amount of money in the water fund before this all happened. That water fund is still, that money's still there. That is what we're going to use for this year's budget to fund the water budget, and then there'll be income coming in for the fire suppression system in the amount of $146,000 and some change. So there's already a revenue coming into the water system now. All we're going to do is just change it to potable and add users, and they will pay for what they use. So I hope that answers your question.
Mr. LeBrecq, can you go back and see if the other mic's working, please? Thank you.
Hello. Can you hear me? Yes. Seems to be working. So the operating budget has $150,000 in revenue. There is a scenario, though, that the revenue wouldn't keep up with the operating costs of the system, and that's the only point I'm trying to get across. And I don't disagree that there should, I initially opposed the incentive program because I don't think that our town should be in the business of personal finance. Nobody gets a town loan to have their well replaced or fix their car or any other thing. Although I do understand the importance that if not enough people connect to this, then there will be cost to the taxpayer, and that's why it's called an incentive. And it's a scenario that could result in cost to a taxpayer. So that's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Next.
One quick question, then I'll move the
Your name?
question. Barbara Kishka. One quick question. Roughly how many customers are already connected to the existing water system?
Right now, we have the fire suppression system customers. I don't know the exact number of those customers, but the revenue is the $146,000. So I'm sorry, I just don't know the number of customers. I'm thinking
is it more or less
75,
than 100?
75 customers.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Well, I'll let Peter go. Thanks.
I am Peter Bracci of 2 Balsam Way. If this bond passes for $450,000, Francine, you've just said it's not going to cost the citizens anything. What company is going to give us a $450,000 bond for 0%?
Actually, Mr. Bracci, I didn't say the taxpayers. I said the citizens who wish to participate in the bond. We have a municipal bond program in the state of New Hampshire, and I believe the last time we checked the bond rate, there was an 8.86% rate of interest, And depending on which way we go, it's up to 0.86 or 2 to 3%. Mr. Colby, I'm sure, can get this information as we go along, but we would not be making any decisions on this until, I believe, July. So, Mr. Colby, if you want to jump in, we do have a loan from the Municipal Bond Bank that we can look at.
Francine, I believe you said it wouldn't cost the taxpayers anything. Now you're talking percentages. It will cost the taxpayers money. If they hook up, it will cost the taxpayers money and the town to get a $450,000 bond from anyone.
Mr. Bracci, it's not going to cost the taxpayers money. It's going to cost the citizens who want to participate in the loan. If you don't wish to participate in it, you are not going to pay any money. Plain and simple.
Francine, I consider the citizens that are going to participate in the loan taxpayers.
And that is their choice, sir. That's their choice.
Anyone else wish to speak on this article? I've been advised, as he's approaching the mic, that when you hold your cards up, when we ask for a vote, please hold them up because we must count your cards since this is a bond article. The bond council needs an actual count. Yes, sir.
As a citizen of Plaistow,
Your name,
Gerard
sir?
Marchand, 16 Westville Road,
Thank you.
Plaistow. I'm also a veteran. I'm also on Social Security and everything else, and I have a house. If I were to do this, I would need something like that incentive program to hook up, because I don't have the funds to put it in place to pay, what is it, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 to hook up to that. Please, give people a chance at this, because a lot of us have shallow wells that we can't drink. We buy bottled water. We need something like this to help us. But we can't come up with the initial funds to pay for it. That's the way I feel about it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else to speak?
Good morning, Mr. Moderator. Jeff O'Ligney, 28 Main Street. This, my understanding of this issue is that we are attempting to use the good faith or purchasing power of the town and allow citizens who wish to buy this water system to basically use Plaistow's credit, is what it sounds to me like we're trying to do. I want to be sure that I do understand this, so my question is, am I correct in my understanding? I appreciate the previous gentleman's concerns on the worst-case scenario, and my understanding of that is, in the maybe unlikely event, I say unlikely because the polling right now shows that there's quite a few people that want to actually get onto the system. In the unlikely event that there's not enough people, those people are going to pay a lot of money if there's 30 people. And if there's 30 people, then the cost is exorbitant. They're probably going to back out of the deal, and the whole project's going to go downhill. I think that's unlikely, but that's the worst-case scenario in the previous discussion. That's my understanding. Am I understanding this correctly, or am I off base?
Francine, do you want to answer his question?
I believe you're understanding it correctly. However, when we put this out initially a couple of years ago, there was an overwhelming positive response for people to be hooking up to water. And don't forget, we have a number of sites in town that want to hook up as well. Our MTBE sites, I believe, have close to 80 people who are going to be hooked up to the potable water already. And that also doesn't count all of our businesses that are going to be piggybacked onto that too. So, you know, the 30 people scenario is really highly unlikely.
Right.
And as you very eloquently put out, and Mr. Marchand, there are some people in this town that don't have, you know, $3,000 or $5,000 chunks of money that they can hook into their water, but they need to do it. My well personally is horrible also, but unfortunately I'm on the wrong end of town and I'm going to have to wait until the lines come up to my house. But, you know, if I choose to take advantage of this loan system, it's spread out over 10 years, and it's quarterly payments, and it's at a lower interest rate than you could probably ever get at one of any of your banks right now. So this really is an incentive that the town is providing to our citizens, and it's a tremendous deal, in my opinion. So you were correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on this article? Can ask the fire department again, is there anybody in the tent? One person in the tent.
Okay.
Maybe that's you.
Richard Anthony, 4 Village Way. Just to amplify Francine Hart's point, Plaistow, the water quality in Plaistow has kind of suffered over time. I mean, we do have Superfund sites. There's MBTA in some vast areas where people can't even use the water without having water stripping, air stripping techniques because of the petroleum and other additives in it. So basically, it's fundamentally a health issue that if you can't drink the water out of the ground, people have worked very hard to have this addressed, and at this point, you know, we're at the point where we want to implement it. So if you want clean water, then here we are.
Anyone else to speak? Does the person in the tent wish to speak? Can't see him. Thank you.
So just brief final comments from me. In regards to the system itself, obviously, we've already made the decision to move forward with the system. I don't have any issue with that. For this program, I think it's beneficial to sign up as many people as possible, because if we don't get people to sign up, that worst-case scenario could happen. You know, at $450,000, the estimates are $7,000 to $10,000 to connect. I mean, that's not a lot of people covered by this. I think this program will expand drastically over the several years if we do have enough participation, especially, I think, you know, there's going to be people with bad water that want to connect initially, and there's going to be other people that are skeptical, like myself, that want to wait to see if the system stabilizes and the value and the dollars, the cost stabilizes. So I would say for this, let's, in my opinion, support the bond issue and get people signed up, because we've already made the decision to move forward, and hope for the best and hope that the engineering was sound and everything works well. Thanks.
Mr. Moderator, could I just make one final comment?
Anyone else wish to speak? Anyone new wish to speak? Okay, one final comment from Francine, then remember, we're going to ask you to raise your cards if you're in favor or against. Hold the cards up till we tell you to lower them, because you need to be counted.
So basically, the bottom line is, if you don't want it or you don't need it, that's fine, but at least support the bond for your fellow neighbors and citizens who will take advantage of it. So I really hope you will support this. Thanks.
So all those in favor of the Article 2, please raise your card and keep them up while we get count for you. When I ask for a motion, all you gotta say is so moved. You don't have to repeat it. You may put your cards down. 33 plus 23. Okay, any against? Any against, raise your card. I have 56 for, 7 against. Any abstained? No one abstained. So the 56 to 7. So that means we had, I don't know who the math, Greg, are you doing the math for me? That's 63 total votes. We have 56. It appears to be a 3/5
Yes,
vote.
definitely,
Is it?
definitely.
Passed.
Excellent.
Bond Article 02 passed. We'll report those. Did you get those numbers, Martha? Thank you. Okay, moving on. Article 2, P-21-03, the operating budget, general fund. Shall the town raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant and other appropriations voted separately, the amount set forth on the budget posted with the warrant or as amended by vote of the first session for the purpose set forth therein, totaling $9,718,746. Should this article be defeated, the operating budget shall be $9,806,584 with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town or by law or by the governing body, or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13, Roman numeral X and XI, to take up the issue of a revised budget only. Majority vote required. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 040, and the Budget Committee, 810. Do I have a motion to place this article on the ballot as written?
So moved.
Made by Francine. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Maxine. Max will speak on this article.
Greg.
Good morning. I won't belabor that it was an unprecedented year due to COVID, but I will say that the Budget Committee has fought tirelessly to ease the burden of the taxpayer. Our hope was that we would have been presented with a level-funded budget, and the Town Manager and Board of Selectmen recommended budgets had increases of $186,067 and $102,877 respectively. The difference between the Budget Committee's budget and the Board of Selectmen budget is a reduction of $165,122. We were able to find savings in the following departments: legal, planning, government, general government buildings, highway, solid waste collection, recreation, and cultural. We used last year's department budgets as a starting point because as of the end of November, there was $1.8 million left in the 2020 budget, meaning there was plenty of places reductions could be made this year and still work. Despite the explanation of the Board of Selectmen that there was an unprecedented amount of right-to-know requests filed this year and 6,000 was required to fulfill those requests, the Budget Committee did not feel this increase was warranted. Perhaps if we had an open, transparent government that communicated with citizens, excessive right-to-know requests would not be needed to obtain public information. After deferring to members of the Planning Board regarding the Board of Selectmen and Town Manager's increase to the planning budget, it was explained that nothing has come before the Planning Board that warrants adding money to the budget to increase the hours of our part-time planner. The old courthouse is currently being used as the Town Hall Annex and has caused the budget to increase. The Town Hall Annex was presented as a temporary solution for spreading out the staff at Town Hall to adhere to social distancing requirements. I would like to stress that this is a temporary solution, and 2021 general government buildings reflects that. With the COVID vaccine well underway, there's no reason to anticipate the annex continuing to be used when we already have a town hall that has housed building and recreation for years without issue. The town receives a highway block grant from the state every year, which has been used to maintain and pave town roads. These funds are used first, and then there are additional funds added to the paving line to cover whatever roads could not be paved with the highway block grant funds. However, year after year, the town encumbers the additional paving funds so they will not lose it, and it can be used the following year. We have just encumbered funds from 2020 for paving that was not done last year. There were people last year that added to our budget, the highway budget last year, to include more paving, and that was still encumbered. So the additional roads weren't paved, and we're encumbering the funds again. It's an endless cycle that will keep happening, so the Budget Committee decided to only fund paving from the highway block grant. For the last 2 years, the Budget Committee has asked the Recreation Commission to quantify the work of a full-time recreation director that warrants one, and the Budget Committee has not received an adequate answer as to what can be accomplished in an extra 8 hours a week, upping the hours from 32 to 40. Last year at deliberative, $24,000 was added to the budget to make the softball fields usable. There is still $20,000 in the budget for maintenance. The additional $24,000 added does not need to be put into the recreation budget every year if those projects have already been done and the budget accounts for maintenance. I know there'll be extensive discussion regarding trash and recycling, but without concrete numbers and knowing there was a chance of a citizen's petition to increase the budget to fund both recycling and trash, we were not comfortable adding to the budget without an actual contract in place. The Budget Committee has tried to make it abundantly clear that we do not want to get rid of Old Home Day. Rather, we want money to be taken out of the unassigned fund balance from 2020 since Old Home Day was canceled, and the money should be in the unassigned fund for that purpose unless the town has spent it elsewhere. We then wanted to put that money into the specifically created expendable trust fund for Old Home Day. We as a committee talked about requesting a warrant article to be placed on the ballot to accomplish this. At no time during correspondence with the Board of Selectmen Chair was there any indication that the warrant article would be rewritten to reflect that money now needs to be raised by new taxation. That was not our intent. We only wish to take money already earmarked for Old Home Day and give it directly to Old Home Day, not the whole town. This just leads the Budget Committee to believe that the $22,500 allocated for 2020's Old Home Day has already been spent elsewhere.
Thank you, Maxine. Mr. Peck, I did have a pre-request by the Board of Selectmen to make a small comment, so I'd like to ask your indulgence. Mr. Kishka would like to speak for a moment as a selectman.
All right, thank you for letting me speak. Before we begin discussing the operating budget in any detail, I'd like to make a statement here. One of the reasons I want to do this is because as a retired veteran, there's a lifetime commitment to your integrity and keeping your word, even if it isn't popular, and how it falls out as it may. But please hear me through. As we do every year, there are disagreements between the Budget Committee and the Board of Selectmen. But as we progress through the budget season, we usually come to agreements and compromises. Rarely is there total agreement. The bottom line is, the Budget Committee, not the Board of Selectmen, is duly elected by the people to perform their duty of proposing the final budget. The Board of Selectmen's job, along with the town managers, is to make sure the important business of the town gets done the best that we can, with the resources we are given to work with, even though we may feel that it's not enough. This has been a hard year for so many, physically, mentally, and financially. Many have lost their livelihoods and jobs in our community. Some are in this room today. This is not the year, more than any other year, with all the uncertainty before us, to unnecessarily increase the budget. I believe there's one exception. The trash disposal costs increased drastically and need to be included in the budget. The Board of Selectmen were not able to establish the exact cost of trash and recycling pickup prior to today. None of us are perfect, and things don't always pan out as we expected. Trash disposal is an absolutely necessary service. Other than this exception, I intend, as much as possible, to honor the Budget Committee's recommendations, even if I may not fully agree with them. In conclusion, even though it is the right thing, it is your right to do so, I implore everyone here, in the best interest of our community, that if you are planning to propose increases to the budget that are not absolute necessities for this year, to please refrain from doing so. I include the Board of Selectmen in this sincere request for empathy for our neighbors in these hard times. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kishka. Mr. Peck.
James Peck, Oak Ridge Road. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I would like to make an amendment. I have it written out and I have it signed. My amendment is I move to amend Article P21-03, the 2021 operating budget, by deleting $9,718,746 from the first sentence and inserting $9,818,746 in its place. And I'll explain in a minute.
Okay, Mr. Peck. He has a motion. Does he have a second?
Seconded.
Second.
Oh, Greg Talion, second. Again, his motion is to delete $9,718,746 from the first sentence of the article and insert in its place $9,818,746. Appears an increase of 100,000. I'm going to give this to the clerk. You may speak on your motion, Mr. Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I stand up here to do something that goes against every bone in my body, I have to say. Which sounds ridiculous, but let me explain. I have never made a motion to add to the budget. Never done it, and I never will again. This will be the last time. The reason I'm doing it is because I look very closely at the trash and recycling budget. And a group of us were formed, an ad hoc group, a grassroots group of a number of people that are here today. It reminded me of the fight against the train layover. And these people have a lot of passion, and they believe that we need to basically save recycling. And I understand I've had debates with a lot of people, and I truly appreciate the Budget Committee. I commend the Budget Committee for holding costs down. I have no problem with that. Normally, I would be good with that. But unfortunately, we don't have enough money in the budget to do what every citizen deserves, and that is to receive recycling on a curbside basis. We've had this recycling for 35 years. To me, it's a quality of life issue, and there are a lot of people out there that don't know that we came very close to losing curbside recycling. So I've punched the numbers out. I'm a financial person. I've checked them with Greg Colby. I've checked them with the selectmen. I've presented the numbers to the selectmen. And I believe that under the current scenario, we need another $100,000 for curbside recycling and for trash collection. So that's what I'm proposing. Again, I wish I didn't have to. I'm not for any other increases. We'll see. We'll take them as they come. I know there's more coming. And in a normal environment, we wouldn't approve them. And so I'm proposing that we add $100,000. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Peck. Next speaker.
Melissa Marr, 9 Auburn Street. I don't have as much of a question as I do comments specifically addressed to the Budget Committee. I wanted to say something, and I wanted to say it even more so after I heard Maxanne's comments about what they did with the budget this year. I grew up in Plaistow. I was raised in Plaistow. I went to Pollard School. I went to Timberlane. We went to summer rec every summer, and we did Old Home Day every year. I left this area for about 12 years, and after that, I decided to bring my young family back to this town because of how I was raised, because of the community that it held for me. After a certain amount of time, I decided to join the Recreation Committee to help with these things that are provided to the community, the things that drew me back to this area. Year after year, I've seen cuts after cuts to all these programs, and it is taking away.
You wait a second. I think there's a fine for having your phone on. It'll go into the general fund.
Cuts after cuts have taken away everything that I've known and grown up to be part of Plaistow. Plaistow used to be a community, something that people looked forward to. It was something that drew people to this town. It isn't just a nice place to grow up. It isn't just convenient to the highway, but it was a community for families and a place where people could feel like they were home. Every year it has felt worse. Every year I feel like it is less and less a community. We're taking away $100,000 from this place. We're cutting from the budget here. When you do the math, which people don't understand, $175,000 does sound like a lot of money. But when you cut that to every taxpayer, you're not going to see your taxes change at all. Not even a little bit. You're cutting budgets from the Recreation Committee every year by $20,000, by $50,000, by trying to eliminate our program altogether. And again, we're looking at budgets of fire and police, which look extremely disproportionate to my eye. I don't have a budget background, but we've got a $2 million police and only a $700,000 fire. To me, I think there's probably some changes that could be there. We have a highway department, but we don't have a public works department, and yet I do believe there are 2 supervisors. So I feel like there are different places where there could be changes instead of cuts, moving money around, but I want to see people put money into this town to bring people in it to be a community. I want to see people who are in these positions of power, who are part of this community, who attend events, who are participating. And I am so excited to see some of the people running this in March for these positions, because I feel like we finally have a chance to bring Plaistow back and to be the community that it once was. Thank you.
Italian, did you want to speak on this? And I'll have Mr. Talion, then Mr. Baracci.
Just a couple of comments. As we all know, despite the COVID-19 crisis that we're going through, things go up. Our cable bills go up, our insurance bills go up, our medical bills go up. The same thing happens inside of a town. And we really should keep this under control, but we should make sure that the town has enough money to be able to deliver the services that we have grown accustomed to, that we expect in living in Plaistow. For example, we have an expectation that we always had curbside recycling. When our contract expires in June 30th, the price of recycling went up significantly, and we looked for alternate ways to be able to deliver recycling, but in a different way, either through not canisters, but dumpsters, or a transfer station, or a subscription service. We are doing things, everything we possibly can, to be able to stretch dollars as tightly as we actually can to be able to deliver these services and to continue to deliver these services, but prices go up. There was a comment made about Old Home Day, and I would like to explain that because that was a little misleading. Old Home Day has been a budgeted item since I've been living in Plaistow, and that's where it belongs. It belongs in the budget.
Mr. Talion, can I interrupt you for a moment?
Sure.
Could you, and I know I've given some of the other people a little leeway, we're speaking on the amendment, so can you relate your comments to the amendment to add
Okay.
to add 100,000? Thank
Okay. The town has some very significant decisions to make with regards to recycling. We have looked at the proposals from 4 different recycling companies. The prices have skyrocketed. So we looked for alternate ways to be able to reduce these costs. One of the ways that we looked to reduce the costs was to move to an automated system. We're having carts, and the cart would be picked up by a machine with one person, one worker inside of that truck, and that reduces the cost a little bit. The second thing is we're looking for alternate ways to be able to do recycling that would also reduce the cost of recycling. Just this morning, the Board of Selectmen, in an emergency meeting, signed an agreement with our current trash removal company, JRM, to continue with their service for the next 6 months. So instead of expiring in June, it'll now expire on December 31st with only a 4% increase. So instead of having charged $75 per ton to remove trash and recycling, it'll now cost us $78 per ton. To be able to afford that, Jim Peck's motion basically would provide the funds to accomplish that. And that's really, really important for just giving us a little bit of time to be able to negotiate with other companies to provide the services that you are looking for without raising the budget significantly. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Talian. Mr. Bracci?
Peter Bracci, 2 Balsam Way. I have to admit, this is the first I've heard of renewing the JRM contract. It is a reasonable way of doing things and giving the new board the opportunity to get a reasonable contract, rather than having the taxpayers at this late moment footing the bill for something that the previous board did not do. I am in favor of recycling. There's no question about it. But with the new system that we got, the automated system, we must take time to look at what we're going to do and have a reasonable opportunity to get a good contract. I appreciate Mr. Peck's effort to get recycling into the budget this year. But I do not like attempting to make it look like it's the train program. In the train program, we had an amendment for the people to sign at the voting. This is putting trash into the present budget and not allowing the people to vote that do not want the trash. It is tantamount to an earmark on a budget. Everybody, if they approve the budget, will have to vote for trash. If it's in an amendment, people can make that choice just like they did for the train layover station. And that's the difference between what Mr. Peck has suggested and what happened years ago.
Mr. Peck, can you hold until someone that hasn't spoken gets to speak?
Thank you. Dennis Heffernan, 4 Secluded Circle, member of the Budget Committee. First of all, I'd like to commend Julian for what he came up here and said. It's been a very tough past couple of years being a member of the Budget Committee. There were comments made here today that I strongly disagree with. There are cuts that we've had to make, and it's a very tough decision when you sit on that Budget Committee and have to make cuts. As far as this amendment, I am in a favor of this amendment, with the caveat of what was said, that there would be no more increases to this budget or changes. I think if we're asking to increase this budget by $100,000, I would hope that everybody would be in agreement not to add any additional amendments to this budget. It has been very frustrating. Unfortunately, the Board of Selectmen and Budget Committee has not worked together over the past couple of years. I was hoping this year would be different. It hasn't been different. I think this is a step in the right direction. If we can do this, I hope this would amend some fences, and going forward that both committees would be able to work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peck, can you wait? I think there's a gentleman behind you that hasn't spoken, so we need those that haven't spoken to speak first.
Ryan LeBrecq, 174 Main. In regards to recycling, I don't disagree. I think recycling is a great program. I don't think we should not have it in town. With that being said, I don't think it should add to any budget either. So, if we agree to recycling, we should find $100,000 in a different budget line item to pay for it, in my opinion. I also don't know how this works completely. I have another motion.
You cannot make another motion until we finish the first motion. That was in the moderator's rule. So
Okay,
we want to
so-
hold that until we're done the first motion.
So the first motion,
Is to increase the budget, what was it, Martha? 100,000?
100,000.
$100,000.
so if that passes or not, I'll still have the opportunity to speak to the budget.
You'll have an
second the
opportunity
motion.
to make another motion if that's your desire.
Great, thank you.
And then, if there's no more motions, we go to the article as amended, and then we discuss the article as amended.
Perfect, thank you. So in closing for this, I agree with recycling. Let's find $100,000 somewhere else in the budget to pay for it. There's plenty of things to select from. Thank you.
Anyone else that hasn't spoken?
Mr. Moderator, to your right. Can I speak from here, or do you want me at the table?
Come up here. Well, you got a mic there. Go ahead. Name?
Sam Cafiso, Budget Committee. Two things I want to say to this. Number one, if the $100,000 is added to the budget, there is no guarantees that it will go to recycling. We're a gross base, bottom line budget, and that $100,000 gets thrown in the pot and can legally and technically be used on any budgeted item currently in the budget. Number two, I am for recycling. 100% I've recycled since I was a little kid in the 70s. But I know for a fact, I have a relative who owns a trash and recycling pickup business in Winthrop, that a huge majority of what is being picked up as recycling does not get recycled since the market has changed. I'd like to know if there's any guarantees if this $100,000 will guarantee not only, the only thing that is guaranteeing it is it will be picked up at my curbside. I don't believe you can guarantee that the items will be recycled. I know for a fact that the trucks have dumped recyclable items, bottles, cans, paper, plastic, glass, side by side with garbage at the transfer stations. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've been there. When a company sends a truck with 100 tons of recycling in it, and there's 10 trucks in line in the recycling line, and there's 2 trucks in line at the trash line, the big company is not going to pay those 2 guys in those trucks to sit in that line all day to dump that recycling that they can't get any money for. The truck goes in the other line, and he dumps the recycling in the trash. It's a fact. So unless someone can guarantee me that that $100,000 is going to guarantee that my products get recycled, then I can't in good conscience vote to add the $100,000. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Thank you. Still Jeff O'Ligny, still at 28 Main Street. Before us now is the gentleman's motion to add $100,000 to the budget. I'd just like to say I respect the hard work very much by the board and the Budget Committee. As evidenced by the vote here, none of the selectmen voted for this budget, and all of the Budget Committee, with the exception of one, did. I would respectfully suggest you talk some more and work this out. Relative to the motion, Mr. Peck's motion, with all due respect, I can't see adding $100,000 of unsupported items to a $10 million budget. I think there's adequate money there to be shuffled around to do whatever we need to do with or without recycling. I think further discussion regarding recycling is probably warranted. I'm not sure if that was the cause of the disagreement between the board and the Budget Committee. But again, bottom line is I don't think it's prudent for us to add $100,000 in an unsupported manner. I don't know what that $100,000 would buy. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Bob Kincaid, Old County Road. I worked extensively with Mr. Peck and with the committee on coming up with these numbers that we're talking about here. We actually believe, we think that with our great town manager, we're going to get hopefully better than $100,000, and especially with this late-breaking news about an extension of JRM, there's no question, I think now, that this $100,000 will more than cover the number. Unfortunately, we can't get to a more precise number because we don't have the data, but this number will do it. And just to speak to the comment about no guarantees, respectfully to Mr. Cafiso, I know these 4 gentlemen that will, at least 3, Mr. Blinn, Mr. DeRoche, Mr. Talon, and hopefully Mr. Kishka. I've spoken with them all personally. I don't know if they can give assurances now, but I have no doubt that if we make this motion and approve it, they will follow through on their commitment. In good faith, we've put this money into the budget. They're going to get that done. They're not going to come up here and go out of their way to remove or not allow for recycling to happen with a clear mandate for it to happen. So I just don't think that that's valid. And I would encourage everybody here to please support this motion. We've had this service for 35 years. Let's continue it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. I'm Peter Belo. I live at 82 Sweet Hill Road, obviously here in Plaistow. I wanted to speak to, I'm glad of what Bob just asked about asking the selectmen who are staying on or running for next term to at least nod their head and say that they'd applied this money appropriately. And I saw that, and I know these people individually, and I trust them to keep their word. I want to bring up another aspect of this whole recycling thing. And it's been kind of, hasn't been mentioned yet. And that is, we're going to a trash pickup using an automated robotic arm thing, where each household will be provided, I should say, one trash can. It's a good-sized trash can. You can put a good-sized body in it. But nonetheless, it's one trash can. If we don't have recycling or additional trash cans, kind of, one or the other, a large number of households in this town won't be able to dispose of all their trash each week. I made a point of, actually made a video on Main Street on a recycling day, morning. And there were a huge number of houses that had 2 and 3 trash barrels plus 2 and 3 recycling barrels out. That's not going to fit in one trash can. Where's the rest of it going to go? It's going to go by the side of the road. Honestly, and I did the same thing on Sweet Hill Road. And there's just too much total material to fit in one trash can for many of the households. My wife and I probably could make it under, I'm sure we can make it under in most times, but there's going to be some weeks we're going to go over that. So this is kind of an issue. And again, we're just a small household. I mean, people with 2 and 3 kids, and a couple, and a married couple are going to have a significant issue. So that's my only comment on this.
Anyone new to speak? How about the tent?
Mr. Moderator, may I speak?
Let's go Max, Francine. We still have one person in the tent? Thank you.
Okay. I just have a question with this new information that we're extending the JRM contract. Does that mean it is not CART? Because it was my understanding that JRM does not have equipment for CART. So we will just continue trash and recycling as it's been. That's my question. I'd just like clarification on that.
That's correct.
Francine's going to speak next anyway, so that's
Max is correct. We met in executive session at 8 o'clock this morning in an emergency executive session. And our town manager was able to negotiate with JRM the next 6 months of trash pickup. And it basically would be business as usual. We would continue JRM's method of trash and recycling pickup until the end of December. That will allow the new board coming in March to be able to have some time to look at and renegotiate a contract. However, I do want to mention that the appropriated amount of $784,000 for that solid waste line item budget is still not adequately funded. And that is part of, and that means that perhaps if we are in a budget crunch towards the end of the year, you may not get your trash picked up in November or December. So that budget was not properly funded, and with the numbers that we're getting from JRM, they are agreeing to continue the existing rate of $514,935 as a base rate, and we're looking at the tipping fees, which is the tonnage amount that we pay, to go up from $76 to $78 per ton. That's going to add another maybe $300,000 or $400,000 onto that base fee. So we do need this $100,000 additional funding just to fund what we're doing for this year.
Thank you. Is there anyone else new to speak on this? Anybody in the tent? Or speak?
Julie Helder, 174 Main Street. I just have a comment. I 100% am for recycling. However, I don't agree with increasing the budget for it. We have had recycling in the past that has been included in our budget. If our budget is still at what it's been in the past or higher, where has that money gone that was used for recycling that is now being allocated to other items? To me, it's not a question today about whether or not the town people want recycling. I think that's been heard. It's about, should we increase the budget for something that's already been budgeted for in the past, that all of a sudden is just disappearing, but we're not getting any of that money back. It's just going towards other things. As a town, I feel like we have spoken, we want recycling. It's been in the budget for the past. It needs to stay in the budget, and we need to find it. That's all.
Thank you. Anyone new? Yes?
So I just did the quick math with what Francine gave us, the 514 base, and let's do the high end of 300,000 to fully fund it. That's a difference of $24,563. We have a $789,437 solid waste collection budget. So you add that, you subtract that from 814, which is what it would cost, and it's only $24,563. So that's a big difference from $100,000 to keep recycling.
Mr. Peck.
May I respond?
Mr. Peck's been waiting, and you've already
Okay.
spoken, but I'll come
All right.
back to you.
Okay.
Mr. Peck, since you've been up for a while, go ahead. On your
I
motion.
have 2 or 3 points I want to make, and people have said. First of all, in terms of how much we need and the 100,000, I would not stand up here if we didn't need 100,000 for 2021 for this budget. I'm a numbers person. I've sat with Mr. Colby. I know we need it. Just for the JRM, we need at least 60 or 70,000. I punched the numbers out. You have to trust me on that. There may be a little bit of extra in it to get to 100. I admit that, but I think it's prudent to do that, and I'm trusting in the selectmen that they won't spend more than they need to spend. They will sign a contract with JRM, and it will be what it will be. If I may, Mr. Moderator, I want to make a couple more comments. People seem to think that the town is running rampant with expenses. In fact, last year, the total town appropriation went down $400,000. Thanks to the work of this budget committee, many of the same members, thanks to the work of the budget committee, of the Board of Selectmen. So the town budget did not go up last year. I admit it went up the 2 years before that, and that was not good. But the budget committee was able to arrest it last year, and as the budget is constructed, right now, before my motion, the budget would go down $62,000. I think that's accurate. If my motion is passed, the budget will go up now $40,000. $40,000 is an increase of less than 1%. I mean, you can punch it out and figure out exactly what it is. So we're not talking about exorbitance here. We're talking about essentially a flat budget. Last point, if I may, to Mr. Oligny's point, I don't think that it's a problem the way he described it. Will we use that 100,000? Should we find an offset? I'm not against an offset, but I think the budget is very, very tight. The budget is very, very tight, and it has been for 2 years. So I think it's prudent not to cut $100,000 to offset it. I appreciate Mr. LeBrec's comments. I love this debate. It's great to have this debate. But if somebody wants to make a motion to reduce the budget, bring it up. I encourage that. Someone made a budget amendment last year, I think it was last year, 2 years ago, thank you, $720,000 reduction. Did not pass, but it only did not pass by 13 votes. 13 more votes, and you could have cut the budget $720,000. The people in this town have the power to reduce the budget, and I encourage you to do that. Thank you.
Francine, you had a response.
I think people are under a little bit of a misconception with bandying about these numbers. I believe I made the statement that the solid waste budget was underfunded. That does not just include trash and recycling, it also includes hazardous waste that we do twice a year, and it also includes a contract that we signed for our trash, our automated trash carts. So when you add up all of the numbers, it's $21,000 that was budgeted for hazardous waste, about $18,400 for our carts. And then if you add the $514,935 to continue JRM for the whole calendar year, you're looking at approximately $320,000 for tipping fees. If you add that all up, it comes up to significantly more than $784,000. So when you're looking at your department budget, you have to look at all the line items in the budget, not just trash and recycling.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Ryan LeBrecq, 174 Main. In regards to trash recycling, I reviewed the 4 initial proposals received by the trash companies, as well as the 2 second proposals received in December from the current companies that are being considered. It appears that there's like rough numbers, $80,000 to $100,000 in dumpster pickups throughout the towns that are associated with multifamily properties. From my perspective, I'm not anti-business. I also am a landlord and own a multifamily property, not in this state, in another state. So I'm not against businesses, but as of right now, we don't pay to pick up Home Depot's trash on 125 or any other business on 125. The multifamily property is a business. It's a business just like Home Depot. It has a profit and loss, and the idea is to make money. So from my perspective, the $100,000, up to $100,000 is being spent on picking up dumpsters at businesses, residential businesses in this town, could be stopped, and that money could be used for recycling instead. And that wouldn't change any budget if that were the case. Thanks.
Next speaker.
Leah McKean, 31 Sunrise Terrace. I know that we've done this in the past, so I'm asking a favor of the Budget Committee. Could you please break down what $100,000 means to each household in this community so that we can have an idea if we're trying to determine if $100,000 is going to make a big difference in our budget?
Are you able to answer that, Maxine?
I don't have the math, but I did want to speak on the solid waste budget.
You can't answer that question?
Jim?
$28. $31.
Mr. Peck has volunteered $28 to $31 difference annually. I'm going to go with Mr. Barachi, then we'll go to Maxine. Mr. Barachi.
Again, Peter Bracci, 2 Balsam Way. Now, I'm looking at, what is the, Greg, how much is the new contract with JRM going to be for the 6 months of 2021? What did you negotiate for that number?
I have it here. JRM agreed to a contract extension for $514,935 for the calendar year.
Okay, $514,000. And they are going to do recycling from June until December and trash. No?
No, sir. That's for the whole calendar year, for January 1st of this year through December 31st of this year. And Mr. Pearson is asking to be heard, and I will let him speak on that.
Thank you. I want to go back to Mr. Barachi's question. The question is, how much did the new contract for the 6-month extension, how much is that going to cost? Correct, Mr. Barachi?
Yes.
Under $10,000.
So how much would we be paying JRM from July 1st to December 31st?
Okay, that's a different question, and I will answer that too.
It's a half year.
It's a half year. So if you take the first half of the year, that number is an average of half of the total amount that we're talking about here.
Correct.
We can talk about whether it's 750,000, 780,000. Of course, that varies depending on the amount of tons in the course of a year.
Okay, Mr. Pearson, I'm just asking, what is it going to cost us on this new contract with JRM from July 1st to December 31st?
Okay, I will give you that number right now.
I believe it's
total-
$257,470.
257?
470.
Okay.
200 and what?
I'd like to jump in there, Ms. Hart, if I can.
Sure.
For the 6 months, with the new negotiated contract with JRM for the half year, including all of the existing language in the contract for the second half of the year, would be $390,000, $644.39.
Okay, so from July 1st until December 31st, it's going to cost us $390,000 to keep trash and recycling the way we have it right now.
Correct.
What do we have budgeted for trash in the contract now? 790?
No.
Are we talking about 6 months, or are we talking about a full year?
I'm talking about the budget that we have up on the floor right now.
I have that.
How much is
The Budget
budgeted
Committee
for
has a number,
trash?
Mr. Bracci.
I have that number. So can I speak to what it kind of follows?
Want to answer his question? Just
Yeah,
answer his
it's
question.
789,437 is what the Budget Committee approved for the solid waste collection. I will just add that that includes $750,000 for sanitation solid waste collection, $18,437 for 6 months of leasing carts, and $21,000 for hazardous household waste. This was the numbers that we were given on 12/15/2020, and that's what we voted for.
Okay, Max, what you just said is for the trash just to pick up and recycle is $750,000.
Correct.
So if we look at the budget for this year, we have to say 750,000 minus the 390. So that's a budget reduction of almost $350,000, $400,000. Yet we're trying to raise the budget $100,000. We should be reducing this budget $400,000. The new contract, which starts on 2022, is another year. Why should we keep the same amount of money in our budget this year that we have proposed when we're not going to use it? We're going to use a new contract for $390,000 for 2021. We're not going until July 1st of 2022. We're going to December 31st. We need a reduction of $400,000. Isn't that correct, Jim?
No.
I mean, I'm a numbers guy, sort of, too. Isn't that correct? I'm done.
Don't see anyone except Mr. Peck. Go ahead, Mr. Peck.
All right. Am I good? Okay. For the first 6 months of 2021, under the JRM contract, as Francine said, you can test my number, Francine, $415,000 for half a year. Okay, we have a new contract. Under that contract, the total cost for the second half would be $435,000. Add 435 to 415. What do you get? $850.
That's right.
That does not include $21,000 for hazardous household waste, which is in your budget, Add the 21 to the number, what do you get? You get $871,000. The Budget Committee has budgeted $789,000. Subtract the two numbers. What do you get? You get, I believe, $80,000. That's what you need. I proposed 100 because I worked through the numbers with Mr. Colby, and I've added $20,000 just in case, and if someone wants to reduce or amend my motion, I'm open. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, may I just make a comment? Jim, I think you forgot the 18,400
No, we're not going to have carts, Francine. We're not going to have carts in the second half.
But
You don't need the
we signed a
18,000.
contract to pay for them in July.
It's in the budget, but you don't need it because we're not having carts, so I didn't add it in.
We signed a contract to pay for them.
For carts? Okay, add 18,000, you're at 100. Thank you.
So I think that clarifies my question. I was going to ask, we're still paying for the carts? We signed a contract to pay for the carts, even though we wouldn't be using them, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask if we can move on this question, because this is only on the amendment. Then we're gonna go back and speak on the budget as amended, whether this passes or not. Clarification? Yes, what's your clarification?
So the clarification that was asked also, the automated process, we were hoping to start in July, and that's why we negotiated a contract for those carts. So now, with the push to get curbside recycling, we basically, since we already signed the contract, we're already obliged to buy those carts, and they will basically be stored until we utilize them next year. The second point I want to make is these carts are 96 gallons. Normal carts you have on your street are around 40 gallons. So they represent two standard Walmart-type carts. And then we would also have a separate 96-gallon cart for recycle. So hopefully that addresses the question that about carts and why we were looking to go to automated. Thank you.
I'm gonna ask one more speaker, then we need to move on. This
I
is still on
understand,
just
but
the
this is
amendment.
Okay, so we signed a contract for $20,000 for the carts. My question is there a clause in that contract, if we broke that contract, would there be a fee if we broke that contract? If there is, how much would that be?
Not to my knowledge. I would have to check.
So my point being, if we're paying $20,000 for carts that at this point we may use in the future, we don't know, if there's a penalty of, let's say, $3,000, $5,000, wouldn't it just make sense to not spend all that money when we may not need to? That's my only point.
I don't think the carts are germane to the motion. I'm going to move this motion. I'm going to take it in as the moderator. I'm going to ask you to, we're going to take a quick card count on a vote. If it looks close, then my two counters will count if we need to. So the motion on the floor is to increase the operating budget by $100,000 so that the operating budget will read $9,818,476, an increase of $100,000. If you're in favor of the motion to amend to add $100,000, raise your cards. Okay, you can put them down. If you're opposed, would you raise your cards? Okay, so the motion passes. We don't need to count. I deem that the motion passes. So now we're back to the budget as amended. The budget as amended. Who would like to speak? I see one gentleman would like to speak on the budget as amended. So yes, sir. Can't hear you because you're, yeah.
William Coy, 9 Partridge Lane. I wanted to make a motion to add $7,382 to the operating budget so we can increase the salary to a full-time recreation director instead of part-time from what we changed it to last year.
I wish I could hear your number. I heard the first 7,000, so how much?
Yep, $7,382.
So maybe some mathematician can tell me if you add 7,000.
$9,826,128.
You got a second? Thank you. Can you
Oh,
give
I
me
just
that
gave you
number
the-
again?
$9,826,128.
One more time, Francine.
$9,826,128. The motion is and been seconded by the selectmen to increase the bottom line of the budget by $7,382, taking the new amended budget that would give us an increase to $9,826,128. Would you like to speak on your motion?
Mr. Moderator.
Sure, thank you. The purpose of this is, last year when we started out the year, we did not have a full-time recreation director, so we agreed to drop that line item down on last year to revisit it again this year. And we do now have a full-time recreation director in position, who has all of the activities that all the other previous recreation directors have had. The one thing that we did have last year to our benefit by having the full-time recreation director, we've now been able to start renting out fields as well. Last year, our field rentals were up over $10,000 due to the fact we had somebody in that position. And we're already starting to have inquiries this year as well. That we have one organization's looking to start renting the fields out once we can, 3 to 4 days a week, that would start probably from April right until October. So bringing that revenue in would more than offset this. And without somebody in that position, we wouldn't have that come in, along with all the other duties we have for summer recreation, baseball, softball, senior programming. It's numerous what that position entails.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on the motion?
Would that include your retirement and your insurance also, that's 7,000?
Yes.
You need to go to the microphone if you're going to respond to his question, please.
It would just be on the salary item, just so we can bring it up to where it was before, and actually it's lower than what it was 2 years ago, when we had a full-time rec director.
Mr. Moderator, may I speak?
Maxine, and then the gentleman approaching.
Where that figure does not include roll-up costs for insurance and benefits, the Budget Committee has asked, it's a difference of 8 hours that brings you to the next step of having to fund benefits for a full-time employee. We do not know what can be accomplished in an extra 8 hours that warrants this kind of increase, because it's not going to just be the 7,000. There's going to be more added into the personnel human resources line.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I think this comes down to a
Need to
general...
repeat your name even though we know who you
Sorry.
are?
Ryan LeBrecq, 174 Main Street, the guy with the red plaid. This comes down to a general sentiment in town. You know, we overspend. We overspend on schools, we overspend in town. We want what we want, and fortunately for the people that want it, they're usually the ones that most show up, so most everything gets voted in. That's been the track record for years. I don't agree with adding additional money to the budget for this. It's not a need, it's a want. You know, a small portion of people probably do use recreation. There's nothing personal against the recreation department and those that run it, and I don't discount the fact that they do a good job and do their job well, as we ask them to. But in general, our taxes keep going up, and while it sounds like a small amount, there's in the budget, it's riddled with small amounts of here and there, and it all adds up to big dollars and increases our property tax bills. So I disagree. I don't think we need to increase staff in this town. I think we need to decrease staff in this town. And that's no disrespect to anybody in those positions, because I'm sure they're doing a great job that we asked them to do. Thank you.
Chris?
Kristen Savage, 25 Partridge Lane, also a member of the Recreation Commission. Our rec director has been full-time all along. We've always had a full-time rec director. Because of the fact last year we had nobody in that position, we had a few months where we were not paying a salary for that person. Therefore, the reduction could happen without it affecting the recreation budget. We have now filled that position, not with a new full-timer, so roll-up costs, insurance, all that's already done. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Pearson? We have a full-time rec director, correct? So this is not adding, we're not asking for money to take this person from part-time to full-time. They're in full-time.
That's correct.
So all we are asking is to fund the budget properly so that the recreation budget does not fall into an overspend situation because we don't have the money to cover her salary, which again has been in the budget. We've had a full-time rec director. As Mr. Coy stated, the recreation department is one of our few departments that brings revenue into this town. And last year we were able to bring in over $10,000. Without a person there to meet with these people, do these contracts, set this up, we're going to lose that revenue. So it's offsetting itself already. But again, we already have a full-time director. She is full-time. This is not a request to go part to full. She's already in full. It's just to cover her salary.
Thank you.
Leah McKean, Sunrise Terrace, and again, I'm also part of the rec committee. And I basically want to second Kristen on all of that. We do have a full-time director. She deserves her full-time salary. It has never been a question of whether that position was to be held. It isn't the budget committee's determination to say, well, you don't deserve a full-time director. So I'm asking that you please take into account that the rec commission does bring in money and it wouldn't be coming into this town without our full-time director. And it more than covers the money that we're asking for at this point.
Melissa Marr, 9 Auburn Street, also a rec committee member. I would beg some of the budget committee to show up to some of these rec events before they say they're not worth anything or, sorry?
That's unfair.
Okay. Some of the budget committee. Maybe you've been to some of these events, maybe you haven't.
Plenty of events in town. What you're saying is unfair.
Can we have not a debate between you people? And I ask not to make bad remarks about anybody.
Okay.
Just speak to the motion.
I would like to see some of the budget committee members attend some of the rec events before they say it is not worth funding. Thank you.
How do you know we haven't?
Can we please not
pumpkin
have a
lighting.
debate?
I mean, no,
Can
she
we
needs
not
to-
have a
that-
debate. I asked her to not
she still
speak
said it.
about that.
Terry Patlis, 260 Main Street, Vice Chair of the Recreation Commission. I just also wanted to add to the conversation that we're using that $10,000 figure as what we've generated in revenue from field use this year. That money goes into the general fund. It goes into that unassigned fund balance that you see. In addition to that, Recreation brings in money that goes into the general fund for baseball and softball registration, and our summer recreation fees all go into that. So when you look at that full total number, I think we were like $75,000, $85,000 that goes in. It doesn't go to the rec budget. It goes into the general fund. We generate revenue, and without a person that's compensated to do the job full-time that she has been doing all along, we're going to lose ground, we're not going to generate the same revenue, and we're going to lose opportunities for the residents and our community members in this town.
Mr. Moderator, may I speak?
Yes. Some of the people can't hear you. Can you stand closer to the mic when you come? And I want to thank everybody for not handling the mics. You will notice that our friend Dean Zanello is changing the cover on the mics frequently, but I want to thank you for not handling the mics to keep them safe. A new speaker, and then I'll go to Francine. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Moderator, I wanted to thank Kristen for bringing up that we've always had a full-time rec director. The budget that we received this year, that line, if last year's budget for a full-time rec director was $32,138. This year, BudCom, it was $39,520, and it's our description that we received said that it was to increase it to 40 hours. So there's something with the paperwork. We were told that it wasn't a full-time position currently. That's my first point. My second point is that I'm pretty sure everybody sitting on Budget Committee today has gone to recreation events. So I just want to put that out there. My third point about recreation, we as a commission to start utilizing their revolving fund for these fees that they generate for the town. When you rent out a field and you get revenue, put that in your revolving fund so it doesn't go into the general fund. And that way the rec commission has access to that. They just have to ask the Board of Selectmen to use the money for certain programs. And we've been asking you guys to do that, and I don't know why it's not an option.
The current policy for field use is generated by the Board of Selectmen. The language of the Board of Selectmen's policy.
Ma'am, can I ask you to, when you want to come to the mic, come to the
Sorry,
mic.
I thought it was loud enough.
And
Do I have to
so
say
we
my
don't
name
have a
again?
conversation going back and forth. But before you speak, I heard Maxine say something that sort of quirked my ear. So point of reference, did you say that the Budget Committee already increased the line item by
According-
$7,000 some odd dollars?
We approved the recreation budget of 179,313. It was a decrease of 7,382, but we were, according to this line, it's a BudCom approval of 39,520, which is increasing 40 hours to 32 hours, from 32 hours.
Carrie Palace, Main Street. The existing rental fee contract that exists was created years ago. It is a Board of Selectmen policy. The language in that policy states that revenue that comes in from that contract goes into the general fund.
It could be changed, though, right?
I'm sorry?
You could change it, though.
I'm not a Board of Selectmen, so I can't say that that could happen.
But
But
the
the Board of
commission-
Selectmen could be approached, and it could possibly change. But it is, as it is currently, we don't control that.
Thank
Are you
you.
going to let me speak next?
Francine, next.
All right, so I just want to point out to everyone here that we just went through a horrible year with COVID. And COVID affects the two most vulnerable of our populations, which are the very young and the very old. And since our new rec director has come on board, she has done an amazing job of trying to take both of these groups and involve them in trying to make their lives a little bit more normal. And she's been incredibly creative with some of the things that she's done, working under very difficult circumstances. So we're talking about a $7,000 increase, and roll-up costs are usually about 30% of what the salaries are. So we're looking at $10,000. If you recall, a half an hour ago, when we talked about how much a $100,000 increase would add to your taxes, it was about $30. This would only add about $3 onto your taxes. So if you would consider that and consider the populations that are the most impacted by COVID, because it's not going away anytime soon, I think that's a really good investment in both ends of the spectrums of our community.
Ryan Lebec, 174 Main Street. So unfortunately, all we talk about is adding money to the budget. We never talk about actually reducing the budget and reducing our operating costs. And we just want to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And, you know, in regards to this, absolutely, I agree. You know, I mean, some people probably like going to these events. I've gone to a few of them. They weren't bad. There's some money coming in. The budget's $190,000. If we're bringing in $80,000, that means it's still costing us $80,000, $90,000. Why don't we charge more for these events and charge entry to these events and get this department to a net zero by charging those that want to go to them a small fee? And I'd welcome to join and pay as I desire. If I like the event that's going on, I'll join in and I'll pay a user fee. But by doing that and having a net zero cost, then these conversations don't happen anymore. People aren't mad about spending money on things that they may or may not use if they're actually not spending money that they may or may not use. So increase fees for the programs, charge admission, and get to a point where it's net zero, and those that don't use it and don't really want it necessarily won't care. Thank you.
I don't see anyone in line. Officer Pat, is there still only one person in the tent? We don't want to disenfranchise that one. Two persons in the tent, okay. Greg?
Greg Talon, 111 Willard Way. I just wanted to speak to the last comment that was made. My kids are in their 40s. They went to Pollard, they went to Timberlane. We paid taxes to pay for their funding. But now they're all grown up, and I've been in this town for 40 years. I didn't get the choice of not paying to the school. And obviously that makes sense because it's all our entire town that takes care of the children of our town. And the same thing with the rec. Yes, I'm a little too old to go do some of the things like play baseball, but younger kids can do that. And my taxes help them do that. And if we have a talented leader, she deserves to be compensated or we are going to lose her. This is ridiculous. We basically need to fund this service. This is something that our town should be very, very proud of. It has been around. My kids went to rec when they were very, very little. We appreciated it then, and we appreciate it now that we can afford to pay taxes to be able to allow your children to go to rec. Thank you.
I see no one in line. I'm going to ask for a vote on this. The amendment is to add an additional $7,382 to the operating budget. So the new amended total operating budget will read $9,826,128. When we ask for a count, can the counters, if we're going to count, make sure we count the two people in the tent if they're registered voters? I can't tell. So if you're in favor of the amendment motion to add $7,382 to the budget, please raise your cards and put them down. All those opposed? And any abstained? I believe the ayes have it. So it passes. So our new operating budget, bottom line, is $9,826,128. I recognize Greg Talion for perhaps another motion.
Greg Talon, 111 Willard Way. I would like to make a motion to increase the budget by $6,000.
You have that in writing and you signed it?
I do.
You submit that to our clerk.
Second.
Do we have a second on that?
I'll second.
Seconded by Francine. So the motion is to add, how much?
$6,000.
So your new bottom line, who's my math?
$9,832,128.
And Mr. Talion.
Mr. Moderator and people in the town of Plaistow, due to the dramatic increase in right-to-know requests that has increased 88% in 2019 and 340% in 2020. And this is why I moved that we increase our legal budget by $6,000 as requested by our legal department, so that the town will have legal counsel available to properly screen right-to-know requests and to minimize the risk that the town could be sued. Information given to right-to-know requesters must ensure that sensitive employee personnel data, sealed non-public minutes, and information related to pending police investigations is not revealed. This requires legal counsel to provide advice and to redact information that should not be made public based on New Hampshire laws. Currently, to my understanding, the town of Salem pays $100,000 for legal counsel just to take care of their right to know. Our legal department would be able to handle this tremendous increase in requests last year for $6,000. And I believe this is a prudent expense, and it's something that we should do. Being sued by one issue could be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. So $6,000 is a very good investment to be able to be careful in how we issue these requests. Thank you.
Mr. Peck.
James Peck, Oak Ridge Road. I just have a couple questions. Okay. First of all, you mentioned the legal department requested it. My first question is, who is the legal department who requested it? I didn't think we had a legal department. And the second thing I would like to ask is, it slips my mind, what was it? Oh, you mentioned all these right-to-know requests, and we've all heard about it. I understand it's one individual, so I'm not asking for the name, I'm asking just if it is one individual who's been asking for these right-to-know requests and generating all this legal fees. That's my second question.
In the latter question that you asked, Mr. Peck, of the 340% increase, 97% of those requests were asked by a single individual. And I don't plan to reveal that name. That's his personal right. That's the right within the law of New Hampshire for him to be able to do that. And I have no issue there. My issue is that we have legal advice that we can handle this. Could I ask the town manager if he would explain where that $6,000 came from? Thank you.
Mark?
Yes. So Mr. Peck's question was about the legal department. So we don't have a legal department. What we have is we have legal consultants. So we have attorneys in different fields from different firms that represent the town on different issues. In this particular area of the law, we have a law firm that met with the Board of Selectmen, and we asked for an estimate on if this continues at the rate that we saw in the latter part of 2020, what was the estimate that he had that we would need to increase our legal budget. I'm not finding fault that somebody said our legal department. Our legal department is whatever law firm is representing us on whatever legal issue that's before the town.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm still Peter Belo, 82 Sweet Hill Road. Actually, right-to-know requests are in the public domain, so I'd like to know who's making all of these requests, or do I need to put a right-to-know request in? I shouldn't need to, since it's in the public domain.
I will take that one. Mr. Belo, I think that we should have you put in a right-to-know request, and we'll supply you with that information gladly. I don't think that we should just be putting out names because there could be an accusation about reputation, and that's certainly not our intent.
Mr. Moderator?
Another speaker? Yes.
Sam Cafiso, Budget Committee. Going off of Mr. Talon's preface to his amendment, this is an attempt to raise the budget not as a private citizen, but a request for the Board of Selectmen to raise the budget to use the deliberative session to make amendments to the budget. Just want to put that out there, judging by his statement.
Definitely is an amendment to the budget.
May I answer that? Because that's an accusation.
No, I don't think it is. The question was, is it an amendment to the budget? It is an amendment to the budget. Can we let can we let this gentleman speak? Do you have something to say, sir? And I'd ask everyone to please refrain from making comments about particular people. We're here to address the amendment and the amendment only. Yes, sir.
I'm actually glad this topic, this is Ryan LeBrecq, 174 Main Street. I'm glad this topic came up because I think mirroring what someone said earlier about the town being more transparent and as such would reduce right to know request. The operating budget is the perfect example in the run-up to this meeting in trying to determine the details of the budget. The detailed budget isn't posted anywhere online. There's a line item summary budget, and it doesn't include all the parts and pieces that make up the dollars. So as residents and citizens, we can't see the day-to-day costs that are being spent. You know, as an example, apparently we have 2 gymnasiums, one for our fire department, one for our police department, because the police won't let the fire use theirs. Makes no sense. Little things like that. We can't see that stuff in the budget or in the line item because they don't give us the detail. So it drives right to know requests. And I haven't personally submitted any right to know requests. I've in run up to this, asked for the detailed budget. I received something from the town. It didn't even include anything to do with the library. The all library detail was missing from what I received. I didn't have time to request further. So if things are posted and open and available for people to find, and they're not buried in meeting minutes and things of that nature, then these right to know requests will be reduced. And therefore, like everything else, I'm not going to vote to increase the budget for this. I think the town can manage this better, and managing it better by providing information outright will reduce the right to know request. Thanks.
Greg Talon, 111 Willard Way. I'm a resident of Plaistow, and I have concern of our town being at legal risk and in the same breath that they will do whatever is possible to answer any right-to-know request in a proper manner with legal guidance. This is not an attempt to increase the budget from the Board of Selectmen. This is a very narrow, very, very specific issue that has not been funded after careful requests to our lawyers in what was proper for us to be able to fund this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Talion. Next speaker.
Very quickly, Kristen Savage, 25 Partridge Lane. I'm noticing our legal line has been pretty stagnant at $75,000. It didn't go up. It's level funded from last year. And the right to know requests being on the school board and aware of that, they can get astronomical. The costs are you have to have your attorney go through, redact everything. $6,000 to CYA on a right to know is a heck of a lot less than what that lawsuit's going to cost the town. Not that I want to see the budget go up, but we do have to fund legal. Again, or if not, it's great to make budget cuts, and I'm all for it. But in the same sense, you can't make cuts that are then going to cause problems for us, and we can't do what we need to do to make the right things. I mean, budget cuts are wonderful, but we still have to maintain a town, run it, and keep our property values up and not run into issues that we become a litigious town and we have other problems. So I hate to see it go up, but I understand it. Right to know requests, I would hope everyone would make reasonable ones so that we don't have these costs. I understand there are times when you have to make them, but some people just go overboard. We see it on the school board side. I'm sad to hear it's happening on the town. I do believe our town is pretty transparent with information, with town reports, things of that nature. It's out there. We don't get the day-to-day stuff. Most people don't want it, but those departments, if we did day-to-day and everybody got that information, we'd have to hire about 5 more people to do that paperwork and send it out, and then the budget's going to skyrocket even more. And my understanding, my memory from my budget committee days, the library is kind of its own person still, correct?
Yes.
So when you ask for information, you're not going to find the library there unless you specifically ask the town manager or go to the library and ask for their information. So it's not that it's being hidden, it's just a separate department. Thank you.
Thank you. Any new speaker? Any new speaker? So nobody in the tent wants to speak.
Ryan LeBrecq, 174 Main Street. All it takes is posting to a
Mr. Moderator,
central location,
it's not a new speaker.
and it doesn't take long at all, that's all.
No,
He's
but
not
there
a
was
new
nobody
speaker.
else in line there.
May we move this motion, please?
I have nobody, so we're going to move the question. The motion is to add $6,000 to the current bottom line operating budget so that the new operating budget will read $9,832,128. If you're in favor of this motion, please raise your cards. If you're against, raise your cards. I think it could be close. So if you're in favor, please raise your cards. I'd ask the counters to count. Keep them up till we tell you to lower them. Is there anyone in the tent with a card raised? I can't tell. Need a card. Okay, thank you. Norm, did you get the lady in the back? Because she came in and raised her hand, then she went and got her card. So keep your cards up. I want to make sure we got every vote. You can lower your cards. If you're against the motion to add $6,000, raise your card. Keep them up until we've finished counting. 38. I have 38 for and 23 against. Motion passes. The new bottom line operating budget is $9,832,128. I'm told there's more motions.
Yes, Mr. Moderator,
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to put a motion on the floor, if I may.
Yes, you may.
All right. Francine Hart, 298 Main Street. I'd like to put a motion on the floor to increase the planning department budget by $5,054 to cover 2 employees' salary and benefit increases as per normal annual employment agreements with the town. That would increase the operating budget to $9,837,182, excuse me. So it's $9,837,182.
Have that in writing and signed. That to the clerk. Do I have a second on the motion to amend? Seconded by Mr. Talion. I'm going to let the maker of the motion speak first on the motion. Would you like?
Me speak? Or
Yeah.
him? Okay.
Well, you're the maker of the
So
motion.
the planning board budget was pretty much level funded from last year, with the exception of a salary increase for 2 employees for the planning department. I know some of you here may be out of work. I know some of you are retired, but I know also some of you are continuing to work. The 2 individuals that should have this raise, which is a nominal raise, do a number of extra projects in this town. A lot of the project works that you saw going on last year and this year are done by the 2 employees in this planning board. I would say that, you know, if you were working and you were not able to get a raise, how would you feel about that? Every other employee in our town does get raises, and for them to be kind of singled out and not receive a very small amount of money, I don't think is fair, especially in proportion to all of the work that these 2 individuals do.
Thank you.
Ryan LeBrecq, 174 Main Street. I just don't understand how our town government can't figure out how to move a little bit of money around to pay a little bit of $5,000 here, $3,000 there. Make a reduction somewhere else. Make the raise, give the raise. I don't care, but to be talking about $5,000 and $6,000 issues in here is a little bit ridiculous. If you really want to do it, work together and make it happen. Working together means find it somewhere else. Prioritize what's important and find it somewhere else. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hello all, Peter Belo at 82 Sweet Hill Road. I'm also the chair, I'm chair of the Zoning Board of Adjustment, among other things. And I wanted to point out that just last week, the ZBA as a whole actually voted to send a letter of commendation for one of these two employees, to Mark Pearson and Ms. Hart, for really going above and beyond the call of duty, taking some real initiative, coming up with some good ideas to streamline our operation. I also want to point out that the same ZBA administrator, who's not trained in this, also ran the Westville Road Bridge project, did the Pollard Road Culvert project in the last year, managed or helped manage the water pipe installation this last year. Definitely ran the LED street lighting project. I don't know if any of you have noticed that, but the amount of lighting's gone down in town. It's much better focused now. It's a nice job. It's saving the town a lot of money. Did the Safe Routes to School program. So I think this is very well deserved. I'd like to see it go forward.
Dennis Heffernan, 4 Secluded Circle. It's being portrayed here as we don't support this employee or we don't feel these employees are doing a good job. As a budget committee, what we felt is, as was previous stated, that there is money in the budget in order to make up for this difference. So I just don't want it to be out there that we're not in support of any employees within town. We have many hardworking employees in town, and we certainly recognize that and the number of different positions that they do. So, you know, I just wanted to state that and not have it portrayed as we do not feel the employees in town are doing a good job. Thank you.
Jim Pack, Oak Ridge Road. I agree 100% with Dennis, and I want to ask a question. I'm not going to say whether I'm for or against, but I want to ask a question. The question is, if this doesn't pass, the $5,000 amendment, will these employees receive their raise anyway? Because I believe it's a contractual thing, so I don't think it's fair to say that they won't get the pay, because I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's a contract, so they will be paid. I just want to clarify that.
I'll ask Greg or Mark, either one, if they can answer that question. Mr. Pearson?
The answer is no. Both positions are not covered by a collective bargaining agreement. They are outside of the collective bargaining agreement. But I will say that they're in a class of employees that, on an annual basis, you know, are giving a cost of living raise consistent with usually the collective bargaining agreement.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on the motion to add $5,054 to the...
I would like to just add more information about the budget. The planning board permanent positions, it's outlined. The planning director, who is part-time, gets $55 an hour for 12 hours for 52 weeks. The administrative assistant special coordinator gets $22.94 an hour. That's a full-time position for 52 weeks, plus a $1,000 longevity raise. There is also a line in the water budget which pays for a special projects coordinator as well. So there is money in both places to fund this position.
Thank you, Maxine. Anyone else to speak on this? I don't see anybody at the mic. Anybody in the two people in the tent? No? Want to speak? Nobody's coming forward except Greg. Mr. Talion.
I'd like to ask a question. If we remove this money from this budget, what services would be affected? Mark, could you answer that question?
I don't have a specific answer to you, Mr. Talon, but you know, my job is to put forward a budget to the Board of Selectmen. The Selectmen then put it forward to the Budget Committee, and then it comes before you. It is a plan for this year, 2021. As we move forward in the year, we'll be monitoring all the line items, and we'll make whatever necessary adjustments we have to make in any budget or any budget line item to cover our essential services and work our way, through the contracts and so forth. If there's not enough money, then we make the adjustments, and then I will have to look at the things that are not essential services and make adjustments. I cannot tell you what the surplus will be at the end of this year, what we would have left over. There was a comment earlier about surplus. If you let me, give me 10 more seconds. It was the comment about in November that there was $1.8 million. Well, I'll tell you that in September there was more than that. And in July before that, there was more than that. That's not an accurate reflection of what the year end was. It was not $1.8 million at the end of December. So that was a little misleading. So I don't know what the surplus will be, but we're going to manage the budget, and my job is to make sure we don't overspend the budget.
Thank you, Mark. I don't see anybody at the mic. So I'm going to ask for a card vote first. All in favor of amending the bottom line of the budget by adding $5,054 so that the new operating budget will be $9,837,182. Please raise your cards. Those in favor. Those against, please raise your cards. It looked pretty close. Okay, we're going to have a count and make sure if there's anybody in the tent. There was only 2 people and then 1. Please raise your cards if you're in favor of increasing the operating budget. Seven. You can put your cards down, thank you. If you're opposed to increasing, please raise your cards. I'm assuming nobody's in the tent raising their card. Officer Pat says no. I have 34 against, 23 yes. The motion fails.
Okay.
I understand there's another motion that someone wishes to propose. Jay?
Make a motion, we have no more motions. Yeah. I make a motion to increase the operating budget by $20,000 to cover the normal utility expenses for the town annex and the public works garage. This will increase the bottom line budget to $9,800,046,128.
Not what I have, so let's see if someone can correct my math.
Oh, I grabbed the wrong number, I'm sorry.
Yeah. $9,852,128.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah.
Increase, 20,000.
And you have that in writing and you signed it. Could you give it to our clerk? And I have a second on that motion from Greg Talion. Get that, Martha?
Yep, 20,000.
Greg seconded it.
Greg seconded, thank you.
So the motion is to add $20,000 to what is now the current operating budget bottom line, so that the bottom line will now read $9,852,128, and the maker will speak to his motion.
So when I looked at the government buildings budget, it was level funded from last year. And level funded from last year did not include the utilities for the public works garage for the heat and the electricity. It did not include the heat and electricity for the annex, which was a decision made by the board with the situation we're dealing with to move to the annex. So when I crunched the numbers and I looked at it, it's going to cost about $16,000 to fund the utilities for the public highway garage. And then it's another $6,000 for the annex, which is a total of $20,000. We need to keep the lights on. We're all in here today. Kind of warm, I guess. But that's the reason why I'm putting it forward. I think we need to properly fund our utilities for our buildings. And I saw a deficiency there that I think is an appropriate increase to the operating budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Dennis, did you want to speak? No? Next speaker?
Ryan Lebrecq, 174 Main Street. In regards to town buildings, we keep expanding and building new buildings, more costs, more expenses. We have an annex over there that, quite frankly, I was on a walk and I saw a town sign up in front of it, and it kind of boggles my mind that we can't find space for the 4 or 5 people that are in there somewhere else in this town. We have a library that's currently not open, curbside pickup only. The whole library has nobody in it except for the couple people that work in there. If this was a temporary COVID solution to move people to this annex, why didn't we move them to a place that was being underutilized anyway, shut the building down, winterize it, and walk away? Others are going to say, oh, we can't do that. You can't just shut buildings down. I do it. I walk away from my house for 2-3 years at a time. I drain the pipes. I go somewhere else for work. I come back. It can be done. In my opinion, that building needs to be sold, and the proceeds from that, or rented, and the proceeds from that should be used to pay for other things and pay down the cost of operating the town. The people that are in there, we have plenty of other places for them to work. This is a perfect example. Carve out a place in these offices, potentially somewhere. There's got to be room for 4 or 5 people in the, what I understand are 88 properties. I don't know what those are, but in the town, that's all.
Anyone else new to speak before? Yes, ma'am.
Melissa Marr, 9 Auburn Street. I just have a legitimate question. Why do we have 2 garages? I was understood that it was equipment, but we're all sitting here right now, so they said they moved it to the other garage. So what happens, why, maybe someone can answer why we have 2 and why we need utilities for both.
Anybody want to answer that question?
Mr.
Mark
Town Manager will speak.
Pearson, our manager, maybe he has an answer.
Yes. So as you may or may not know, the previous garage was a better part of 40 years old and considerably smaller than this space here. The decision was made to build this place and to move off of that site for a number of reasons. There's methane fumes coming up into the building, and it was deemed to be uninhabitable for humans, so here we are in this nice building. We are demobilizing from that building, we have, but when we move equipment out of this space here for a meeting like this today, that building is just cold storage, so we just utilize moving the equipment up there temporarily. If it was summertime, we would park it, say, outside here. So that, I think that answers part of your question. As far as the expenses go, the expenses have been reduced considerably, and we hope to further reduce those. What we did is we interrupted the water line that was going into the highway garage, rerouted it to the animal control, which is attached to that building, to reduce down the heating of the garage. Although we can heat it just to keep it from freezing, to keep our equipment in it for the snow operations. And we anticipate a couple things. We anticipate with the carts that we previously talked about, that when you get 4,000 carts delivered, where you're going to have them delivered, and that would be a place that we could use to deliver the carts to, and they could be distributed from that point. Also, regarding the landfill at that site, if the landfill article passes and they're going to do a landfill cap, to fix the cap, the companies up there would utilize that space during the construction to facilitate that. So the building really becomes cold storage, but you have to understand, and people may forget, that there is the animal control building that is attached, and that is for the animals, and the animal control officer. So that's a decision that the board will make on that building in the future.
And as a point of reference, and as the moderator, before I forget, I don't want to forget, I want to thank our town manager and the selectmen and anyone else that was involved in making this building available for us with the overhead projectors, the microphones. Otherwise, we'd be renting a space. We wouldn't have a space big enough in town with the COVID in order to have these public meetings. And as you know, we use this for voting too. And I certainly want to thank them for putting the tent up, even though we only have 2 or 3 people in it, because we wrestled with what we were going to do if we expanded out of this. And I think that was an excellent thing. And just as the moderator, I want to thank everybody. And I want to thank you again for all being here and sitting at the right social distancing. But thank you all as the moderator for all you guys did. Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Tom Alberti. I live at 2 Ridgewood Road. I have a question about the annex. I know that some of the money being requested is to support the annex. So I'm trying to figure out how many positions are being supported currently at that location, how many individuals, and where were those people previously, especially now that we have COVID and a lot of people turned to remote work. Is that an option for these people? So if we don't need this building, then what's the purpose? That's my question.
I'm going to ask Mark, can he answer that?
Yes. So prior to moving the personnel to the space here, the building department was located on the 3rd floor of the town hall, and there was a full-time administrative assistant. There was a full-time building inspector / code enforcement officer. And there was 2 part-time inspectors, an electrical inspector and a plumbing inspector. And then on the 2nd floor was the recreation director. So now there is 5 people that have been moved from town hall to that annex. I think that answered your question so far, sir?
Yeah, and so was it now we have empty space at the regular town hall, and so,
No. So what happened is we have spread people out at town hall so that we can keep the offices open but not have the public travel to the 2nd floor and the 3rd floor, and keep it at the 1st floor for the town clerk and the tax collector, where most of the revenue or all the revenue for the town, or most of it, comes in. So we have moved people to those offices to keep this social distancing, and on the 3rd floor, we have the planning director that works opposite hours of the records scanning project person, so that we have 2 people in that space, but they work opposite hours.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. It's like Mr. Peck.
Jim Peck, Oak Ridge Road. Just to follow up on Tom's question, how many square feet is in the annex? How many square feet in the annex, Mark? If you don't have it, I'm just...
I'm sorry, Mr. Peck, I'd be a total guess, but I'm guessing that that's maybe 1,500, 1,600 square feet on the 1st floor.
Well, there's 2 floors, right?
There's 2 floors.
Was it ever considered to sell the building as an option at all? Maybe that's a question for you or the selectmen.
Okay, that discussion, I've heard it, different people's opinion, that some people think we should sell it, that there hasn't been a decision to do that.
I was just curious because I would think that when you're debating whether you fill the building or you don't, you would have an alternative to sell the building, and perhaps you would have a better set of numbers. And if only 3 or 4 or 5 people were taken out of town hall, and town hall now has more space, it seems like that would be an alternative. It's nice to have a nice building, but I just wanted to make sure we looked at other options in terms of selling the building that was mentioned before. That's my question.
I didn't think that was a question. I thought that was more of a statement. You're saying that you think that the building should be sold and that you think people should go into other spaces?
No, my question was, maybe it's for the selectmen, because you said you didn't know whether it was considered before. So I'll ask the selectmen. Was it ever considered to sell the annex building, former library building, to raise money for the town, as somebody asked? I just want to know whether that was considered.
Who would like to answer that? Maybe Mr. Kieska?
Okay, there are a couple things that were not brought on. Yes, some of us have talked about whether that decision should be made or not. It's not a decision we made at this time. It came about the same time when the courthouse moved out of there. The courts, they used to rent that building, and it used to be a revenue generator. They also paid all the utilities, so we never saw the utility bills. But what happened is all this happened about the same time, and COVID came down, and the town manager made a wise decision because the building inspections department has a lot of traffic going to and from it. And these people were coming in off the street, going up to the third floor, passing by all the other offices. And what he wanted to do is reduce the exposure to the town employees of possibly contracting COVID. So the way was to move the building department to the other building, which happened to be at this time empty, to alleviate that problem and reduce the risk to the town hall. And that all kind of came in coincidence. So that's kind of something that was not brought up yet. The reason it's temporarily being used was to reduce the traffic through town hall by the contractors and everything trying to come in there and get their permits. And the discussion of whether it will be sold in the future will be decided by a future board and determining out what happens with this COVID tragedy that's going on right now, and we don't know what's going to happen yet. So depending on what happens in the future, decisions will be made in the future. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Julie Helder, 174 Main Street. As other people have said, I think the people that are in the annex can be relocated, so we don't need that additional funds for this year's budget. As a reference to the building money that's being requested as well, there's a lot of people that don't have garages. I don't park a vehicle in a garage. My car doesn't freeze, it still operates. I didn't grow up here, but my high school, all the buses sat outside all winter long, had snow falling on them. They didn't need a big fancy garage. We already have one, which is great, but I think we don't need to increase the budget. I think we need to look at things like maybe lowering the heat. We don't need heat to keep our vehicles warm. They'll still operate. So my opinion is just that we don't need additional money for these items. They're luxuries that we have, and let's cut where we can, and this is an area that we can cut. That's all.
Thank you. Next.
Richard Anthony, 4 Village Way. It's more of a question, since COVID has come up a lot. Wasn't there any COVID remediation money that the town was afforded that would actually contemplate this sort of thing, people being relocated and utilities being paid?
I'll ask the town manager, Mark.
Yes, and those funds were used to make the necessary adjustments in all the offices and all the office spaces in all of the buildings, including the renovation, minor renovation to the annex to make that COVID compliant, if you will, with the necessary safeguards in place. So we did do that in 2020 with those grant funds.
Thank you.
It was brought up earlier, and I did not hear an answer as far as, are there employees in town who are currently working remotely? Is that an option? I know a lot of businesses during COVID has had to adjust to that, and there are a lot of people working from home. I know there's certain functions within town that, people are unable to work from home, but I'm just curious if currently we do have any employees working from home and if that would be an option.
Mark?
You're correct, Mr. Heffernan, and I'm sorry I overlooked that question. If there was an employee at home right now with COVID and they were working from home because they were recuperating and they were forced to quarantine, I would not identify that employee or their position because of the the HIPAA laws and so forth. We have made accommodations to people in the midst of the surge that happened to us last year, and before we could get all the safeguards in place, we did furlough, we did lay off, and we did have people working from home. There are people now that work close to each other in spaces, so we've decided to have them work opposite schedules where somebody will work from home and somebody will work in the office. We continue to do that. I would tell you with those COVID funds that we had last year with the grant, we were able to increase a lot of our computers and VPN access to allow more people to occasionally work from home during this COVID. So the answer is yes, and it's still ongoing, and I think it will continue to happen. I think the comment I'll go back to is that it's a case-by-case basis, and if there is somebody that needs to work from home because of this COVID, then we accommodate them to the degree that we can. There are positions in town that don't qualify from working from home. So it's a case-by-case basis. So I hope that answers your question now. I'm sorry I missed that earlier.
Mr. Barachi?
Peter Barachi, 2 Balsam Way. As initially proposed for the safety complex, why aren't we using the old fire department as offices for these people who are presently in the annex, so that we can close down the annex and save the money that way?
Can I ask the manager if he wants to address that?
Sure. I don't speak for the board, but I can speak for myself that when we made the decision, or I made the decision to propose to the Board of Selectmen to use the annex, was a opportunity because the building just immediately became vacant. In regards to the public safety complex, actually what happened with the initial COVID was the concern about anybody going into each side of that complex, both the fire and the police respectively. In fact, to this day, the doors are locked to separate them right now because we didn't want to commingle police and fire. They do different things, and that remains right now is the caution. So to introduce more people and the public traffic into the public safety complex either in 2020 or in 2021 would prospectively put us at risk to contaminate our public safety people that already have a job where they have to manage their exposure as it is, responding to calls respectively with fire, police, and medical. So I never thought about relocating the inspectors or the recreation department or anybody else to the public safety complex. I actually thought that would be a bad move during the COVID.
Thank you. I don't see anybody in line, so the motion is to add $20,000 to the current bottom line of the operating budget. So the new operating budget will read $9,852,128. Let's take a quick card count. All in favor to add $20,000, please raise your cards. Opposed, please raise your cards. Looks close again. So those in favor, please raise your cards. I'd ask the counters to count. And there's nobody in the tent. Thank you. And while they're counting, I want to make a special shout out, as they say, to Dana Rabito, who helped with us, along with Denise and Mark, to set up all the chairs and make sure the tent was up and everything was done. Worked extra time for us. I want to especially shout out and thank. What did Norm say? 18. Oh, you can put your card. Well, you already did put your cards down. All against, please raise your cards. I have 31 against, 28 for, motion fails. I'm almost afraid to ask this question. We have another motion to amend? I guess we do.
Ryan LeBrecq, 174 Main Street. I have a motion to amend/reduce the 2021 operating budget by $736,500.
I'll second that.
I need a mathematician. His motion, which is signed and seconded, I believe, by Maxine, is to reduce the current bottom line operating budget by $736,500. $736,500.
So for the last
Wait,
seven or eight...
One moment.
Yeah.
We got a mathematician. What would our new number be?
$9,095,628.
One more time. One more
Get that?
time.
9,095,628.
So that would reduce the budget as it currently exists after amendment to $9,095,628. And now would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes. So for the last several years, I've been sitting idly by as a taxpayer in town and have seen my property taxes increase 50% in the 7 years I've been here. Over the last week or so, I've been learning more and getting more involved, and admittedly, it's my fault I haven't been involved to date, and it's the fault of others that also may not be here that want lower property taxes to get involved as well, and I hope this may be the start of more involvement. With that said, I went through for several hours, line item by line item of the budget, and I just did a first pass and looked at 2020 operating or 2020 costs compared to 2021 budgets, and there are dozens of line items that had $500-600 of cost in 2020 with a $5,000 budget, and a $5,000 budget carried for 2021. So I went through and just said, in that case, if we had $500 in cost and the budget proposed was $5,000, I proposed a $1,000 budget and had a negative $4,000 result. I have the puts and takes of that. I can gladly go through it, but just as an example, I can start going through some of it. But so we have copier maintenance of $5,000. We spent $678 last year for copier maintenance and computer accessories. We also lease the copiers, so I don't know why we're maintaining leased equipment. The leasing company owns them, therefore the leasing company should pay for the maintenance on them. At least that's generally how I feel about, or that's generally how leases work. So that's a reduction of minus $4,000. Cards, flowers, acknowledgements, and other awards and ceremonies, $3,200 budget in 2020, $1,800 spent in 2020, $3,000 budget proposed for 2021. I reduced that by $1,000 to provide $2,000 of budget to cover what was the cost in 2020.
Mr. Moderator.
Overtime for a salary town manager. I don't know what the deal of the contract is, but generally speaking, I'm salary. I work 60 hours a week. I don't get paid overtime. I expect those in town that are salary to do the same, minus $3,500.
That's not what he uses in my office, I'll tell you right now.
I think we got your idea. Could you see the clerk and maybe sign your name to the motion, because it looks like it's printed and we need a...
So some of the other larger items, minus $10,000 on the legal budget. We spent $62,000 in 2020. We're proposing $75,000 for the budget in 2021. $65,000 should cover it. Getting to larger items, because obviously this is not made up of just $1,000 and $5,000 here and there. We had part-time positions, general governments, additional staff, which the library reimburses, reduce that by 40,000. I'm scrolling through to get the larger stuff here for people. Annual road surface maintenance, it came up earlier. We spent $147,000 in 2020. We had a $191,000 budget. We're proposing another $191,000 budget, so reducing down by $40,000 for that. Minus $50,000 here for hired trucks during larger storms. We spent $75,000 in 2020. We're suggesting, with a $150,000 budget, we're suggesting $150,000 for 2021, subtract $50,000 from that. Recreation Department, subtract $187,000 from the budget. Library's not on here, subtract $200,000 from the library's budget. I believe it's the third largest budget in the town. It's currently closed other than curbside pickup. Nothing against the library, nothing against books, but I think it's overstaffed and I think it can be right-sized. And in regards to recreation, I think that with the funds that are coming in and new fees through the Recreation Department, we can make that sustainable long-term with no cost to the town. In general, I just think that we need to think differently. We need to understand that the taxpayers' pockets are not where we should go to fund all this expansion all the time. This is a great facility. I'd love to have it in my backyard. I'd love to build exactly this. I could live here, actually. But, you know, I park my stuff outside. We don't need heated garage. We don't it's done. It's a done deal. We're going to pay for it. I understand that. I'm not suggesting we sell it, but we need to have a different mindset in town, and the mindset should be how to spend less, not how to spend more. And it's clear here today, and it's been clear here for the last several years, that the general mindset in town is how can we spend more? How can we increase, and increase? And that has resulted in our taxes going up. I will also get involved in school and the school deliberative session, because obviously that's driving a lot of the cost as well. Also as a general comment in regards to the general fund, we have several million dollars in the general fund, and as these warrant articles suggest that, there's no new taxation. We've been overtaxed every year. We're overtaxed every year, and the money comes out the bottom line at the end of the year and goes into the general fund. And then all these warrant articles come up, and we say, oh, no new taxation. Well, you already paid for it. You were already overtaxed. That could have been in your bank account making you money instead of the town money. We should pay for things that are needed, are necessary, police, fire, roads, reasonably, plowing, etc. Other things, we should look for ways. They're great. We should look for ways to pay for them other than continually increasing taxes. Thank you.
Anyone else to speak?
Mr. LeBrecq.
Mr. LeBrecq, we had asked you, would you go sign your motion, please? Appreciate it.
Mark wants to speak. Mark wants to speak.
Mark?
Not to be argumentative, I just want to make one comment at the beginning of this presentation for everybody here to know that the overtime line item in the town manager's budget is not for me for overtime. That is for somebody that works for me if there's a project that they need to work overtime. So I assure you I am not getting paid overtime today. I'm here on my own time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you again. Still Jeff Oligny, still 28 Main Street. In 2011, when I was a member of the New Hampshire legislature, we did the budget. The budget in the past for the whole state has gone up every single year since we've been a state. This is to Mr. LeBrecq's point. There was one time in history, many years ago, when the budget went down. and it went down by 1%. In 2011, we thought a little different. We actually looked at the checkbook and looked at the revenue we projected, which is actually very accurate. Thank you. Thank you, Representative Major, for that. So we looked at the checkbook to see how much money we had, and then we planned on how much money we would spend. We decreased the budget for the second time in New Hampshire history by an unprecedented 11%. So to Mr. LeBrec's point, I think he did a wonderful job in complete logical fashion. He was actually very generous. He looked at the actuals by line item and gave everybody a raise. That's pretty good. But also, if you didn't spend it last year, he gave you a raise over last year, over your actuals, but he didn't allow another inflated budget, which is eventually going to get into the general fund. So I think his logic is perfectly sound. I thank him for his motion, and I fully support it, and I would ask others to think the same way. Thank you.
Julie Helder, 174 Main Street. I as well support this motion. The reason being is, as Francine stated earlier, our budget is based on line items. They are not generalizations. You can't budget, well, the library needs to be this and this needs to be that. You need to look at the specific numbers from last year. How much did it cost? What did we allocate? Can we cut back this year on how much we allocated? That money is our money if it's not being spent, and it should go to us so that we can invest it in banks or investment opportunities and make the money on it. The budget committee does that. They sit there and they go over every single line item. When they make recommendations, it's not just, well, I think this is important. No, they look at how much did it cost last year? How much do we think we need to allocate for it this year? It can't be exactly the same. There's always going to be things that come up, but there's no reason if we're spending $10,000 on something last year that we should still carry a $50,000 budget into 2021. That money comes from the taxpayers, and that's our money. And if it's not being spent for what it was allocated for, then it should come back to us. That's all.
Jim Peck, Oak Ridge Road. I do want to applaud Mr. LeBrec for speaking up. He has a lot of good points. I don't disagree with his passion. I share his concern about expenses. But I believe this, I'm going to speak against this motion because I believe this is very irresponsible. I know he thinks he went through the numbers, but our budget committee, as people said, went through the numbers and they recommended a budget, and the budget was before us. And now we were slightly over that, somewhat over that. Despite those increases, we are still fairly flat to last year, maybe up less than 1%. Mr. LeBrec keeps complaining about his taxes. No offense to you. I'm just responding to his comments. His taxes didn't go up last year because of the town. As I mentioned before, the town expenses actually went down. The town appropriation went down. And this year, if we pass the budget as it is currently constructed, our taxes will not go up because of town expenses. The problem we have in terms of our taxes is clearly in the school. 75% of our taxes are school taxes. And what is happening is the state is downshifting. And what's happening is we should stand up to the state and say, state, you're screwing us. We're sitting here in the towns, and the state is screwing us. It has nothing to do with the town. I share his concern. I'm a fiscal conservative. It's tempting to go along with it because it sounds great. It would put pressure on the town. That's all well and good, but this is seriously irresponsible motion, and I'm speaking against it. Thank you.
Peter Belo, 82 Sweet Hill Road again. I'm feeling a little out of sorts here. I think I have to agree with Jim. or something. But I echo Jim's sentiments, and I'd also like to point out that when Mr. Oligny, mentions what kind of great job they did in 2011 in the budget up in Concord, that's when they started this downshifting bit. Up until about 2011, the state government paid for 35% of municipal retirements, okay, into the fund for all the municipal employees. Now they pay zero. It's all directly on the property tax holders in each town and each school district. The school district went up tremendously because of that, because they have 700 employees, okay? Plaistow has how many, Mark?
With respect to the retirement system, less than 50.
There you go. So the effect in the school district was over 10 times higher than directly on the town. So, you got to take these things into account. And this year, I don't think I'm going too far afield on this, you're going to find that the school district's budget's up around $1.5 million or so. $1 million of that is new demands from the retirement system in New Hampshire. Teachers in particular, we used, up until this year, we put in 14% of their salaries into retirement. That's jumping to 21%. Okay, it's a huge increase. So thank you very much for that, Mr. Oligny, and our other reps.
Peter Bracci, Balsam Way. I have to disagree with you, Jim. You said that taxes aren't going to go up. Is there anybody in here whose taxes aren't going up? Maybe the taxes for the town aren't going up because the budget is the same. But with the statistical update that the board just did on us this year, I believe in Jim's own crunching the numbers, the percentage that the residents are going to pay, let's say the percentage that the commercial people are going to pay, has gone down to 25% from 33%. We as residents are now paying, I see a head shaking from Francine. When we did the statistical update, it only hurts the residents, and we are paying more than our fair share of the taxes this year. And it will continue to do that if we continue to do statistical updates.
May I rebut that, Mr.
Anyone else?
Moderator?
Nobody at the mic? Francine?
All right, so all of you can check the MS1, which is what our town assessor completes every single year. And what that basically does is it tells you how much each category of assets are in the town. So it has land values, it has residential values, and it has commercial values. If you check the MS1, I believe the commercial property total was approximately $5 million plus. The residential property was approximately $4 million. So if you do the easy math on that, you will see that there was an increase in the commercial properties for the first time in God knows how long. But I also want to ask everybody, how much is your house worth now as opposed to 5 years ago? That's what the real crux of the issue is. Apparently, everybody wants to live in Plaistow. We're still selling homes even during this COVID crisis. So that's part of the issue. I also want to point out that our municipal tax rate was dropped 2 years in a row, and that's the only tax rate that we as a town control. We don't control the county, we don't control the school, we don't control the state. So one of the speakers made an excellent point about, I think it was Mr. Belo, get onto the state and start pressuring the state to do some stuff to help out our municipalities. So let's deal in facts and let's deal in actual documents that we have that are online that you guys can look at.
Any new speakers before we go back to the maker? Any new speakers? I don't see any, so yes, sir.
Ryan Lebrecq, 174 Main Street. On the property value question, it's irrelevant. It really doesn't matter what my property's valued at. Yes, if I want to go sell my house, fantastic, I can go sell my house. All property values are doing in this town is driving up my taxes because the tax rates aren't coming down commensurate with my property values. Normally, if you're spending less, then when your property values go up, the tax rate should plummet equal to what the property values come up. What our town does is incrementally lower it just a little bit so they can put a graph up there and say, oh, look, it's come down. Don't complain about taxes. Your taxes have come down. The tax rates have come down. The taxes have gone up. And that's why my bill is 50% higher over several years. Now, if I want to sell my house, fantastic. I can sell my house, make some good money, but then I got to go buy another house somewhere else in this inflated market, and it's going to cost me just as much. So the tax valuation doesn't matter. The tax rate hasn't come down enough. Therefore, we're overtaxed, and it goes into the general fund. Currently, $2.7 million in the general unassigned fund. So the town is overtaxing us so that it drops out to the bottom line, so they have a kitty for the warrant articles so that they can say in here, no new taxation. Well, let's stop. It's semantics. Let's tell it like it is. There is new taxation. We increase budget, it's going to cost us money. We approve a warrant article, it's going to cost us money. That money eventually is going to show up in my tax bill and everyone else's tax bill in this room. And that's been the track record to date. As far as the state and the school, I agree. The state does not funding the schools, and the school budget has to go up, and it's costing us more. That's all the more reason to cut where we can. What's more important, schools or the man cave? Just asking. And don't get me wrong, I'd love to watch a football game in here. I'll bring a couch and watch it on the nice big screen. We met somewhere before we had this, at a school. We have all kinds of schools. If you say we have to rent it from the schools, well, I mean, whatever. We pay for the schools. We should fight that battle with the school system. This can be held somewhere else. We don't need the fancy electronics, the fancy systems. We don't need the heating systems to melt off the snow so that no one has to shovel their vehicles. Again, I'd love to have it, but what's more important? If we're saying the schools are more important, the fire department's more important, the police department's more important, then let's fund those and let's cut where we can. And there's several things to cut. There's the library, there's recreation, there's cable TV. I don't pay for cable. I don't like paying for cable. My cable TV cost goes to my property taxes. You know, there's a lot of people that are making less, not working, et cetera. Belt tightening has to happen. The town needs to tighten their belt as well and figure it out. It's 7.5% on $9+ million. Figure it out. I challenge you to figure it out, and that's why I'm proposing this. It's not reckless. It's proposing 7.5% belt tightening. My household income went down 40% this year. So 7.5% belt tightening is pretty simple. And in regards to old facilities, you know, our garage is 40 years old. My house is almost 200. I didn't tear it down. I still live in it. It's fantastic. I keep it up, and it serves me well. We need to stop thinking that we need bigger, better constantly, and we need to start tightening our belts. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Julie Helder. I just want to make the comment that part of the reason it's so passionate this year is, like Ryan said, we're working on a one-income family when all our lives we've had two incomes. I know we're a small majority of the people who are living that way this year. We're looking at a big budget for 2021. And people are already making decisions, what can I cut to make things affordable for our family? And for you to want to sit here and say, it's reckless, it's not. We've looked at the numbers, line item by line item. We have not lowered the budget for those items any lower than what was spent in previous years on those items. So it's not reckless because we're not trying to cut it below what has been proven as the expenses. But there are people who need a break this year. And I know we need to work hard for that to happen. It's great if you're not in that position, but think of all your neighbors, just like the water and everything else. Think about all your neighbors who maybe this year just need a break. So be good stewards of your neighbors and consider a large budget cut this year and be good stewards and say, you know what, this year we're gonna do it because this year is unlike any other year, and it is, and we all know it and we all feel it. Thank you.
Got a speaker that hasn't spoken. Go ahead.
Sorry, Kristen Savage, 25 Partridge. I have to bring up something because I've heard it repeatedly today and it's just irked me so much. The man cave, not a man cave. I mean, this is something that we need. If I'm correct, what's the most expensive piece of highway equipment we have? I want to say $350,000 at least. I mean,
Am I recognized, Mr. Moderator?
Yes, go ahead, Mr.
Roughly speaking, there's six-wheel trucks, dump trucks with the plows, the wings, and the salting equipment is a piece of equipment that costs $200,000. I would say that's probably our most expensive piece of equipment.
And would it be prudent to be parking a piece of equipment like that outside? Would we still get that same life out of it if we were leaving it outside with the engine and the wear and tear on the system? Or would we be required to replace it more often if it was parked outside and not protected by the man cave?
Obviously, a vehicle parked in the garage year-round, any vehicle, extends the life of the vehicle. And to the point about the winter weather operations with the salting equipment and being able to respond quickly with a vehicle ready to do that inside of a heated space keeps the salt or the sand from freezing so that they can respond quicker.
Thank you. So, and just in furtherance of that, again, being a member of the school board, as I've heard the discussions, our budget has gone up, and as it was stated, and I find myself in an otter situation, because I agree with Mr. Belo, in that retirement has driven our budget. It's out of the control. I mean, it's been something that's shot our budget up, and it's up, and there's not much we can do, so I agree. Go to the state, work on that level. School funding is huge. What we're talking about here, and I agree, if we could keep the budget down, that would be great. However, when we look at the numbers and we talk about, I think when we were at 100,000, we were saying it was about $30 per household. So if we're talking 700,000, we're talking $210 per household for the year. To lose recreation services, fire service, police services, cut down. I'm sorry, I'm for that 210,000, so I can't support this motion. Can we move this question, please?
I had two requests to move the question. I don't see anyone in line. The motion on the floor is to lower the budget by $736,500, so the operating budget would read $9,095,628. We'll take a quick card look first. If you're in favor of reducing the budget, raise your cards. Thank you. If you're opposed to lowering the budget, I believe it fails. Motion 5 fails. Are there any other motions on the budget?
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to make a motion to restrict reconsideration of the operating budget.
We can't restrict yet. We haven't voted on it yet.
Sorry.
Francine, a little quick. If you'd like to restrict Article 2 about the Water Service Initiative Program, you are entitled to do that, but can we finish this motion first?
Yes, I apologize.
So now we're back to the main motion, the operating budget as amended, which would be $9,832,128. Does anyone have anything to say on the operating budget as amended? Nobody. If you're in favor of the operating budget as amended, please raise your card. Thank you. If you're opposed, please raise your cards. And I believe it passes. The operating budget as amended passes, so the operating budget of the article will be $9,832,128.
Okay.
Now, Madam Chair.
Now may I make a motion to restrict reconsideration of the
We have a
operating?
motion to restrict reconsideration on the operating budget article. Do I have a second? We have a second. Anybody wish to speak on the motion? All those
Who seconded?
seconded, I think, was Kristen. Kristen Savage. All in favor of restriction, raise your cards. Thank you. Any opposed to restriction? All right, it passes. So that article is restricted from reconsideration.
Mr.
I
Moderator?
don't know why all these people are standing up yet. I haven't read the motion.
May I make a request to go out of order and consider Article P2115, the citizens petition for recycling, out of order? Because I know a lot of these people are probably here.
I was told that a lot of you are here to discuss the recycle, even though we've, I believe you have amended the operating budget. But they have a motion to go out of order on the listed items to move up Article P2115, the recycling citizens petition. Do I have a second on that motion to go out of order? Mr. Talion seconded it. Any discussion on going out of order? All in favor, raise your cards. Any opposed, raise your cards. Okay, so we're going to now take up, Madam Clerk, Article P-21-15, so if I might read it for everyone. Shall the town of Plaistow enter into a multi-year contract for recycling services and raise and appropriate a sum not to exceed $295,000 for the purpose of funding the first 12 months of this contract? Majority vote required, recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 2 for, 2 against, and 0. Budget Committee, 0, 8 against, 1. Do I have a motion to place this on the floor for discussion?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Seconded by Max. So, Mr. Peck, on the article.
I'm still James Peck, Oak Ridge Road. James Peck, move to amend Article 2115 by deleting $295,000 and inserting $0 in its place, so that the article will read as follows. Shall the town of Plaistow enter into a multi-year contract for recycling services and raise and appropriate a sum not to exceed $0 for the purposes of funding the first 12 months of this contract?
You have that in writing and signed, Mr. Peck.
I thought I did.
Do I have a second to reduce the amount of this article to 0? I have a second.
Who seconded? Carol.
Carol. Thank you, Mr. Peck. Would you like to speak to your motion to amend, Mr. Peck?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, I do. I think it's pretty obvious what I'm doing here. We already passed the $100,000 added to the operating budget over my dead body, but we did. So what I'm doing is, we don't need the $295,000. It's crazy to reduce it to 0. I realize when people walk in the booth to vote, they'll be confused. Why did somebody put forward a $0? But it shouldn't pass, and I think that's the legal way to do it. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Peck, you are, I don't want to say for the first time, but you are correct. And I didn't say for the first time.
A lot of firsts
It is
today.
an allowed motion to reduce the item to $0 and leave the rest. That is.
Thank
the
you.
way
It
to
won't
do it.
happen again.
So we have people want to discuss it.
Peter
Yes,
Bracci,
Mr.
Balsam Way.
Bracci.
Just as a point of order, this is a citizen's petition. Who is authorized to amend citizens' petitions? The person who turns it in, or just anybody?
Anybody. The body here today can amend a citizen's petition. Does not need to be the citizen.
Hello, Barbara Kishka. I am against this amendment to amend to 0 because we only have a 6-month extension on the current contract. We still need to do a multi-year recycling contract. I would like to see a referendum from give the voters a chance to vote Do they want to pay extra money to support recycling? I want to support recycling, but I want to give everybody a chance to vote a realistic number of how much extra it will be versus trash only. I don't have a realistic number to put in its place, but I'm pretty sure $0 was not that realistic number. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Peter Bilo, Sweet Hill Road, and I'm one of the people who put this citizens petition together, and I want to state that I support dropping it to 0. We had very little time in putting it together originally and went with I'll call it very worst case scenario. In the weeks since that was put together, the numbers really have started to gel to a much lower number, so I'm definitely in favor of going to 0. And I
Thank
hope
you.
everyone supports it.
Next speaker.
Bob Kincaid, 76 Old County. With respect to Ms. Kishka, I do believe that by putting the funding that we approved in the operating budget, we are effectively giving the voters the power to accept or deny that operating budget. So through that method, we are putting it up to the voters whether or not they approve that. Unfortunately, there's no way to say if the operating budget fails, then we want to have $100,000 in a citizen's petition separately for recycling. You can't do both. So because it's now passed as part of the operating budget, I think me and most of the folks who support recycling would feel that we have to go down to 0 because it's too confusing to voters to have a number in there to vote separately on recycling and also have that number included in the operating budget. So that's why I would encourage folks to approve Mr. Peck's motion to 0 this one out.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else to speak on the motion? Only on the motion to amend to change the number from 295,000 to 0.
Mr. Moderator, can I just add that in the default budget, sanitation subtotal is funded at $812,876. So if the operating budget were to fail, then the default budget has that much funding for trash and recycling.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Julie Helder. I agree with the last few people that have spoken. If that $100,000 that has been put in the general budget truly goes to recycling, then to add another $295,000 for the same amount of time, budget year's 12 months, that's 12 months, that's $395,000, and I don't think that much is needed. That's all.
Don't see anyone else with the mic. So all those in favor of reducing the number from 295,000 to 0, please raise your card. Thank you. All opposed? Anybody abstained? Do we have anybody in the tent? No. Okay, great. So the motion to amend passes. So now the article reads not to exceed $0. So is there any further discussion on the article as amended? The article as amended. I see somebody in line. Are you speaking about this article as amended or something else? Okay, after we vote. So seeing nobody else in line on the amended article, all in favor of the article as amended, raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed to the article? Any abstained? And I don't think there's anybody in the tent that would make a difference. We have one in the, no, all set. Okay, so the article as amended passes. I had a gentleman wanted to make a motion. Where was he? Yes, sir.
Motion to restrict reconsideration on this amendment?
We have a motion to reconstruct reconsideration of Article 15.
I'll second it.
His name again? His
Bob
name.
Kincaid.
That's Tom, right? Tom is,
Kincaid.
I know his last name is Kincaid. What's his first name?
Bob.
Thank you.
who seconded it?
I did.
Maxine seconded it. Any discussion about reconsideration?
He had an opportunity to get up before I did, so that I couldn't get in line to talk and reconsider.
It's-
So
You can talk on reconsideration for a second.
Okay,
That's it.
that's
Just
fine.
Reconsideration.
I would like to amend that article to
Can't
also,
amend the article. We're only discussing reconsideration. The article's been moved and passed, so on reconsideration.
fine, I'll do it somewhere else.
I didn't understand what the gentleman said because I couldn't hear him. But on reconsideration, all in favor of restriction, raise your cards. Thank you. Any opposed, raise your card. That article is restricted for reconsideration. Now we go back to the original agenda. Operating Budget Water Department, Article P-21-04. Shall the town raise and appropriate as an operating budget for the Water Department, not including appropriations by special warrant and other appropriations voted separately, the amounts set forth on the budget posted with the warrant, or as amended by vote of the first session for the purposes set forth therein, totaling $431,300. Should this article be defeated, the operating budget shall be $431,300, with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town or by law, or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13, Roman numeral X and XI, to take up the issue of a revised budget only. Majority vote required. Total appropriation, $431,300, withdrawn from the Water Enterprise Fund, $431,300, no amount to be raised by new taxation, zero amount. Balance in Water Enterprise Fund as of 12/31/20, $559,865.11. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 500, and the Budget Committee, 900. I have a motion to place this on the ballot as written. Thank you, Julian. I have a
Second
second.
it.
Maxine seconds. For discussion, Julian, are you discussing this article?
Yeah, this one's pretty self-explanatory, but I'll read the explanation. The operating budget presented in this warrant article, $431,300, reflects the Budget Committee approved budget and any modifications that may have been made at the 2021 deliberative session. The default budget presented in this warrant article, $431,300, becomes effective if the article P-2103 fails. That does not get a majority of yes votes. The default budget amount is prescribed by state statute. The creation of an operating budget for the Water Department is in preparation for the implementation of a potable water system in Plaistow. The budget is funded through the water usage fees and not the property taxes. It will include amounts to not only operate the water system, but also for its expansion. And that expansion would be something determined in the future if it is deemed necessary. That's pretty much it.
Thank you, Julian. Anyone else to speak on this?
Hi, Barbara Kishka, just to be really clear, how much of the money that's in the Water Enterprise Fund was funded by property taxes?
We'll let our manager answer that. He had to get back to his microphone.
Not one cent.
Thank you.
Any more discussion on this article? I don't see anyone at the mic. So
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jeff Oligny, 28 Main Street. May I ask, since none of the funds of none of the 431,000 and change was funded by taxation, where did it come from?
I thought they answered that. It says right here, from the Water Enterprise Fund, which was from fees for water. Am I correct, Mr. Manager?
You are correct.
Thank you.
Point of clarification, Mr. Moderator, I'm asking how the 431,000, actually, how did the money get into the Water Enterprise Fund? Where did that come from?
I believe they already said and answered your question, said and answered. It came from the fees that they collect from the people that use the water suppression or the water.
The fire suppression system.
Fire suppression system.
Correct. It's
Not from
revenue
property
each year.
tax.
So that must have been after a number of years, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yes, sir?
Ryan LeBrecq, 174 Main Street. I'm just trying to understand from the town manager. It says there's a balance of $559,865. I imagine, is this water enterprise fund going to continually be where the fees accumulate for water usage across the town, inclusive of fire suppression and residential in the future?
Mr. Manager, could you answer his question? Are we collecting fees in the future?
I'm very sorry, somebody was talking to me,
He
and
wants
I
to
did
know, are
not
we
hear the question.
collecting the water suppression fees in the future when we expand the line? We're still going to collect those fees?
So,
Correct. Anything related to water will be collected and put into this enterprise fund.
okay, so this fund will be the fund that funds the system moving forward.
Correct. All revenue collected goes into this fund, all expenses for the fund get paid out of that fund. Not $0, not 1 penny comes from the general fund or the taxpayers.
Okay, so right now we have basically enough to pay for 2021, and we have a balance that will fund potentially for 2022 as well. And it'll increase some, but, so if we monitor this over time and this fund goes negative then, and gets asked to be replenished in a warrant article, then it will be new taxation for the water system, if that happens. Hopefully it doesn't.
I would agree with you in theory, everything you said. If it goes negative, which I don't expect it to because we've worked out a financial plan going forward, but if it were to go negative, that negative cost would be passed on to the water users in that case.
And therefore, we'd see higher revenues into the fund.
I couldn't hear you.
No problem.
Said then you'd see higher revenues into the fund. If
We
you
would.
increase the
We
water
would
usage
to
fee.
cover those costs, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else to speak on this article? I don't see anyone else at the mic. So this article will automatically appear on the warrant as written. Were you asking to reconsideration? No, we don't need to move the motion. There's no motion to amend, so it stays on the article as written. So, moving on. Contingency Fund. Article P-21-05. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate $80,000 for anticipated expenses that may arise during the course of the 2021 fiscal year? Any appropriation left in the contingency fund at the end of the year shall lapse to the general fund unassigned fund balance. Majority vote required. Total appropriation, $80,000. Withdrawn from the general fund unassigned fund balance, $80,000. No amount to be raised by new taxation, so it's 0. Balance in general unassigned fund balance as of 12/31/20, $2,668,376. 2668376. Do I have a motion to place this on the ballot as written?
So moved.
Made by...
Second.
And seconded. Discussion. I see Jay's going to discuss this. Jay?
Yep. I'll read the intent. Establishment of the contingency fund gives the Board of Selectmen another tool to manage the town in an efficient manner. If unanticipated expenses arise, the Board of Selectmen have a source of funds to pay for unanticipated expenses. The fund must be reestablished each year and cannot accumulate funds from year to year. The balance of the contingency fund at the end of the year is returned to the unassigned fund balance. So over the past few years, we've had this account. We've had a few unexpended fund, unanticipated issues that arise. We've had a culvert repair that has popped up that has given the town the ability to fix that in an emergency timeframe. Replacement of a water system at the library, a septic repair at Park. These are all unanticipated expenses that came up that we did not have money budgeted for. So the contingency fund allows us to be able to handle these unanticipated expenses.
Thank you, Jay. Any more discussion on this article? Hearing none and no
Bob.
Peter Bracci, Balsam. How much money was used from the contingency fund this year?
$7,800.
And what was it spent on?
A park septic repair. They hit a pipe at the septic pipe at Park when they were doing the softball.
Why was the number of 80,000 picked rather than something like 50,000 or 40?
I wasn't there when they established the fund at $80,000, but this past year, we agreed to the $80,000. It does get returned back to the unassigned fund balance, and it's taken from the unassigned fund balance, so we're not expecting this to come from taxation.
No reason
New
why
taxation.
80,000 was picked over 40.
How much is
could've
a
picked-
sep-
we
how
could've
much is
picked
a septic
200,000
failure
too.
or a boiler failure at multiple buildings? You know, I can't answer that exactly, but $80,000 seems to be enough if you have a boiler that's going to fail, or a septic that might fail, or a catastrophic event that might occur with town property. So, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ryan LeBrecq, 174 Main Street. I'd like to submit a motion to amend Article P 2105, amend to reduce to $0.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Yep, yep.
So we have a motion and a second to reduce the amount of P 2105 to $0, from 80,000 to $0. Would you like to speak on your motion?
Yes, again, we have a almost $10 million budget. I feel that the town can find some money in said budget to address issues as the year goes on and operate within the budget they have. If we need to cut something somewhere else to pay for it, then so be it.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on the motion to amend? Only on the motion
I
to
just have a
amend.
question. Do we have a balance of what's in the contingency fund as of now? I don't know if someone
Yeah,
said
it's on
that
page,
already.
the next page. I read.
No, that's the unassigned fund balance on that.
No, that's the
Oh, the
unassigned. I want to know
contingency fund.
what we have in our contingency fund already. Does anybody have that number?
I think Jay said we spent 7,000
Yeah, I
last
just wanna
year.
know what's
I don't
in
know
it.
what's left.
80 minus 7,800.
Oh, okay, so it was 80 from last year. I didn't know if it compounded every year.
No, we reestablish the fund every year.
Oh, I see.
So if this year, 72,000.
So there's like 73.
Yeah,
from-
73,000 went back into the unassigned fund balance.
Okay,
And then this is the vote to reestablish that account for the 80,000.
okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jeff Oligny, 28 Main Street. I understand the contingency fund and the theory here. It's a kitty in the event that we have to pay more for something that we didn't account for. But by the law of variation, there will also be things that we pay less for that we didn't account for and ending up in a wash. I don't see any need for this line item, so I would vote to uphold the motion to change this to $0. Thank you.
Any other speakers on the motion to amend? On the motion to amend? Greg?
Greg Talon, 111 Willard Way. We all have the situation where we need to be able to take care of things that we did not expect. We have a budget that we take care of the normal things, the normal expenses, the car expenses, the insurance expenses, and so on. But sometimes we have things like a whole roof has to be replaced. And so we put money aside, set that, we don't pay bills with it, we put it aside so that we can address that unusual expense. So this contingency fund has worked very well, and it's basically just allocating some safety, a safety net, so that when there is a major expense that was not planned for, that was totally unplanned for, we can address that. And we can get that building or whatever the issue was taken care of very, very quickly. That's the purpose of this, and it has worked very well. It hasn't cost any additional dollars. And we keep on hearing, well, just take it out of something else. Okay, well, we could lay off a firefighter or lay off a police officer to be able to have those monies. There is no other money inside of the budget to be able to do that. This is a very prudent, normal budgeting effort, and it's a very good practice to be able to have, and we're just trying to think ahead so that we don't have a major catastrophe that we cannot deal with. So I would definitely say that we should not vote for this reduction. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Barachi's approaching the mic.
Peter Bracci, Balsam Way. I'm in favor of this amendment because this year we had an unanticipated, maybe brought up or made up reason to get a generator, a standby generator for this building. We didn't need that. We didn't take it out of the contingency fund. We just took it out of the budget. It wasn't appropriated. It was an unappropriated standby generator. What do we need a contingency fund for if we can just take it out of the budget?
Any other speakers on the motion to amend?
Yes, I'd just like to speak on the point. So rounding everything up or down, however you look at it, let's say that last year there was $80,000 put into the fund, the contingency fund, and then we spent $7,000 on fixing the unanticipated expense at Park. So that leaves us with $73,000. If you read what this says, that $73,000 goes back to the unassigned fund, general fund, because it lapses. So with that logic, that means that we're going to have more money in this unassigned fund that can either be used to pay down our tax rate or on these little pet projects that the town has going on. I just wanted to make that point.
Any other discussion on the motion to amend? I don't see anybody approaching the mic, so I'm going to ask for a vote on the motion to amend. The motion is to reduce the $80,000 to $0. All in favor of the motion to amend, please raise your cards. Thank you. All opposed, please raise your cards. I deemed, and any, thank you, any abstained? Motion failed. So now we're back to the main motion. Any discussion on the main motion? Seeing no discussion, no other motions, the main motion will stay on the ballot as written. Moving on.
Motion to restrict reconsideration.
Motion to restrict reconsideration. Do I have a second?
Second.
I got
Sorry.
Mr. Peck. I'll recognize Mr. Peck for a second. Motion to restrict reconsideration of that article. All those in favor of restriction, raise your cards. Thank you. Any opposed? Raise your cards. Those in favor have it. Restricted. Moving on, Article 6. Salt Shed Solar Panel Project, Phase 2. Article P-21-06. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate $55,000 needed to fund Phase 2 of the Salt Shed Solar Project? The funds will be withdrawn from the general fund unassigned fund balance and the Energy Capital Reserve Fund previously established. Majority vote required. Withdraw from the general fund unassigned fund balance $15,000. Withdraw from the Energy Capital Reserve Fund $40,000. From the total appropriation of $55,000, no amount to be raised by new taxation, $0. Balance in general fund unassigned fund balance as of 12/31/20. $2,668,376. Balance in the Energy Capital Reserve Fund, $48,170.31. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 5-0-0. The Budget Committee, 4-5-0. Motion to place this on the ballot as written.
So moved.
Francine, seconded.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Cafiso. Discussion. I see Francine, would you like to speak on this?
So the initial $64,000 warrant in 2020 funded 74 solar panels to be installed on the salt shed roof, and that only covered about half of it. This investment is estimated to save the town approximately $8,700 every year off its electric bill for the next 25 to 40 years. We're requesting Phase 2 of this project, which would cost approximately $55,000, and it would allow 68 more panels to fill the salt shed roof with an additional $7,860 savings. So in total, we're looking at approximately $16,560 in savings over the next 25 to 40 years in our electric bill for the Public Works Garage. And if there should be any more savings, I believe some of that net metering would offset some of our other electric bills and some of our other town buildings.
Thank you, Francine. I see speakers approaching the mic. Can't hear you.
Is it working? Hi, Barbara Kishka. So as I understand it, solar panels are one of the things that ends up paying for themselves. We have solar panels, love them. So if I did the numbers right, I just wanted you to check my numbers. It sounds like if we pay $55,000 and we're saving $7,860, then it'll take 7 years before we've paid these back. And then after that, it's all gravy and savings at almost $8,000 a year. Is that correct?
Approximately 8.5 years for payback, but yes, you're exactly right that once we pay this money back, this will be gravy. This will be free money.
Thank you.
Thanks, Barbara.
Ryan LeBrecq, 174 Main Street. So my understanding is we already put some solar panels out back,
No,
apparently?
not yet.
They haven't been installed yet. So we're currently running 100% grid tied right now, correct?
Yes.
This building currently runs 100% grid tied right now, and the intent of the solar panel is to reduce the cost of that.
Let Mr. Talion will answer your question. You can go to the mic.
So the way this would work would be once the panels are put in, they would basically turn the meter backwards, and the town would end up with a credit, and it would first, we could decide where we want to apply that credit. So we could apply it for the garage and pay for all the electric bill for the garage. And then whatever was left could be applied to, say, for example, the town hall or the public works. The concept is called net metering, and basically allows you to earn a credit as the energy is produced. The meter actually turns backwards, and we get like a bank account. And then at the end of the month, they deduct the electric bill from that, and anything that's left can be applied to another meter. So for example, as I said before, one of the other buildings within the town. Did that answer your question?
Yes, do we currently have any solar systems in town in operation?
Not that I know of.
Okay, and we've already approved a new solar system for the salt shed, partially?
Yes.
Yeah, the Energy Committee had went forward and created a contract with a company to produce, and there was a question about whether or not the payback would be worthwhile. So I did an analysis for the Board of Selectmen and provided that at one of our meetings to explain to them the two proposals and which one would have the best payback in terms of internal rate of return, which was, I believe, about 8%, and the other one was the break-even point, which was about 8.5 years. So from that, we discussed with the Energy Committee, and they agreed. So we went forward and said, yes, we are going to assign the contract. And then the winter hit, and it was too late for the panels to go up. So since that time, we've asked them to propose what it would cost for the remainder of the solar panels, because we are going with the same vendor and because we have paid for a lot of the inverters and the infrastructure. The cost was a lot less per panel, so it made the investment even better. So once this is approved, the company will put all the panels all at the same time.
So the original system that we haven't installed yet was voted on or was not?
It was voted on, yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Was
it
it
was
voted
voted
and
on.
approved by the voters, yes.
All right, and it's not installed, so we don't really know if the projections hold true
I'm sorry.
yet. We have no experience in whether the projections, the cost projections for savings are accurate or not at this point, because we have not installed the system yet.
I would say that we do know from the experience of other municipalities that have been putting solar panels on their schools, that there's a lot of history out there and there's a lot of information on the internet. I did a tremendous amount of research, both for private and municipalities, and every single school, for example, Londonderry School has a solar system in their system, and they are basically earning a tremendous amount of payback from that. So yes, I think we do know this is an existing technology. We will benefit from the fact that the technology has actually increased and become more efficient. And one of the companies, we basically base our financial decision on a lifetime of 25 years, but the solar panels have a lifetime of about 40 years. There's a slight reduction in terms of how much energy they can produce between 25 and 40, but it's not very significant. So we basically have a long lifetime for the investment that we make. Thank you.
Have the projections included the cost of maintenance over the 25 years? I disagree with any system of technology lasting 40 years. I think that's a pipe dream. 25 years with solar, maybe. The reason why everyone doesn't have solar on their house right now is because the payback isn't there, and economically it costs more than it's worth.
Yeah.
From my perspective, we already approved a system. We don't know how much we're going to save from that system. Since this garage opened, we have a good baseline to know what the costs are for electricity for this. I would propose that we install the system as we've already agreed to install and pay for, and wait and see what it saves us before we spend another $55,000 installing more, with the hope that it saves us. I don't like to work on hopes and dreams. I like to work on data, and we have the ability to find that data by installing and then waiting, and then maybe revisit this next year once the solar panels are installed. If it does save the town money, then maybe it would be something worthwhile to pursue. But if it doesn't perform to its designed potential, which these solar systems often don't, obviously also the batteries cost.
There's no batteries.
There's no batteries with the system?
No batteries
Okay,
at all.
fantastic.
They're all hardwired into the meter.
Okay.
So the big advantage there, and one of the comment for one of the things you mentioned, these are done on a grid system with a track, so the panels can be removed and replaced very easily. So yes, it's a possibility that in the sometime future we may have a panel go down that we have to replace. But from what we have got and what we have studied, these things, once they're put up there, are very, very reliable. We did our financial analysis only with a 70% efficiency. In other words, we basically said, we don't believe 100%, we're going to bring it down to 75% to be realistic. So I guess I'm kind of agreeing with some of the things you talked about. But the technology is proven. It's been around for a long, long time. It will save our town a lot of money.
So these panels.
I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
And again, I'm not against it. I just think in general, I'm not against saving money, obviously. But I think we need some data before we should make a decision to move forward with more.
The intent from the Energy Committee, when they initially did this, was to put solar panels across the entire roof of the salt shed. And what they invested, or what they initially put in as an estimate, was like about half. It was about half the cost. So the intention was to fill the entire roof with panels. So when we did this analysis and when we worked with the company, we basically got a tremendous savings for the second half because of all the infrastructure that we had to pay for already. this is, if we were to wait, we basically just, it's an additional increase in construction costs or replacement, not replacement costs, but installation costs if we wait. So from the research we have done, this is a very good investment for the town, but I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
And I don't discount their projections, although there's other, I know of a town in Maine that put a windmill up, and it hasn't produced a cent for the town. They spent several $100,000 doing it, and now it's an eyesore to the town. And you know, I just think that before we go forward with more, let's take baby steps and do this incrementally and get some data to determine if it actually will save us money over time. So as a result of that, I'm going to introduce a motion for Article P 2106 to reduce to $0.
Mr. LeBrecq, would you please put it on a full piece of paper? It just makes my minutes so much easier to keep track of.
Mr. LeBrecq is making a motion to reduce $55,000 of appropriation down to 0. Does he have a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Maxine. Going to let the maker of the motion speak first on his motion.
Mr. Moderator, can I, while this is happening and we're waiting, can I just, a point of order? Your moderator operating rules, rule number 4, says we're supposed to be limiting comments to 2 to 3 minutes, 3 minutes max. Can we start to enforce that, please, and the number of people that are having multiple? I mean, there's so many of us that want to participate and want to be involved in this, but this is, we're not
I've
following
been
that
trying
rule.
myself to keep track, but I'd welcome any help that you might have. Then
Okay.
you could raise your hand and tell me,
I'm
'cause it's
glad
kind
we
of
do
hard
so,
for me to.
'cause, I mean,
Yeah.
again, everyone should have the
No
right to
problem.
participate and move
So
this
if you want to
meeting
help me
along.
keep time, I'd love that. Thank you. So we had a maker of a motion to reduce it to 0. I'm going to ask him to speak to that motion. Where'd he go?
I think he already did.
I think he already did. I don't think he needs to.
Okay, so he's done. All right, anybody other to speak on the motion? Only on the motion. James?
I'd like to speak to the motion.
You are.
Mr. LeBrecq, I am. Thank you. I do want to reiterate Kristen's point. I've noticed that Mr. LeBrecq has gone on for 5 or 7 minutes. I'm just bringing it to your attention. And he has every right to speak, but we do have a lot of work to do. There was a budget hearing earlier, and then, you know, he should go to that budget hearing.
He did. He attended virtually. I just want that clarified for the record. He called in on our budget hearing,
Okay.
so.
I would like to speak against the motion. I'm not I don't go out and spend a lot of money. I am a fiscal conservative, but this is a expenditure that pays for itself. This is a smart expenditure. I don't like particularly the length of the payback. I think we said 7 or 8 years. It would be better to have 3 to 5 years, but there's a payback. And we've seen it in houses. I know a lot of people, I don't have solar, my neighbor has solar. It does have a payback. And the town has some experience with putting LED lights in street lights, and there's a big payback. The library has experience in putting LED lights, and we had a significant payback. These are smart projects. This is thinking outside the box. And we should be, in this day and age, we should be doing solar. Whether you believe it or not, we do have a climate problem. And we need to do things in this town to reduce our carbon footprint. So I would speak against the motion.
Thank you. Mr. Kishka?
Yes, I'm not going to repeat what Mr. Peck said, because he was right on all points. I want to make a slight correction to the technology. That 70% is not to be conservative. That 70% is an electrical figure, because you're converting DC to AC. So that was in, I've seen the estimates. I was actually the founder of the Energy Committee. And I walk the talk, me and my wife do. We've had a solar system for over 8 years. We know how it produces and when it doesn't. If you look at that salt shed out there, that was, you notice it's not lined up with this building. It was specifically
Mr. Kishka,
designed.
can you speak into the mic? I know that you want to address the crowd, but
It was
the mic is
specifically
picking you up.
designed not to face solar south. The angle of that roof was custom designed so that it'd be at the optimum angle for solar. It was the intention all along to use that and not be an eyesore, by the way, to any part of the community. There's no racks there, things like that. It'll be on the roof. It's part of the design. And it is a good technology. All these projects the Energy Committee has put forward, and even though the article failed last year, they all have payback. How many projects that you spend money on in town actually pay back? Probably none. They may pay back in, services to the community and things like that, but financially they don't. So it's the only thing that actually has a true financial payback, and it goes on into the future. Yes, I don't like 7 years either for payback, but I believe that'll be shorter, because if anybody's been following the news and what's going on with the energy industry now, especially starting this month, your energy prices are going up. You notice your fuel went up like 30 cents in about a week you buy gas. Well, that means your energy costs, your electric bills will also be going up, and there's no predicting how much they're going to be up. We have been very lucky the last few years that energy costs have been so low. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion to amend down to 0?
Mr. Moderator?
Any new? Yes.
I'd like to speak to the motion. I'll start by saying I am in favor of solar. I think we should try it out. The voters of this town already approved a warrant for a salt shed with solar panels on it. So on the lines to Mr. Lebrecht's reasoning, I believe we should go along with putting on what the people already paid for, see how it works out, and next year add to it if it's working. Thank you.
Any other new speakers on the motion to reduce to 0? I don't see any new speakers, so I'm going to call for a vote. If you're in favor of the motion to reduce the number from 55,000 to 0, if you're in favor, please raise your card. Okay, thank you. If you're opposed, please raise your cards. Motion fails. I should say abstained. No abstentions. Nobody in the tent? Don't want to disenfranchise them. You think I can give up on the tent? Okay.
Close the door, it's cold.
Well, they come and go. So motion failed. So now we're back to the main motion as written. Any more discussion on the main motion as written? Seeing none, hearing none, it will appear on the ballot as written. Moving on.
Motion to restrict
Have a
reconsideration.
motion to reconstrict.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Seconded by Maxine. If you're in favor of restriction, raise your card. Thank you. Those opposed? The ayes have it. Article 6 is restricted from reconsideration. Moving on. 24-hour coverage for EMTs, firefighters, and hazardous response personnel. Article P-21-07. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $134,000 to be added to the fire department annual operating budget to fund 24/7, 365-hour coverage for calls of service for pre-hospital emergency medical care, fire suppression, and rescue services. This amount will be included in the operating budget starting in 2021. Majority vote required. Total appropriation, $134,000. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 500, and the Budget Committee, 810. I have a motion to place this on the ballot as written.
So moved.
Francine, I have a second.
Second.
And seconded by Max. I believe Greg's going to speak on this. Greg?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The current budget does not fund staffing between 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. I was a little surprised at that as well. Therefore, there was no one at the fire station to answer calls during this time, and there was a significant delay in the response. When we talked with the fire chief, I believe the number was an equivalent of about 1.7 full-time employees. And so one of the concerns, instead of just putting this in the budget, was to put this into the warrant, which has been a traditional thing when we've added positions, either in the fire department or in the town or in the police department. So we are putting it as a warrant to allow the taxpayers to make a decision whether they want this. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Anyone else wish to speak on this article?
Ryan LeBrecq, 174 Main Street. You can start the 2 minutes. I think there's a common misconception that we don't have coverage. We do have coverage. We have a fantastic fire department. I commend them for the work that they do for our town and what they've done for the last several decades. They're all heroes for showing up when others don't want to or wouldn't wish to show up and keeping us safe. So, the town has 24-hour coverage currently. It's a hybrid of full-time and hybrid. The majority from my research, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the majority of calls in the 24 hours or outside of our full-time coverage are EMS related via ambulance calls. We also have a ambulance service that provides 24-hour coverage to our town that responds, and they are at their vehicles. They're not sitting in their living rooms They're not at the ready to respond and have to go pick up equipment. They're there and they respond. And therefore, 24-hour coverage already exists. Our department does a fantastic job the way they are now. This amount of money will likely increase
I believe
significantly.
your time is up, Mr. LeBrecq.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Can we ask the chief to speak first, Greg, since you already
That's what I was
spoke?
going to do. I was going to ask.
Behind you. He's
right
behind
behind
you.
you.
Okay. I was going to ask the chief to be able to speak on this topic. Thank you.
I recognize the chief. Thank you.
So there's some misconceptions that are out there, and I want to clarify factual data versus perceived data. The first part is we're not a volunteer fire department that's out there that people think people aren't getting paid when they come in. They currently do get paid an hourly rate when they come in. The night coverage is about the residents and about life safety. And it's also it's not about the commercial district. If you've tried to ever go out and get a Coca-Cola after 8 o'clock here, you understand that most everything is closed. So this is about the residents here. 75% of the calls that we run are to a residential address, not a commercial district address. It's about times, the response times. If your house is on fire, if you're having a medical emergency, if you're in a motor vehicle accident, you have a traumatic injury, the seconds and time matter. The current platform that we're running, there is no one at that fire station from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. in the morning. Our average delay is 10 minutes. Our average response time is 5 minutes and 18 seconds. That means after 6 o'clock at night, you're going to be waiting on an average time of 15 minutes and 18 seconds to have responders at your side. There is truth to the fact that the town is contracted with $0 on an ambulance service, Trinity EMS. They are not stationed in this town. They're coming from Atkinson or they're coming from Hampstead, which is a significant delay in time to get to your side. If you're in cardiac arrest, about every minute that you're in the cardiac arrest without advanced care, you lose 10% chance of survival. The old model that we ran before this grant, you have a 0% chance of survival. We want to give people that chance. If you go to our webpage, our Facebook page, you'll see how fast fire grows today. It grows in minutes, not 10 minutes, not 15 minutes, with seconds and minutes. We have to get there to affect change. And then to finish all this, above life safety, this affects your ISO score. This is what the insurance service organization is what determines your homeowner's insurance premium rate. Okay, that's the only leg of public safety that affects that. If we get rated, we get a score, that's how much you pay on your homeowner's insurance. If we make improvements to our organization and improvements to our response times, that causes that number to go down, which is going to save you money annually on that. So, and then to finalize real quick, just so everybody understands what we're asking for, on average, this is going to cost you 13 cents a day, $3.95 a month. Okay.
Thank you, Chief. Anyone new to speak on this article?
Ryan LeBrecq, 174 Main Street. I don't disagree with the chief that, getting to fire to a person in need faster obviously can have a better result. It's just that our tax base doesn't change, so our tax base has stayed the same or stagnant, number of people in town to pay for it. And therefore, over time, as we increase these costs, it costs us more money. But with that said, I don't not support this. I think that our fire department is important, obviously, but this is one of those wants and needs thing. Let's find somewhere else to pay for it. Let's find something else in the budget that isn't as important as responding to a fire, which is very important. So I propose an amendment to the article P2107, amend the article, the last statement, the last sentence of the article to state this amount to be deducted from the 2021 operating budget.
Here, come here. Just take a few, because I know you'll probably be back.
Martha, can I see that? I didn't understand his motion. He wants to deduct it? That motion's in order.
I don't think it is even. Give a number.
We can't change the language to say to be funded.
Motion hasn't been seconded yet, but the motion is to rewrite the last sentence. It says to be included in the operating budget to this amount to be deducted from the 2021 operating budget. Mr. Lebec, I'm going to go on the limb on this one. I don't think that's a proper motion. If you don't want it included, I think I would suggest that you amend it down to 0. To change that last line means they still have to appropriate it, and I think you have two conflicting sentences. That's my opinion as moderator. If your intent is not to raise any money, could I ask you, would you kindly just change your motion to reduce it to 0? Because that's basically what you're trying to do, Mr. LeBlanc. I don't see you. There he is. You okay with my suggestion, Mr. LeBlanc?
I think I just wrote it the way I did, just because acknowledging that there is a cost associated with it, and that cost will have to come out somewhere else. But if you think that that is not an appropriate amendment, then I can change it to 0, but.
Yeah, I would find that more appropriate, and I would appreciate that. It would be easier to figure out what we're doing. So if you could just rewrite that. So Mr. LeBlanc is going to have his motion that reduces the amount from $134,000 to 0, appropriate like the other motions we've had. I would accept that as an appropriate, proper motion. Do I have a second on his motion?
I'll second it for discussion.
Seconded by Maxine for discussion. And I'm going to, don't know if Mr. LeBlanc, you need to speak any more on your motion?
Well, I guess I'm just confused because by doing that, it's obviously a no-brainer, which it sort of is a no-brainer in a sense, if it's paid for some other way.
In other words, they can't, with your motion, they can't raise the money to add it to the fund. If they're going to fund this, it has to come out of the operating budget.
Would have to, in effect, come out of the operating budget.
Right.
Mr. Moderator, can I speak to the amendment?
Yes.
A budget that we originally received from the town manager included this $134,000. I think it was decided between the BOS and the Budget Committee that we would rather it be in a warrant article instead of in the operating budget, so the voters can decide in the ballot whether or not they want to add this position, because once it gets approved, it's forever in the operating budget. I give you all the power for being involved and trying to figure this mess out. It's very confusing for even elected officials. But personally, I think that this warrant should stand as is so the voters can decide whether or not they want to fund this position now and in the future.
Oh, and I agree with you in the sense, thinking through this, obviously, if we go to 0, everyone's going to automatically say yes, because they're going to make, it's going to seem like it's free. That's why I worded it the way it was. It's not free. It's costing us money. It'll likely cost us several $100,000 a year in future years. This is a slow projection. So I rescind that and just leave it the way it is, and let's put it to vote. Thank you.
Okay, so he's rescinded his motions, so we won't take action on the motions.
So I rescind my second. I was the second on his motion, so
Okay,
I
thank
rescind
you.
that.
The second also rescinds the second. So now we're back to the main motion. This gentleman has stand up to speak on the main motion. Would you like to speak on the main motion?
I'd like to speak on the main motion. Nolan Pelletier, 24 North Ave. I just would like some clarification. So these monies, 134,000, is that for specifically a new position? Is there going to be somebody in there overnight? Is it a...
It's to fund 24/7 coverage, but the chief can.
I'll let the chief answer that. Thank you for your question. Chief?
Thank you for the question. I actually meant to address that earlier. No, this is not for a single position, and this is not for any full-time positions. This is to pay for our call personnel, which we have a very great department full of call personnel, to fill a per diem position from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
So this won't change the costs, like human resources costs, healthcare, anything like that? This is just strictly reworking existing members of the department to cover this? Am I correct in that assumption?
Yes.
That is correct. There's no roll-up cost associated with health insurance and retirement.
Any more discussion on the Article 7 as written? Seeing no one approaching the mic, Articles P2107 will appear on the ballot as written. Moving on. Create and deposit to reevaluation capital reserve fund, Article P-2108. Shall the town authorize the establishment of a capital reserve fund to meet our constitutional and statutory requirement that assessments are at full and true value at least as often as every fifth year? Furthermore, to raise and appropriate the sum of $35,000 towards this purpose and to appoint the selectmen as agents to expend from the fund. It is anticipated a reevaluation will take place in 2026. Majority vote required, total appropriation $35,000. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 500. The Budget Committee, 180. Motion to place this on the ballot as written.
I'll make
So
that motion.
moved.
Francine, I got a second from Max. Mr. Kiska, you going to speak on this?
Yes, I will. First of all, the purpose of a capital reserve fund, it's almost like if you know you're going to have to replace your roof in 5 years, and you know it's going to cost you $50,000, you're going to put away $10,000 a year so that you don't take a lot out of the current year, nor that 5 years later you're going to have to come up with $50,000 out of your, which could, for some people, be their total income. So what the purpose of this is, every 5 years, we are required by law to do an entire revaluation called the values anew. Something we did attempt to do this year, but things went wrong, and it could not be done this year, which we were supposed to do that this year, but some things got out of our control. So what the purpose of this is, instead of taking that large amount, because the values anew is very expensive, the intention of this warrant article will say we're going to take a fifth of that cost out each year, so that in the fifth year you don't have to pay the whole amount and have it be a big tax jump all at once. Whether this fails or it passes, we're still going to have to pay it in the end. It's a matter of, do you want it to draw it out over a period of 5 years, or do you want to pay it all in one lump sum in the fifth year? And that's really the bottom line of this intention of this warrant article. And then that's the voter's choice. It's not a matter of we're going to spend it or not. Eventually you will spend it. It's just a matter, do you want to take it out a little at a time, or do you want to pay the whole amount in the fifth year?
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on this? Hearing none, seeing no one at the mic, this article will appear on the ballot as written, Article 7. Moving on.
No, that was Article 8,
Article
Mr.
8.
Moderator.
Article 8.
It was Article 8.
Oh, that was Article 8. Thank you. Article 8. Next number, Capital Reserve Fund Deposit, Energy, Article P-2109. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $15,000 to be deposited into the existing Energy Capital Reserve Fund? Majority vote required. Total appropriation, $15,000. Balance in the Energy Fund as of 12/31/20, $48,170.31. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 500, and the Budget Committee, 540. Motion to place this on the ballot as written.
So moved.
Francine
Second.
moves. Maxine seconds. And I believe, Jay, you're going to speak on that?
Yes, this fund was established to fund projects that increase energy efficiency and energy projects that reduce the town's energy costs. A solar project for the roof at the salt shed of the Public Works Complex and LED lighting projects in the town hall are examples for projects that were funded by this capital reserve. The fund is invested in an interest-bearing account. This fund is in the capital improvement program as approved by the planning board. This fund is going to help us convert some of our buildings over to LED. So we need to put some money aside here for the anticipation of having these energy audits done, and also, further down the road, possible, solar projects in the lake. So,
Thank you, Jay. Any more discussion on this article? Mr. Kishka?
Yes, I'd like to speak in favor of this article and clarify some other points. That's a heck of a lot of payback for 1 year. They actually estimated, because you say sometimes the paybacks are overestimated. Well, originally they said we were going to save $8,000 a year at the library. In the first year, they found that they were saving $12,000 a year in the library. That was that lighting project. The other thing I want to point out is if the other warrant article passes to put the solar panels up, which is going to take $40,000 out of this existing balance, we'll only have $8,000 to work with. We can't update a heating system. We can't insulate a building. We're basically stuck with nothing if this fails. So that means no matter what we talk about, we won't be able to fund it. So again, that's a people's choice. It probably should be more than $15,000. We figured we didn't want to ask a lot this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on this? Seeing none, seeing no one approaching the mic, Article P-2109 shall be on the ballot as written. Moving on. Create and deposit to Information Technology Infrastructure Fund. Article P-21-10. Shall the town vote to establish an Information Technology Capital Reserve Fund under the provisions of RSA 35:1 for the purpose of funding major infrastructure for all the town's computerized systems as needed in the future, and to raise and appropriate the sum of $25,000 to be placed in this fund. Further, to name the Board of Selectmen as agents to expend from said fund. Majority required, total appropriation $25,000. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 500. The Budget Committee, 450. Motion to put this on the ballot as written.
So moved.
Francine
Second.
first, seconded by Max. Who's going to, usually would you like to speak on this?
No, Kate Sherman DeRoche, 20 Sunrise Terrace. I'm sorry, I just would like to make a motion to restrict reconsideration on Article 21-7, 21-8, and 21-9.
Second.
Slightly out of order, but since we have
yeah.
a second, if there's no objection from the crowd, I don't see any, we'll entertain that. So a motion to restrict those 3 article items. If you're in favor, raise your cards. Thank you. If you're against, raise your card. So those in favor, and there's never an abstention that I see. So those 3 articles are restricted. So let's move to this article, and someone from the Board of Selectmen going to speak on this, Francine?
I will speak to that, yes. This article would create a fund for information technology infrastructure, such as new computer servers, fiber networking, and installing barriers to ransomware attacks. And I'm not sure if you are aware of this, but a couple of our communities have already fallen victim to this. I believe Salem, New Hampshire, and Methuen have fallen victim to this, and I think Mark might be able to give me the right number. I think it was Methuen wound up paying $300,000 to get their information, their technology back up and running. I think it was Methuen, and it was an undisclosed amount that Salem paid, but you're talking about a $25,000 investment to save $300,000. So this is a really worthwhile investment, and as you probably all know, technology changes by the second, and it behooves our town to make sure that your data and our personal data in the town is protected.
Thank you. I don't think Dean wants to speak on this article.
Good.
Anyone else to speak on this article? I don't see anyone, so I will deem that Article P-21-10 will appear on the ballot as written. Moving on.
Motion to restrict reconsideration.
Motion to restrict.
Fell down behind in my job. Thank you, Kate.
We have a motion to restrict reconsideration. Do I have a second? Jay seconded it. Did you get that, Martha? No discussion. If you're in favor of restricting, please raise your card. Thank you. You can put them down. If you're against card, abstain cards, restricted. Article 10. Moving on to Article 11. Funding for repair and construction to fix the cap of the Plaistow landfill. Article P-21-11. So the town vote to raise and appropriate $575,000 to fund 1, the work for the Plaistow landfill closure to comply with DES regulations. 2, construction engineering and permit oversight. 3, construction contingencies. 4, remove all salt shed. 5, tire removal. The funds will be withdrawn from the general fund unassigned balance. The special warrant article will be a non-lapsing appropriation per RSA 32:7, Roman numeral 6, and will not lapse until the completion of the landfill cap repair and construction is completed by December 31, 2022, whichever is sooner. Majority vote required. Total appropriation, $575,000. Withdrawal from the general fund unassigned fund balance, $575,000. No amount to be raised by new taxation, that's $0. Balance in general unassigned fund balance as of 12/31/20, $2,668,376. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 400. The Budget Committee, 180. I have a motion to place this on the ballot as written.
So moved.
Made by Francine.
Second.
Seconded by Max. Greg, I see you're going to speak on this.
Thank you. Last year, we took care of all of the permits necessary to repair the cap of the landfill. There was a lot of engineering done, a lot of evaluation, and we basically did a lot of paperwork that we had to go through before we could start the actual construction. This article would fund the required actual work necessary to actually repair the cap of the Plaistow landfill. The Plaistow landfill was about 30 years ago. We put a cap on it, but since it has settled, it is leaking methane gas. It is also contaminating local wells. So we are required as a town to take care of this and to fix the cap and get it back into a normal working order. There is some pooling right now because as the old trash depresses, it causes indentations and water gets filled in, and that's what the problem with the runoff that we're having. So this is a proactive approach to future higher costs to comply with DES regulations for landfills. And also, it includes removal of the old salt shed, and there's the many of loose tires that were in the landfill, and some of these are actually have been buried in the premise to remove these correctly and environmentally from our landfill. If we do not approve this, DES has the ability of mandating that we do this. If we wait a year, the cost is going to go up. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Any discussion on this Article 11?
Mr. Moderator? Sam Cafiso, Budget Committee. The selectman just alluded to something that I haven't heard yet, and I've been following this discussion pretty closely. Maybe the town manager or someone can shed some light on this. It was mentioned that this is polluting local wells because of this problem with the settlement of the landfill. I haven't heard that yet. Can someone clarify that?
Mr. Manager, are you able to answer that inquiry?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Just so that I'm clear in your question, it's about the pooling and the further contamination that would occur?
What was just stated was because of the situation with the pooling, local wells are being contaminated and the landfill is leaking.
Okay. You have a depression in a cap that gathers water, and then the water seeps down and pushes down into the ground underneath the landfill and eventually pushes out. It's that pushing out into the surrounding properties that is the
It's a threat. I'm asking if it is happening now.
We have evidence from the consultants that the neighboring wells are contaminated from the landfill.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ryan LeBrecq, 174 Main Street. In regards to the fixing of the cap, from an engineering perspective, has it been considered that adding 5.5 feet of material to the top of it may also result in additional settlement that'll put us back into the same position we're in currently?
I'll ask the manager if he can answer that, if he can.
I'm sorry, it must be a muffling because of these masks, and I understand that. Could you just repeat that again?
Sure. From what I understand, the plan is to add 5.5 feet of material to the top of the cap to fill in the indentation and increase the elevation such that water will run off from it. Obviously, we're adding 5.5 feet of material on top of compressed trash, so that material weighs a lot. And will the extra weight of that material further compress the trash and end up with another compression that'll collect water anyway? Has that been considered or discussed as far as the dead weight of the material added to the cap?
Yes. I talked to the consultants about that. This solution is for the area that is depressed, and there is no guarantee that we won't be dealing with another area that could open up or compress. The settlement of this landfill has decreased over time. Let's just say that it's done its most settling in the past years, and it will continue to settle, but at a slower rate. With respect to the weight of the material to go on top, yes, but I don't think that particular area is going to compress to the point where it's going to create another depression in that area. I think that over time, another area perhaps would create a depression just because of the settlement. I think that settlement in that area is pretty much done settling. So I don't think we're going to be dealing with that particular area for some long time.
But we don't know if adding all this material may affect adjacent areas and cause compression to occur and create a new problem outside of the current problem. So by fixing it, I think, we're thinking we're being proactive, but we could be creating a larger problem down the road by creating new problems. Potentially.
I think.
I don't know if you can answer that question.
I think that was more a statement, so.
Yeah.
That time, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, and your time's up. Thank you, Mr. LeBrecq.
All right, so I'd like to go ahead with a motion to amend Article P21-11 to change the below the dollar value statement from no amount to be raised by new taxation to amount to be funded by existing overtaxation.
I'm going to rule that motion out of order because I think this language in the article is prescribed by the Revenue Department, and I don't think we can change that.
Mr. Moderator, say that again.
I'm ruling his motion out of order. It hasn't been seconded yet, but he wants to change a line item that I believe is set forth by the Revenue Department. That it really doesn't change the amount or what we're doing. So I'm going to rule it
He never
inapplicable.
got a second. He never got a second that I heard.
Any other questions or motions? So hearing no objection to my ruling, I'm going to say that this article will appear on the ballot as written.
Motion to restrict reconsideration.
Motion to restrict,
Second.
seconded by at least 2 people. If you're in favor of restriction, please raise your card. Thank you. All those opposed, raise your card. And nobody abstained, so, and Nancy, will you tell me about the vote in the tent? Were you telling me about the vote in the tent? I saw your wave. Okay. I guess no one's in the tent. Restricted. Moving on, next article.
Julie, you're up next.
Transfer to Capital Reserve Fund Self-Contained Breathing Apparatus, SCBA. Article P-21-12. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate $22,122 to be deposited into the existing fire department SCBA, or SCUBA, Capital Reserve Fund? The funds will be withdrawn from the general fund unassigned fund balance. Furthermore, name the Board of Selectmen as agents to expend from the fire department SCBA Capital Reserve Fund. Majority vote required. Total appropriation, $22,122. Amount withdrawn from the general fund unassigned fund balance, $22,122. No amount to be raised by new taxation, $0. Balance in general fund unassigned fund balances of 12/31/20, $2,668,376. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 500, and the Budget Committee, 900. Motion to place this on the ballot as written.
So moved.
Francine, I have a
Second.
second by Maxine. I believe, Mr. Kishka, you're going to speak on this?
Yes, thank you. Yes, I'm not going to read this whole thing. I just know when you go to a fire, you notice that they have to put breathing apparatus on so they don't get toxic chemicals and breathe it in, and the smoke and whatever, so they can do their job. I've used this equipment before in environments where there were chemical and toxic gases before. They have to be fitted right or they don't work. Sometimes some of these toxic fumes at a fire or whatever, just a little bit of it will put you down. And these masks do wear out. They've been updated over the years, and we've had this warrant article out for many, many years. So this is something that is vital to the emergency responders so that they can protect their own lives as well as their ability to save others. So this is an absolute necessity, and I don't think this has ever been voted down, and I'm just going to leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Kishka. Any more discussion? Yes, I see. Yes, sir.
Nolan Pelletier, 24 North Ave. Just a point of reference. You were saying that the no amount to be raised by new taxation, is that required? That you're saying that's formally, that's the way it has to be presented in the warrant articles? Because I do agree with him, it is kind of misleading.
I could try to answer that.
I'm sorry, I know it doesn't have to do with this article, I just wanted to just
Well, it's a general
clarification.
question, and it's something that I have pondered on for many years. Sometimes I don't like it myself. There's 2 ways to fund a warrant article. Take it out of the unassigned fund balance, which is money that's sitting there. And a lot of times that you say, well, it's overtaxation, but because we have bottom line budgets, and you have to budget every expenditure, even though there may be income, like the building department, they actually bring in as much income as they spend. However, it's still an expense on a line item, so you have to say, this is how much money we're spending. Doesn't account for the money coming in as revenues. So that goes into the unassigned balance. So the unassigned balance builds up. It's not just taxation, it's revenues that come in as well. But there's 2 ways to fund it: unassigned balance or add to the taxes, which raises your tax rate, in a sense, the next year, the following year. It's always 1 year behind. Yes, it could be worded the other way. It's a choice. Usually that's based upon how much money is in that balance, whether or not you're going to choose to do one or the other. And I think that explains how it gets worded. It's either by new taxation or it's by just taking out of the money that's left in our account. And you do have to leave some of that money in account because it's your checkbook. So the tax bills only come in twice a year. You've got to pay bills 12 months a year. So what happens is we pay the school bill, we get a bill from the school every quarter. And it's a huge amount, by the way. And the town has to pay it on time. And so if the balance isn't there, we'd have to take a loan to pay the bill. So what happens, that's why that we have a minimum percentage we keep in that account always, so that we never go below zero. Because that balance will go up and down during the course of the year.
I do understand that.
Yeah.
My question was directed more towards the wording, I guess, than anything else, because I know we have no amount to be raised by new taxation in bold font. I would like to see it, as he said, no amount to be raised by new taxation taken out of whatever funds it's coming out of. I think that would be, I do understand personally, and I know how it works, and I know I get what you're saying in your explanation. My question is more directed at the wording. Is this set in stone, or can that be changed?
It's pretty much set in stone. You either take it out of new taxation or you take it out of the general unassigned fund. It can be either way, but.
I'm just saying on this form right here, it says no amount to be raised by new taxation.
Oh, okay.
Is that formal? Is that a requirement, or could that line item be changed? I guess that was my question. I apologize for not being clear about that.
That's something that came into being many years back because we were trying to be more transparent with warrant articles. Where is the money coming from? Is it coming from new taxation? Is it not? In the past many years, it wasn't clear. So this is actually for clarification so that you're aware of where it's coming from.
Mr.
I
Moderator?
can probably answer your question a little clearer or more succinctly. All of these articles, as my understanding, are reviewed by the Department of Revenue Administration,
Okay.
DRA. The DRA recommends this language. That's why we follow the DRA. If we don't do something the way the DRA tells us to do it, it could jeopardize the warrant article. So the selectmen are just following the DRA.
That was my question. You answered it. Thank you very much.
They didn't create it. It comes from the DRA. Thank you. And I want to publicly apologize to Maxanne, because I did call her Maxine. As Kristen will know, I have this problem of calling people by their right names. Is she still here?
I'm used to it.
But I always call her Max. I'm trying to be a
Yes.
little more formal today, so sorry, Max.
That's okay.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Ryan LeBrecq, 174 Main Street, reflecting what he was saying about no amount to be raised by new taxation. So we can change it to, just like Article P 2114, to amount to be raised by new taxation.
Well, from what I understand, the article is not raising it by taxation, because then it would go into your taxes and the overall budget, the combined budget. It's not. They're taking it from the unassigned fund. So
But
you're
if
not
we-
raising the bill, as I understand it.
Right, but if we change the, and I'm not saying for this particular one, but if we change the amount to be raised, change that across the board to amount to be raised by new taxation, then the unassigned fund balance would keep increasing, and then there'd be pressure to actually give some of it back to the residents instead of just keep it building up in a town savings account.
Mr. Moderator, can I just speak? I
Yes, let Max.
understand what you're trying to say, and I think that that's a battle for a different day. They've already restricted the motions prior, the amendments, so it won't, the town's really big about having the language be the same all throughout, so if we were to start changing the language now, the other ones can't be changed because we restricted reconsideration.
Okay,
So-
I didn't actually come up here to talk about that anyway, I just was mirroring
Okay.
what he was saying. So in regards to the breathing apparatus, I don't recommend that we not spend $22,000. So for anyone that's frustrated with me talking, I agree, we should spend the money because our firefighters
Time
need
is
it.
up, Mr. Moderator.
Well, his time's up, but he seems to support the article as written. Somebody else want to speak on that? Seeing nobody at the mic.
Moderator, can I speak to the thing you mentioned about DRA? And it's not directly to the motion, but it is about what you,
Well, then let me finish this motion, then you can make a comment if
Okay.
it's not directed.
Yep.
Since there is no motion, then this article will appear on the warrant as written. You have a comment, sir?
Yes, I dealt with the DRA a few years back with wording in warrant articles, and what I was told by the DRA is they do not police the articles. What they do is make sure what legally has to be in there is in there. They do not look for things that can be taken out. That's the explanation I was given. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Motion to restrict reconsideration.
We have a motion to restrict reconsideration on
I'll
Article
second.
12. I have a second by Greg. Any discussion? If you're in favor of a restriction, raise your card. Thank you very much. If you're opposed, raise your card. Abstain? Restricted, Article 12. Moving on, Article 13, transfer to Fire Department Radio Capital Reserve Fund. Article P-21-13, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $100,000 to be deposited into the existing Fire Department Radio Capital Reserve Fund under the provisions of RSA 35:1 for the purpose of replacement of mobile and portable radios as needed in the future. The funds will be withdrawn from the general fund unassigned fund balance, majority vote required. Total appropriation, $100,000. Withdraw from the general fund unassigned fund balance, $100,000. No amount to be raised by new taxation, $0. Balance in general fund, unassigned fund balance as of 12/31/20, $2,668,376, recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 500, and the Budget Committee, 900. Motion to place this on the ballot as written.
So moved.
Made by Francine,
Second.
seconded by Max. I have Jay, there he is. Jay's going to speak on that.
Switch my spot. This is, so the $100,000 is going to go to replace half of the radios that are 16-plus years old. So it's about time we replace this old technology and get them the proper equipment. So I'm in favor of this in keeping their equipment up to snuff so they can do the job that they need to do. So
Thank you, Jay. Any more discussion on this article? The chief would like to speak. Chief?
Chris Knudsen, 3 Wildbrook Way. I'd like to make an amendment to, looking for the wording here, name the Board of Selectmen as agents to expend. Is that,
Say that again.
to make that Board of Selectmen agents to expend this fund?
Mr. Moderator, I believe we had already made that motion in the prior year before you came on board, and we currently are agents for the fund.
Okay, I'll take that back then.
Okay, thank you, chief. Welcome to town. And I'm appreciative that that happened because I was about to rule you out of order, chief. Because we didn't warn about changing the select person who was going to manage the funds, so I would have said that was out of order, so now we don't have to do that. Thank you.
Yes, I'll
Mr.
just speak
Kishka,
on-
you're going to speak in...
Yes, I'll just speak in this one moment. There's no reason any emergency response personnel should be running around with an old radio that has to be held together by duct tape, for one thing. But the only thing I want to make a comment here, and it's always bothered me, being from the military, and now I see how it affects emergency police departments, fire departments, is how these industries overprice items that should not even come near those kind of costs. So I'm just making a plea to any people that are in government, as far as our representatives at the state, if there's any way you can put anything in that can start restricting how much they price gouge this equipment, which our responders need, and then we're forced to pay for. That's
Thank
it.
you, Mr. Kishka. I'm sure Mr. Major and I will certainly take that into consideration when we ever get back to the State House. Thank you. No more discussion on this article. Seeing nobody at the mic and no more discussion, Article 13 will appear on the ballot as written.
And motion to restrict reconsideration, please.
I have a
Second.
motion to restrict. Maxine, do we use second?
Yes, I seconded it.
Maxanne. Maxanne
Just call
seconded
me
it.
Max, it's okay.
It's easier, Max. All in favor of restriction, raise your card. Thank you. All opposed? Abstained? Restricted. Moving on.
Mr. Moderator,
Yes, my town clerk asked for a 10-minute recess since we're way gone beyond the normal recess time. So I will appropriately say we're going to recess. Let me look at my famous clock.
1:45.
1:45. We'll come back at 1:55. Thank you.
Sorry, everybody else gets to.
Ask you all to take your seats. We're going to start momentarily. Thank you for your attention and thank you for coming back. Capital Reserve Fund Deposit Recreation, Article P-21-14. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $50,000 to be deposited into the existing Recreation Plan Capital Reserve Fund? $25,000 in funds will be withdrawn from the general fund unassigned fund balance. Majority vote required. Total appropriation, $50,000. Withdrawn from the general fund unassigned fund balance, $25,000. Amount to be raised by new taxation, $25,000. Balance in general fund unassigned fund balances of 12/31/20, $2,668,376. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 3-0. The Budget Committee, 1-8-0. Motion to place this on the ballot as written.
So moved.
Francine, do I have a
Second.
second? Seconded by Max. Discussion I have here. Francine, you're going to talk about?
Yes, I will, thank you. This deposit is going to allow the completion of the final major phase of the park down on County Road, which is the new softball field. This includes installing 2 new dugouts, a backstop, right field fencing, and a foul pole to finish the field work. And I believe they're also going to be putting in a Cape Cod berm to prevent water from running from the parking lot into the fields. And if you recall, we spent probably close to $250,000 in grants and other reserve funds last year to bring the park up to its standards and to take care of some of the infrastructure that we had kind of let go and needed to be repaired. So
Thank
that's
you.
it.
Anyone else want to discuss this article?
Bill Coy, 9 Partridge Lane. As Francine said, what this would do is finish up what's remainder up there. I don't know if anybody has been out there, but you can see a softball field has been put in. We've put drainage in where that was a major issue. We've created a walkway there that heads out to where eventually the trails would be. So what this really would do, it would finish that project up there for the fields. It would be the backstop, dugouts, as well as the Cape Cod berm down the driveway heading up to keep additional, moisture when it rains that heads out onto those fields. So it would finish the project, which would be great. It would allow, obviously, maybe some more revenue down the road as well, and allow all the teams to play out there.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Ryan LeBrecq, 174 Main Street. I just want to say that, I grew up playing soccer on fields in the town that I lived in, and the field was actually a field that was connected to the sewage treatment plant, and we played wherever we could find, and we still played. Didn't matter whether we had a grandiose field or a sewage treatment plant field, and it was fun. I think we spend enough money on recreation as it is, and as a result, I think I'm going to introduce a motion for Article P 2114 to amend to $0.
I'll second it for discussion.
So I have a motion made and seconded to reduce total appropriation. Was it the total appropriation he asked to reduce?
Amend to $0 is what he wrote.
I'm assuming the request is to reduce the amount of $50,000 to 0. Is that right, Mr. LeBrecq? He says correct. So the motion on the floor is to reduce $50,000 to 0 for appropriation. Does he have a second? Oh, Max seconded it for discussion. Discussion on the motion to reduce the amount to 0. for expenditure.
I'm Leah McKean, 31 Sunrise Terrace. I am on the Recreation Committee, and I've learned a lot this year being on the Recreation Committee. I'm not going to pretend to understand budget or how the Board of Selectmen does everything, but what I've learned from the Recreation Committee is there are a lot of rules in place. So I understand you can play soccer or baseball or anything else on any other field, but there are a lot of rules and regulations that need to be followed, and there's measurements that need to be taken into account, and you can't use a field just to use a field anymore. If you want to make money using these fields, we need to get these fields up to par. So I understand that we want to decrease recreation, maybe because certain people don't use it as much as others, or they don't realize the impact that recreation has on their children or their families or adults. But I don't agree with cutting this down to zero when we're trying to finish off a project that can actually benefit the income that comes into this town, because we can rent that field if it's up to par.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker.
Bob Kincaid, Old County Road. This might be more of a question. I'm not sure if it can be answered by Rec Committee or Mr. Coy, and we've spoken before, but it's regarding the other piece of the project, which I believe was funded last year. I've got a particular interest in the trail piece of it. So there's trails to come on the back end of it. I haven't seen those worked on as of yet. There's trail blazing that'll need to be happen. There's work on the to get access to that. There's marking trails. There's things like creating bridges. I'm not sure. I'm curious which parts of those are already funded and which are still to come, and just wanted to again volunteer that I would believe I can get some volunteers to help voluntarily do a number of those things. I'm sure that would be right up Mr. LeBrec's alley as far as no new funds for that, but just want to volunteer. I think we can get some volunteers for those kinds of things, and I'm curious which
Thank you
which
for
is
your
yet
question.
funded.
Let's see if we can get an answer. Would you like to try to answer his question?
I'll give it a shot. What this would do would finish where the softball field is. Right now, the field's already laid out, everything's done, it's just, this is the last piece of that. As far as where the trails would go, there is a grant in place for that, and there's money set aside that we have to, as a town, already in the capital reserve set aside that would take care of that.
Thank you. Hope that answers. He says yes. Yes, ma'am.
Carrie Patlis, 260 Main Street. I'm on the Rec Commission also. I just wanted to point out that what some may call a grandiose field, what we're asking for fencing, for dugouts, for a backstop, is a safety measure. It is a customary safety measure on all playing fields. It keeps our athletes, our spectators, our visitors at parks safe. This is not a grandiose field by any means. If you want to build a grandiose field, I'd like turf, I'd like a bunch of other things. We're going basic. This is a basic field. It'll accommodate ages 4 to 400. We can play a bunch of different options on it, and basic needs of a field include the backstop and the dugouts to keep everyone safe.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Melissa Marr, Auburn Street. I'd just like to address the fact that part of the reason this warrant article was dropped, or this motion was dropped down to zero, was because 20 years or so ago, he played on fields that were not appropriate or accommodating. And, 20 years ago, a lot of things happened. We didn't wear bicycle helmets. We were allowed to play in the streets without our neighbors calling the police on us. Lots of different things happened 20 years ago that don't happen now. Things change over time, and these kids need something that's more appropriate to play.
Thank you. Anyone else on the motion to amend down to zero?
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to speak on it. I believe the past 2 years, there were warrant articles for a capital reserve fund deposit for recreation. I believe it was for raised by new taxes, and those have failed the past 2 years. So I think the intent was, they need $50,000 to complete this project, come from the unassigned fund balance, and then 25 will be raised from new taxation. And it was my impression that where the field is, they were advised many times not to put a field there because of the drainage issues. And it just seems like we keep throwing money into this park that, when does it stop? When will it be fixed? We're still going to get flooding. And I just want that stated.
Thank you. Anyone new to speak on the motion to go down to 0? You both have spoken, so I'll take the maker of the motion first, but allow the other gentleman to speak.
Yeah, Ryan LeBrecq, 174 Main Street. I just had a general question. I've been to Park once. From what I understand, is the facility open 24/7 for the public's use?
No,
Closes at dusk, I believe.
no.
The answer I hear is no.
On to dusk.
Okay, so the gates aren't open for, the gates are open when to be able to use it? The gates are always open, so I can go there anytime, but if it's after dusk, I'll be escorted out by the police, is that the? All right, so if I want to go for a walk after dark, I will be told to leave.
Mr. Moderator, can I interject?
Well, I'm wondering what this has to do to his own motion to reduce to 0, but
Correct me if I'm wrong, Rec Commission, but isn't the area off limits to the public if recreation is engaged in an activity?
Summer
Okay,
rec.
thank you.
Summer rec.
I'm just answering Mr. LeBrecq's question and when it's open to the public and not.
All right, it just reinforces why I don't think we should spend more money on it. It should be just open 24/7 for use.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
The only thing I wanted to clarify, we didn't have a warrant article out there last year.
I'm sorry, the previous 2 years failed. Yeah.
Any more discussion on the motion to amend down to 0? I don't see any. So if you're in favor of the motion to amend from $50,000 to 0, please raise your card. Thank you. If you're opposed, please raise your cards. Thank you. Abstained? No abstention. 1 abstention. So I believe that motion fails. So now we're back to the main motion as written. Any further discussion on the main motion as written? Seeing none, Article 14 will appear on the ballot as written.
And motion to restrict reconsideration, please.
Motion to restrict. I have a second by Ms. Kishka. All in favor of restriction? Thank you. All opposed? Article 14 is restricted for reconsideration. Moving on. Article 15, we already covered earlier. It was moved. We now go on to Article 16. Reduce Budget Committee membership, Article P 2116. Shall the town vote to reduce the Budget Committee from 9 members and the Selectman rep of a total of 10 votes to 8 members and the Selectman representative, total of 9 votes. Majority vote required, recommended by the Board of Selectmen 500. Motion to place it on the ballot as written.
So moved.
Made by Francine.
Second.
Seconded by Max. I believe, Greg, you're going to speak on this?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator.
And,
This article will reduce the number of voting members on the Budget Committee from 10 to 9. The Budget Committee is currently made up of 9 voting members and a selectman representative who also votes. The intent of this article is to make it less likely for voting ties to occur. And this change was requested by the Budget Committee. One additional point I'll make is that since the ballots have already been produced, if we have people running for the 3 budget positions, or if we have write-ins to those, we will put all 3 of those on, and we will not reduce the Budget Committee until the following year. And that's just due to when we reduce the number of a board, you have to allow the person that was previously elected to at least serve 1 year. Thank you.
Thank you. Dennis?
Yes, I would like to make an amendment to this article, please, to read, shall the town vote to increase the Budget Committee from 9 members and a selectman rep to 10 members and 1 selectman rep?
Sign it.
second.
So the motion is to change 8 members in selectmen rep to 10 members?
From a 9 members,
No,
shall the
10.
town
To
vote to
increase-
increase the budget committee from 9 members and a selectman's rep to 10 members and 1 selectman's rep? I didn't hear a second.
That would
Mr.
be
Moderator.
11. Do we have a second? Seconded.
By Deborah, okay.
Speak to your motion, sir.
Okay, so this, a couple of things. One, we would still have an odd number. At first, when this was discussed as a budget committee, I had thought about it and I thought I was in favor. When I first ran on the budget committee, we had 12 budget committee members plus 1 Board of Selectmen representative. I just think we're doing a disservice to the town to reduce the number of people on the budget committee and encouraging more people not to run and to stand up and volunteer for various positions within the town. This year, I'm delighted to say I believe there were 4 candidates that have applied to run for the budget committee. I'm hoping that number continues to increase, and therefore I think we should increase the budget committee to 10 members with 1 Board of Selectmen representative.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on the motion to increase the numbers to a total of 11, 10 members and a selectman?
Can I just speak?
Max and then Julian.
So at the time when we wanted to reduce the membership, we had 2 vacant budget committee seats. We've had open positions. We've called for people to send in their applications to be on the budget committee, and we didn't get anybody. I'm really glad that there are people signed up to fill the vacant seats as well as the seats that people had resigned for whatever reason. I just think the budget committee for the past 2 years has tried their hardest to ease the burden of the taxpayer. And last year, Board of Selectmen members came up and increased the budget, everything that we cut. This year, there were 2 motions made by 2 selectmen to also increase the budget by items that we cut. They can say that they were doing it as private citizens, but we know that it really came down to the Board of Selectmen disagreeing with the budget committee. Yeah, no, I just think that if we have less people, we can have a full board versus empty seats, just trying to fill them. Thanks.
Julian?
Yes, I'm not totally in disagreement with this change. I thought that everyone wanted it the other way. The only issue I have with this is the last couple of years, there's never been a full board of even 9.
Right.
People get on there and they, for some reason, they just leave. It's unexplainable. People, I don't know, they volunteer for something and they don't show up. And that's been a big problem. And then they haven't been replaced. So what's going to happen when it's 2 more and then there'll be even more openings? That's only my concern. I'm not speaking against the change. That's my concern.
Thank you. Anyone new to speak on his motion to amend to 11 instead of 9?
No.
So I will speak to a couple points that were
Total
made.
11.
One, I did not put this
10 and
forth
1.
as, what has happened with our budget in the past 2 years. That was not my intention whatsoever on this amendment. As to the point of if not enough members sign up or there's not enough members this year, we didn't have enough members. You don't have enough members. We shouldn't give up on people volunteering for positions just because right now you're not attracting those candidates. I think we all should be hopeful that we would attract those candidates and people would run. To say, oh, people have stepped off or, have resigned. There's a number of reasons why people resign. Life situations come up, people move out of town. There's a number of reasons why. I don't think we should just give up and reduce the number because at this point, not enough people are running. You can see 4 people are running this year. So I'm hopeful that this trend will continue. So that's why I put this motion forth.
Melissa Marr, my question is, you wanted to reduce it, but now increase it. Is there like an option to, what would be the option to just leave it the same as it is now? Is that not an option?
I think the reason why we wanted to do this is it becomes an even number for a vote. So if we left it as it is, it would be 10 members on the Budget Committee, so you could have the possibility of a 5-5 vote. So that's why we want an odd number.
Mr. Moderator, may I speak?
Mr. Moderator, can I ask a question?
All right.
Yes.
If this was done, we would have to change the verbiage of the motion from reduce to increase.
He did make that motion to
He included the
increase, to change.
verbiage?
yeah.
Thank you, that's all I was asking.
Make that motion. Francine and then this
I
gentleman.
just wanted to mention that this warrant was put on the ballot or put on the town report by request of the Budget Committee. So I just want to let people know that this was not initiated by the board, it was initiated by the Budget Committee, and we were trying to accommodate them. So, if they change their mind on that, that's perfectly within their purview to do so. But it was at their request that we put this on in the first place.
Thank you. Next speaker?
Bob Kincaid, County Road. I was thinking along the same lines as Melissa Marr. Curious why, maybe there's a good reason for this, but it seems to me like they're two independent boards and they should be working to each other. It absolutely makes sense that there's representation from the Board of Selectmen on the Budget Committee, but you could get to an odd number by making the representative a non-voting member. I've seen that in many boards I serve on, so I'm not quite clear. If people are voted to the Board of Selectmen, why should they be a voting member without having been elected by the people on the Budget Committee? I don't quite understand that. You can accomplish the same thing without changing this number.
Anybody new to speak on the motion to amend? Motion to amend.
I'll answer his question. I believe it's an RSA. I believe the RSA does state that there needs to be a selectman representative on the Board of Selectmen who is a voting member. Generally, what happens is, what the Board of Selectmen decide on with their vote generally carries over to the Budget Committee. To speak to Ms. Hart's situation, I know, what she's saying, that it's a Budget Committee, but we all can speak on our own behalf and bring things up on our own behalf. I think you can see by our votes, we all have difference of opinions. Just because an article is put forth by the Budget Committee doesn't mean I agree with everything, and I would hope it's the same thing on the Board of Selectmen. I mean, yeah, some people can say, why would more people want to run when you see some of the situations that happen, But, I'm hopeful that more people will run, and what has happened the past 2 years with the Budget Committee, things will turn around. So that's where we're at.
Mr. Moderator, I just have a question maybe you could answer, knowing how.
You have a question? Go ahead.
So if this motion were to pass as amended, it would be 11 Budget Committee members and 1 Board of Selectmen member, making it.
No, 10 and 1.
I can't hear you, Max, but the
So-
motion is, just so we'll repeat it, to delete the word reduce, to change it with the word increase, and where after 10 votes to 10 members, and the selectman rep for a total of 11 votes.
Okay, so my question is, with the 2 vacant seats we already have on the Budget Committee, and the 4 people running, that's 7 people that need to, I don't know if I'm explaining it right, but my question is, what does that do to the majority? So now if we have a 12-member board, you need a 6-person majority. So what happens if you have empty seats and nobody's filling them, then how do you get, it's going to increase the majority.
So the bigger you make the board, the more people you need to make a majority. If you have empty seats on the board, you'll never have enough for a majority. That's, I think.
You ask a good question. I don't think I, as the moderator, can answer that question at this time. It would depend upon the revised statutes annotated as to how it says, how you calculate the majority. Some statutes say those of sitting board members, some say of the entire board. I regret I'm not an expert in budget committees, so I can't give you an answer to that.
I think it's the entire.
What I heard you do say is you already have 2 empty spaces that aren't filled.
No, you only have one empty space that I'm aware of.
We had, oh, right, because someone was prior, the sitting board, there
Not
were
this
two.
year.
Right, there's only, because there's 3 positions up this year.
Right, but
There's
2
4
people
people
have.
running.
Right, but 2 people haven't been sitting on our board, that's what I was trying to convey. We've been down
Okay.
2 members.
We have been down 2 members in the past, is what you're saying.
They
Yeah,
have been down in the past. Right now, how is the board right now?
correct.
1.
You're 1 down 1 right now. So again, I don't see anybody at the mic. The motion to amend is to change reduce to increase, change the members to 10 members and the selectman rep for 11 votes total. All in favor to increase the budget committee, please raise your cards. 1, 2, 3. Keep them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Around 16. Thank you. 17. Opposed? The ayes have it, so the motion passes. The motion, the warrant on the floor now is to increase the budget committee from 9 members and selectman rep, total of 10, to 10 members and the selectman rep, total of 11. Any discussion on the warrant article as amended? Seeing none, the warrant article as amended will appear on the ballot.
Motion to restrict reconsideration.
I have a motion for restriction.
I'll second it.
Somebody second it? I can't hear. Did somebody second it?
Yes, I did.
Okay, Max seconded it. All in favor of restriction, raise your cards. Thank you. All opposed, raise your cards. Ayes have it, restricted. Moving on, Article 17. Discontinue acquisition of land and/or building capital reserve fund. Article P-21-17. Shall the town vote to discontinue the acquisition of land and/or buildings capital reserve fund pursuant to RSA 35:16, small a, and to transfer said funds with accumulated interest into the town's general fund unassigned fund balance. Majority vote required, recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 5-0-0. Do I have a motion to put this on the ballot as written?
So moved?
I have a motion from Mr. Cafiso. Do I have a second? Seconded.
Wait a minute.
Mr. Kishker, are you going to speak on this?
Yes, I was
Moderator.
chosen.
Who motioned?
The,
And I second
He's
it.
second. Oh,
Thank you. Got to have it written down for the notes, guys, people.
sorry, Mr. Kishker. Go ahead.
Anyway, the explanation is short. It tells you that the town already owns 88 properties, valued at $21 million. Every property that the town owns is off the tax rolls. How much tax revenue would you get on $21 million? Because we're talking about our tax bills and how much it is. We have a lot of land. There's a lot of places that can be done with the existing land we have. This fund was created to buy more land. Actually, I was against this warrant article when it was created, and I'll tell you why. It was because 3 selectmen on a board could decide to buy new property, and you never know who the selectman on that board may be in any particular year. And even though I'm on the board, I don't want that power. And I don't want that power when I'm gone, because I don't know who's going to be on that board. So there was one piece of property that we did try to buy a few years back behind the police station, because people were kind of claiming that we need that property. We can't have a house built or something behind the police station. Well, the only reason the board voted for it, the only reason they didn't get it, because there wasn't enough at the time to cover with what the owner of that land wanted. So we dodged that bullet, actually. Right now, there's a beautiful home there, a fence between it, which they paid for, and it's generating revenue. So someone deemed that it was necessary. It turned out it wasn't necessary. So that's why I didn't even know this was going to come up this year. But that's kind of the reason. There's really no need for this fund. And to get rid of this fund is basically put it back into the hands of, put this money back where it belongs, into the fund where it can be used by the taxpayer.
I have a point of order. I don't know if somebody can answer this question before Mr. Peck speaks. How much is currently in this fund? It doesn't say in the
I
warrant.
believe it's a little over $100,000. There's been interest that's been accrued, but it's over $100,000.
Thank you. There's a point of order.
112?
And for those of you that are listening at home, I'm told that there is some connectivity problems, like my computer has sometimes, but not to worry, because Dean Zanello tells me that it's being taped, and we will be re-showing this in its entirety, and the tape has no connectivity problems. So for those that are watching live, I'm sorry for any difficulty you have in watching, but you'll be able to fill in the blanks, let's say, what you missed by watching the tape. Thank you for the interruption. Mr. Peck, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jim Peck, Oak Ridge Road. The question that was asked by Mr. Moderator was what my question was. And I want to point out that if you look in the 2019 town report, you'll see approximately 15,000 ending balance for one of those funds and approximately 115,000 or 110,000, I believe. So I believe the number is actually closer to 120. But I would also say that we should have those numbers. There's no reason we shouldn't have them for this meeting. I don't understand why we don't have those numbers. It's now January 30th. The year ended 30 days ago. We should have those numbers, and I ask, why don't we have those numbers for all the capital reserve accounts?
I don't know if anybody can answer that question.
I
Does
actually
anybody
agree.
want
It
to
should
try?
tell us what, I agree that it should have the balance on there myself.
So I'll let Greg speak to that, Mr. Talon.
So the answer to that
Can you go to the mic, please? Thank you.
The answer to that question, when I was given the warrant to remove this fund, I should have had another line. So this was not a fault of anybody but myself. And this went all to Greg Colby, and wherever I had a fund line, he put in the balance. So we do have the number for that fund, and it will appear on the voter's guide that we will publish.
Well, it should be,
It takes a motion.
So then I asked Mr. Colby if he's here, what the number is.
I don't know if he's still here. He was in one of the rooms listening. We're going to check to see
while
if
he's
he's still
checking, I
here.
say, I agree with the suggestion, because to be consistent with other warrant articles, the balance in that fund should probably be stated in the warrant article itself. Because not everybody sees the voter's guide.
I'm not trying to be obstructive, I'm just trying to make a point, that when we're at a deliberative session, we should have the number. That's my point, and we'll have it for the vote, that's great, but the Budget Committee needs to know what this is too, because they need to make decisions. We should have all the capital reserve balances at year end by the deliberative session. That's my point.
Thank you, Mr. Peck. We're going to try to get you that accurate number. Mr. Barachi.
I think the trustees of the trust fund are the ones that need to furnish that information.
Peter Bracci, Balsam Way. This fund is just sitting there, waiting for maybe a lucrative piece of property to be purchased. I thought the number was around 115,000, but I could be wrong on that. If we get rid of it, it goes back into the general fund just to be used for anything we want, and we don't have that nest egg that maybe could be used in case we need it. Getting rid of the fund, I think, is a bad idea.
Thank you. We have an answer to one of the questions. Greg?
So the answer to the question is that fund currently has $119,121.54. And this was discussed at a Board of Selectmen meeting, and we basically looked at the property that the town currently has on the record, and we also looked at the cost of a piece of property that was on Westville Road that we were looking at, and the amount of money that it was being asked for was way, way, way higher than anything that we have inside this fund. Thank you.
Can you repeat that number again, Mr. Talon?
$119,121.54.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Moderator, may I speak?
Yes, I see no one at the mic. Go ahead, Francine.
Okay, so I believe this fund was created in 2011, and it was not funded until 2016. So 5 years went by with nothing in this fund. And it was funded in 2016. Now 5 more years have gone by, and I think as Mr. Talon said, there is virtually no property that we are going to be able to purchase for $100,000. And so it was the board's opinion that that money would be better served by either putting it in the unassigned fund balance to either reduce taxes or to fund some long-term projects that the town's been working on. So that was our reasoning for that.
Mr.
Thank you.
Moderator, can I just speak, because I haven't, is it possible moving forward with the ballot that we have all of the balances in these capital reserve funds? I think that's essential for voters to know what's already in the fund
Yep.
when they vote. That's really important.
Yeah, yes, we should.
Mr.
Well,
Moderator?
the fund balances are supposed to be as of 12/21/20. I mean, yeah, 12/31/20. I honestly don't know if it'd be up to the selectmen if you're going to add it.
I believe the trustees of the trust fund are also responsible to be providing some of these numbers to our finance director. So that's another aspect, but, you know, you obviously make excellent points. We absolutely should have these numbers by now.
I did hear Mr. Talion say he would make sure that the 12/31/20 number is in the voter guide, in all the voter guide.
Okay.
Moderator, I believe someone is going to make the motion to add it, so.
You've already spoken, Mr. Peck, I think?
No, I'd like to add one thing, which is important. I believe there's 2 funds. There's an acquisition of land fund that has an amount in it, and there's another fund, the Buildings Capital Reserve Fund. This was shown on the 12/31/2019 town report. So in fact, there's 2 funds.
2 totally different
Thank you.
things.
Well, Mr. Peck, I think you did speak before, so I don't know why you said you didn't. But you asked for the total of the funds, and I thought they gave that to you. But someone who hasn't spoken? Someone who hasn't spoken? Barbara?
Could it be specifically worded, this amount will be used to offset taxes? Would that be allowed?
No.
As opposed to going into the general fund to offset taxes?
If it's my question, then you want me to rule, I'd rule no. I don't, because that changes what the
intent
warrant is of the voters. It doesn't say, it just says to move it to the unassigned capital fund, unassigned general fund, which indirectly would reduce taxes in the future, but it doesn't reduce this year's budget or all the warrant articles you've passed. So I would say, no, that would not be proper.
Yeah, I just want to respond to Mr. Bracci's comment about saving it for later. It may be just my opinion. If there's any property to be bought by the town and we decide we want to buy a piece of land for a specific purpose, it should be a warrant article in that year and let the people decide to spend it. So it doesn't stop you from getting land if you need it. It's just a matter of it should be the people that decide, not a small board. That's just my opinion.
Ms. Kishka, and then Greg.
Barbara Kishka, I'd like to make an amendment to include the fund balance of $119,000, 121.54 at the end of the article.
You sign that? The motion is to add the total fund balance, correct? Because I guess Mr. Peck made us aware that that's the total fund, not each fund.
Could you read the number again?
Ms. Kishka? How does she word it?
I asked her to rewrite the whole article for me. so I can see it.
Mr. Moderator?
Would it not be, just a question, I think it might be more appropriate if Greg could get us each of the fund
I
balances?
did, and there's a confusion here. May I just
Can,
clarify?
while she's
Okay.
rewriting the motion, can you just
So-
clarify the fund
Sure.
balances, Mr.
So there are
Talley?
two separate funds. The first fund is acquisition of land and/or buildings capital reserve fund. So that's just one fund in that motion, and that balance is $119,121.54. The second fund that Jim Peck was referring to is actually referred to as the Building Maintenance Fund. And in that, there is $16,542.71. That is for maintenance-type projects for buildings. As an example, when the new doors were put on the town hall, the front doors, that came out of that fund. So that's what the intent of that fund is basically for projects, maintenance projects for existing buildings. It's got nothing to do with this land reserve.
And we have not warned the people that we were going to eliminate that building maintenance fund, and I doubt if it's Mr. Peck's desire to eliminate that.
Thank you.
But I'll let Mr. Peck speak to that.
If I may, Mr. Moderator, I don't understand why you need the wording "and/or Buildings Capital Reserve Fund," because it sounded like the title of the account was what? Acquisition of land?
Acquisition of land or acquisition of buildings.
Oh, so it says, oh, that's the actual title?
Yes, that was a creation language when
Okay, so
that
what
was
was-
initially.
So there's only one fund for this particular
I understand,
thing.
but I didn't know that was the actual title, because in the town report, it didn't have that full title. So I stand corrected. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Kishka, you're rewriting your article to simply say you would like to have included the fund balance as of 12/31/20 of 119,121.54, correct? We have a second on that?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Max for discussion. I think you've already spoken to your article. Anybody else want to speak to her motion to add the fund balance to the article? All right, all in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. Any opposed? One. I can't tell if he was against, but if he was, he loses. So it passes. So now, as amended, to include the fund balance. Any discussion on this article as amended? Seeing nobody jumping up and nobody at the mic, Article 17 will appear on the ballot as amended.
And motion to restrict reconsideration, please.
Motion to
I'll
reconstruct?
second.
Seconded. Any discussion? Raise your card if you want to restrict. Thank you. Oppose restriction? Restriction passes. Article 17 is restricted. Moving on, aggregation of electric customers. Article P-21-18, shall the town vote to authorize community power pursuant to RSA 53-E, authorize the select board to develop and send the Plaistow Electric aggregation plan to notice the Public Utilities Commission pursuant to RSA 53-E and direct the Select Board to proceed with taking any action or pass any other votes to otherwise implement a Plaistow Electric aggregation plan, beginning with securing a qualified partner equity to deliver on the goals and guidelines set out in the electric aggregation plan, effective May 1, 2021. Majority vote required, recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 5-0-0. Motion to place this on the ballot is written.
So moved?
Francine, a
Second.
second by Max. Discussion, I have Jay here on this. Are you speaking on this?
No, Jay is.
Oh. Guess Julian
Oh,
is.
okay.
Deferred to Julian.
Yes, Jay asked me to do this. This got started by the Energy Committee. Believe it or not, this came into being because I'm also a Rockingham Planning Board Commissioner, and we had a great presentation given, because it's a brand-new law. RSA 9053E is a new law in New Hampshire. It's a law that has been working very well in the state of Massachusetts. A lot of towns, what they do is they get a bunch of towns together, or a large city, and they bargain a better rate than you would get individually for the entire community. And they do the same thing, and what happens, they get a better deal, that automatically becomes your lower rate for electricity. And also, anybody at any time can opt out of it. If you can get a better deal somewhere else, you're not held into it, and you can opt out of it at any time. And whenever if they make a deal for 5 years, it's going to be guaranteed rate for 5 years, you'll get a notice in the mail, and you'll be told what that rate is, and it will also specify you don't have to, you're automatically enrolled at the better rate unless you want to opt out of it. And I'll read the description to be, and also it was a matter of getting more help for this. We actually this year joined New Hampshire Clean Energy. We're now members of that, which is an organization that looks for all kinds of energy options for New Hampshire communities. And basically you got the bargaining power of a lot of places instead of just one town. Numbers help when you're negotiating with a big power company. All right, and this law gives you the ability to do that. RSA 53E allows municipalities and counties to aggregate retail electric customers as necessary. Aggregate, you might say, bargaining power. To provide such customers access to competitive markets for supplies of electricity and related energy services. This aggregation may provide residents and the town with similar opportunities to those available to larger customers in obtaining lower electric costs, reliable service, and secure energy supplies. This plan provides the ability for any resident to opt out of the aggregation agreement. So this is not like where a town may get an energy plan at a better deal through some other company, but this actually allows the town and the group of towns together to aggregate a better rate for the entire community, all the residents, all the businesses included.
Mr. Kishka, I've been advised your time is up.
I'm done.
Thank you. Any more discussion on Article 18? Seeing none, Article 18 will appear on the ballot as written.
Mr. Moderator, I would like to make a motion to restrict reconsideration.
I had discussion.
Both P21-18 and also P21-02, which we put on.
Yeah, thank you, Greg.
I have a motion to restrict reconsideration of Article 18 and Article 2.
I was walking up here before the motion to finalize the language and was not acknowledged.
I did not see you. I will ask the members here if they wish to allow you to speak. Anyone have an objection for this gentleman to speak? Okay, go ahead.
On this article, I think, it sounds utopian. I'm obviously skeptical of any government saving me money because it's never happened in my life. But I don't object to exploring this. However, I would like to amend the language to say, provided that this warrant does not result in added cost to the taxpayer.
Mr. Moderator, didn't you already deem that this would appear as written for an Article 18?
We had a motion as written, and this
you said it was as
illustrious
written.
members here allowed this gentleman to speak. So if you allow him to speak, he has the right to make a motion. I wasn't going to allow him to speak, but you overruled me. So he has a right to make a motion. He's making a motion to amend what was on the floor. Can you repeat again what your motion is, sir?
It's just to add a statement that says, provided that this warrant does not result in added cost to the taxpayer. So we can explore it, but as soon as someone wants to spend taxpayer dollars to continue pursuing it, we cannot do that. That's what it would in effect do, I believe.
I'll second his motion.
We have a second by Max of the motion to add, provided
Mr. LeBrecq, rewrite
does
the
not.
entire motion. Rewrite the entire article for me, please. Entire article.
Why can't he just add the amendment?
Increase
Last
additional
sentence.
costs to the taxpayer.
All right. Mr. Moderator, can we wait until that article comes out in
Yeah,
writing,
we
please?
can wait and give him a moment to write it.
She's making him rewrite the whole thing, though, instead of just the added
Write the
sentence.
last line and what you want to add to it.
So just the
in
last.
the last line reading, in the electrical aggregate plan effective May 1st, 2021, then write what you want to add to it. Thank you.
So while he's writing that, I have a question maybe for clarification. Provided it doesn't cost additional cost to the taxpayer, if the town negotiates a lower rate than the taxpayer would normally pay, but higher than he's paying now, is that an increase to the taxpayer?
Is that for me?
No, to the maker of the motion, because I want to make sure we all understand what we're going to vote on. Increased cost by the electrical company or by the town?
No, so, for example,
To the microphone.
if we are working with electrical companies, and it says here to secure a qualified partner entity, don't know what that means. I don't know if that's an electrical company or if that's a third-party contractor that we might hire to go do this. If we were to hire someone to go pursue this for us, it would cost us money. If this is being pursued by employees of the town that are a sunk cost and we are already spending the money to have them on our payroll, then I wouldn't consider that a cost to the town because they're doing their job and we're not paying them extra to do their job. But if we're paying anything extra for someone to put this whole plan together, negotiate it, et cetera, and that's what the qualified partner seems to suggest, I don't know, then even if it results in a reduction of electric cost to the person, there'll also be a taxpayer cost to administer the program, negotiate the program, pursue the program. So all I'm suggesting is if we don't have to hire someone, we don't have to pay someone to go pursue this, if it's literally our town manager, our selectmen, whoever that's calling the utilities and negotiating in good faith for the city, resulting in a reduced cost for our electric rates, and there's no actual cost to the taxpayer to do so, I'm all for it. But if we have to hire someone to do all this work, it's going to cost money. That's all.
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Kishka wanted to answer, I think, the question.
Yeah,
We
for
had
one
a
thing,
second. We had a motion and a second. I think he's told us why he's made the motion. You can speak after Mr. Kishka.
okay, I just want to clarify some things. For one thing, this is not taxpayer money. This is saving you money on your individual bills by giving you a better rate, negotiating a better rate. These commissions from the different towns, which we'll have one assigned to us, right now, by default, right now, we decided as a starting point, it will be the Energy Committee. We can, at a later point, say we're going to have a special committee just for this purpose. These people don't get paid, they're volunteers, just like the Budget Committee doesn't get paid, they're volunteers. They may sometimes have to get information from a town employee, but they're doing this on their own time. The same thing will happen with this commission. It's going to be people that volunteer to do the job on their own time. Now, should they get some rate that's higher, there's not going to be a deal made, because if you can't get a better rate, you just don't do it. And if someone else got some really good connections and they got some really good deal, like maybe some large corporation has a place in town, they got some really good deal because they had the bargaining power, they can opt out of it. So they'll get the notice, they'll say, no, we don't want this, we're opted out, we have something better. So the residents can do the same thing. So the point in this, if you don't get a better deal, you just don't do it, you sit on it until you get a better deal. If you get a better deal, you negotiate it, then the normal rate, you do it for the town. Again, no necessity for town employees. We get the help of the group of different towns that are working together. And that's basically how it works. It's set up by RSA 9353E. It's a New Hampshire law. It's been recent. They're learning. I heard that at the State House they are trying to change it, and there's a big fight to not change it because it almost sounds like they're trying to give power back to the power company. So
Mr. Kishka, to get
hopefully
to
that
the
will-
point, is it your statement and testimony that this will not cost the taxpayer additional money?
it should not cost the taxpayer money.
Okay, thank you.
Nobody's going to make a deal for a higher rate. They'll make a deal for a lower
Go
rate.
to Mr. Cafiso and then to Mr. Peck.
What I think I'm going to try and clarify what Mr. LeBrec's trying to say. I think I get it, and maybe there could be some easier language, and please correct me if I'm putting wrong words in your mouth. What I believe what he is trying to do is make sure that there will be no cost to the taxpayer to implement this article. That might
He
be a
said
little-
no added cost, yeah. That's what he said in his motion.
That might be a little simpler language. No cost to the taxpayer to implement this article.
There is no appropriation.
There's no appropriation.
Right, and he's trying to make sure that one doesn't come.
Mr. Peck,
Jim Peck again. I just want to say, first of all, and I'm going to speak to the motion in a second, that this is a smart thing to do. The library did this. We got in with, I believe it was the RCPC as a group, and we did get a significantly lower rate, and we saved a significant amount of money. So I say it's a smart thing to do. The second thing is, and this is a question for you, Mr. Moderator, I don't believe the town can spend any more money on this particular item unless it says in the warrant, raise and appropriate money. So I don't believe it's necessary to add that. Your fear about them spending more money, they can't spend any more money. The law says if it's not raised and appropriated, you can't spend it. And yes, there will be the town manager, like you said, they'll be spending time on it, like the library director spending time on it, but that's not new cost to the taxpayer. So I'm not so worried as you are. No offense, I don't think your motion is necessary.
it is not an appropriation motion or petition on the floor. They are correct. There's no appropriation on
I
that.
understand that, but his fear is that we will spend money, and my point is, you're not going to spend it unless it appropriates the money. You can't spend it. That's my point. So I'm just saying his motion is not necessary. I know it's not an appropriation article, and that's good, because they can't spend money.
Well, haven't we spent money in the past that hasn't been appropriated for a specific purpose? Like, an example was used, I mean, I don't know where the funding came from for a pad-mounted generator for this building. I don't think, was there specific money appropriated to that?
No,
No.
can be.
Right, so my fear is that there
Can't hear
might,
you, Mr. Talian, standing over there, and you need to get to a mic, but I want to only address the motion to amend to add the paragraph or the article that says no additional cost to the taxpayer.
This is a non-appropriated article. We can spend no money. If we wanted to spend any money on this effort, it would have to have a brand-new warrant article, and it would have to appropriate money. So this is not necessary. As far as I'm concerned, this change is illegal, because we're not changing an appropriated article. This is a non-appropriate article. Secondly, money inside of the budget, as mentioned many, many times, is basically a bottom line budget. So sometimes money is appropriated for maintenance or improvements or whatever, and it doesn't necessarily say we have a budget line item for motor generators. The money that was appropriated was already appropriated for that motor generator, and it was also passed by the Board of Selectmen before we did it, because we had the opportunity of becoming a vaccine distribution center here in Plaistow.
But we're not.
Thank you. Greg?
Jim said exactly what I wanted to say. There's no money in this, so we can't, if we're not raising and appropriating, we can't overspend. He said exactly what I wanted to say, and with that, after Mr. Kiska speaks, I'd like to call the question.
Mr. Kishka?
Yes, I just want to clarify one thing, so I wasn't misleading. After something's been negotiated and done, yes, there would have to be one letter sent out to each electric customer to notify them, which I don't think anybody here is going to know that, is going to say that that's a huge expense, a one-time expense that might happen once every 5 years or so. just to notify the people, like we get anything else in the mail, to notify you of any change, of anything that happens in town. So that would probably be the one exception, unless some private resident wants to pay for the mailing. So we would be required to send out one mailing after something's been negotiated.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on the motion to amend?
Mr.
I've heard
Moderator.
both sides.
Mr. Moderator.
I think
Mr.
we have a call
Moderator.
the question.
Mr. Moderator, I need the motion, sir.
You're going to withdraw your motion?
Just a quick response to all this, which is there are ways for people to get creative to find ways to fund things, and I'm just trying to create the lack of ability to get creative.
She needs your motion, the clerk. So he's not withdrawing his motion. His motion is standing. You can vote it up or down. All in favor of adding
Moderator?
What?
Can we read the motion again so I know that I have it correct, please?
Well, why don't you give it to me?
I have it. I just want to.
No, I don't have it.
Okay.
So.
I was gonna read it for you, but that's okay, because I wanted to.
So I don't kill myself on this platform. This is the motion that was made, and it will be read by the town clerk, so I don't have to jump up and down on the platform. Go ahead.
So what he has added is after in the electric aggregation plan effective May 1st, 2021, provided that this warrant does not result in added cost to the taxpayer to implement this article.
That's his motion. It was seconded, and I've been asked to move it. And I think there was a lot of people in favor of moving the question. So we're moving the question. If you're in favor of that amendment, please raise your cards if you're in favor.
Yeah, why wouldn't you?
5, 6. If you're opposed, raise your card. Motion fails. Any other motions? Any other discussion on the main motion? Hearing none, the main motion will appear on the warrant, on the ballot as written.
And motion to restrict reconsideration.
I have a motion to restrict. I got a bunch of seconds.
Give me a second.
I'm going to give you Jay because he raised his hand
Thank
that I
you.
saw. All in favor of restriction, raise your cards. Thank you. Any opposed? Abstained? Thank you. It restricted. 2 more to go, and before you all leave when the second one's over, remember, I'm going to remind you now because I'm probably going to lose a lot of you. The school deliberative session is live, like we were live here today. It's next Thursday, February 4th at 7 p.m. at the school gym, high school, at the high school. And we will be back here again March 9th at 7 a.m. for the actual ballot session. Thank you very much. Establish a Heritage Commission, Article P-21-19. Shall the town vote to establish a Heritage Commission in accordance with the provisions of RSA 673 and RSA 674:44-A, 44-D, and 44-C, if applicable, supplemented 1995, and to further authorize the Board of Selectmen to appoint 5 citizens as members of the Heritage Commission pursuant to the provisions of RSA 673:4-A and RSA 673:5, and to appoint up to 5 additional citizens as alternate members or take any other action relating thereto. Majority vote required, recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 3-0, and 2 abstained. Motion to put this on the ballot is written.
So moved.
Thank you, Francine. Second? Seconded by Max. Francine, you're going to speak on this.
Yes, very briefly. I know it's getting late for you guys. A Heritage Commission established by this warrant is an advisory and review authority for the proper recognition, use, and protection of resources that are valued for their historical, cultural, aesthetic, or community significance. And very briefly, some of the authority that this commission would have is they would be allowed to survey and inventory cultural resources. They would assist the planning board with master plan reviews. They would be able to conduct research, and they would also be able to hire consultants and receive monetary gifts.
Mr. Peck.
Yes, I'll be very brief, too. Probably won't use my 2 minutes. But I do want to speak in favor of this. I was involved in putting this forward. I am at the Historical Society. I have been there 6 years. We have a town that's very historic. The town was founded in 1749. It's right there on the seal. So our town is 272 years old. We have a lot of historic buildings in town. The town hall was built in 1895. Paulding School was built in 1911. The Baptist Church was built in 1837. And the old North Parish Meeting House, which almost got torn down recently, was built in 1837. We have over 150 houses which were built before 1900. 30 of them were built before 1800 in the 1700s. We have a lot of history in this town. And as Francine said, this is a strictly advisory commission. I would not support it if it was not a strictly advisory. Like the Conservation Commission is strictly advisory. You cannot tell people what to do. It's not a judiciary body. You can't say to a landowner, you can't build this, you can't build that, like they do in Portsmouth, where they tell you the size of the windows, blah, blah, blah. That's not the intention here. I would never support that. It's strictly advisory. Just recently, we almost lost the North Parish Meeting House, which was is now unoccupied, but it's mortgage specialist. It was almost torn down, and the town had nothing, nobody, no official person to be able to at least go to the owner and say, please, this is a historic building, and have that conversation. We had nothing. This is something we need. We really do need it. I know we have 5 people. I would like to be on it. It's up to the selectmen. I know there's many people in town that like the history of the town, and we should protect the history of the town. So thank you very much.
Anyone else to speak on this article? I don't see anyone at the mic, so I'm going to declare that Article 19 will appear on the ballot as written.
And motion to restrict reconsideration, please.
I have a motion to restrict. Do I have a second?
I second.
Seconded by Max and somebody else. So all in favor of restriction? Thank you. Any opposed? Abstained? Article 19 is restricted. Our last article of discussion today, and I'll repeat again, the zoning articles are here. We do not normally discuss them because they're non-amendable and they've had public hearings on them. So our discussion will end with Article P-21-20, Citizens Petition for New Hampshire Resolution for Fair Nonpartisan Redistricting. Article P-21-20, shall the town vote to urge that the New Hampshire General Court, which is obligated to redraw the maps of political districts within the state following the federal census, to ensure fair and effective representation of New Hampshire voters without gerrymandering. Additionally, shall the town vote to urge the New Hampshire General Court to carry out the redistricting in a fair and transparent way through public meetings, not to favor a particular political party, to include communities of interest, and to minimize multi-seat districts. Finally, shall the town vote to allow the record of the vote approving this article to be transmitted by written notice from the selectmen to Plaistow state legislatures, informing them of the demands from their constituents within 30 days of the vote. Majority vote required, recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 2 for, 0 against, and 2 abstained. Motion to place this on the ballot as written.
So moved.
By Francine.
Second.
Seconded by Max. And Greg, you're going to speak to this article.
Sure, I'll be very brief. This article was received by 25 voting citizens of Plaistow. It appears the intent of this warrant is to urge the New Hampshire General Court to be fair in their redistricting and to notify Plaistow state legislators of the support of this warrant, assuming it passes. So this is purely advisory. It does not give them any power whatsoever to change anything. It's basically a request to be fair and to let the legislators know that the town of Plaistow, if this passes, we're supporting this warrant. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Kathy Slade, Willard Way. I am in favor of this. I brought it forward. I submitted. We're one of at least 100 towns who have this on their warrant, and it is advisory. And it's just to encourage, a fair, nonpartisan, transparent process. The last time this happened, every 10 years we do this. We redraw the maps. Last time, one of the examples of a problem was that the public didn't have more than 24 hours to look at the maps for the 400 state rep seats. So really, we should be able to see it in advance. It could impact us, changes that happen to our town and our representation. All of the towns should be able to see them and speak to it and address it and just, make sure our needs are served.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on this? See people moving around, but not heading to the mic. Yes, sir.
Ryan Lebrecht, 174 Main Street. I just don't understand why the town even needs to get involved in this. If people have a specific feeling, a specific way, they just call their representatives and speak to their representatives in support of whatever they want to support. I don't necessarily disagree with it. I just think it doesn't accomplish anything.
Anyone new wish to speak on this? Well, I'm new. I'm going to speak on this. As one of your state reps, I can assure you that I always will be fair and just and take everything into consideration. I was not a rep 11 or 12 years ago, so I'm glad you brought forward that issue of the map. And even without a warrant article, I'm going to be fair in any vote I take on your behalf for redistricting, and I'll watch out now for that map.
All the maps, the state rep, state senate, executive council, county commissions, and the U.S. congressional
Yeah,
districts.
I heard you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just want to make it clear.
Anyone new want to speak on it? I don't hear any motions to amend, so I thank everybody for their consideration today. So Article P 2120 will appear on the warrant, on the ballot as written. I have a motion to restrict.
I'll second.
I have a second. All those in favor? Any opposed? Article 20 is restricted. Ma'am, you have something you'd like to say before we adjourn?
I do. Kate Sherman DeRoche, 20 Sunrise Terrace. I just want to take a moment before the meeting is over and we all leave to thank Francine Hart and our other elected officials who are not choosing to run again, and thank you for your time and your energy and your service to this town. I do understand and we appreciate that. So thank you to you all.
Is there anything else anyone wants to mention? We okay, Mr. Manager? All set? Okay, so hearing no objection, I'm going to declare this deliberative session closed. I thank you all for your participation and attendance today. I look forward to seeing you all on March 9th at this building for the actual written ballot. Thank you. Adjourned.